Chapter 251, Floating Island Whale. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was listening seriously, Gao Feng continued speaking. This mutated island whale is always showing some rejection when absorbing spirit chi and water elements. Whenever a creation master concocts some concoction that is rich with spirit chi and water elements, the mutated island whale can only absorb a slight amount of the concoction. I don't wish to hide this from you, brother. Even with my Gao family's wealth, it is impossible to hatch this island whale. Lin Yuan was currently using true data to check on the mutated island whale that had yet to hatch from the crystal egg. But true data displayed that this crystal egg wasn't called the island whale anymore. It was actually called floating island whale. Fey name, floating island whale. Fey species, baleen whale genus / humpback whale species. Fey grade, unhatched. Fey type, chi / water. Fey quality, normal. This floating island whale wasn't just a water type Fey. It actually had dual types of chi and water. When checking true data's information, this floating island whale was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Yuan. When regular island whales upgraded into a fantasy breed, they would grow into sea islands of various sizes according to their strength. On the back of the island whale, the contractor could conduct any construction to their desire. The island whale was a Fey that was born from the ceremony of whalefall in the ocean, so any ocean Feys would attack it. In fact, when island whales were attacked, the majority of the ocean Feys would actually protect the island whale. The island whale didn't have any special attack methods, but it didn't mean that the island whale was weak. On the contrary, only a rare few life forms of the same grade could withstand a smash from the island whale. Furthermore, the island whale was just like a moving fortress. The real attacks would always be from the back of the island whale. But this floating island whale's difference with regular island whales was that the latter could only form an island on its back. However, the floating island whale had two choices. It could either form an island in the sea or construct a floating city by flying up to the sky. Lin Yuan did hear of what Gao Feng said earlier. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the crystal egg and attempted to inject spiritual power into the island whale egg. Lin Yuan noticed that the floating island whale's crystal egg would also reject the concentrated spirit chi that he transferred. By using true data, Lin Yuan understood the reason. Although the Gao family had been trying to hatch the egg, they hadn't utilized the crucial point. In order to hatch the island whale, large amounts of spirit chi were required, but spiritual ingredients with huge amounts of water elements were also required. Only then would the island whale be able to hatch. It was also the same for the floating island whale. Other than massive amounts of spirit chi and water-type spiritual ingredients, there was also a need for chi-type spiritual ingredients. Only then would the floating island whale egg be able to absorb completely without rejection. The floating island whale had a very special contracting method. It wasn't like other Feys which had to use up spiritual energy. Instead, it required a long use of blood to ingrain one's aura onto the eggshell. Once the floating island whale absorbed the blood on the eggshell, it would recognize the owner of the blood as its own mother when it hatched. The floating island whale would automatically form a contract with the person it recognized as its mother. The contracting method with the floating island whale was very simple. Nevertheless, hatching the floating island whale wasn't something a regular person or faction could achieve. Gao Feng watched as Lin Yuan was rubbing the crystal egg that contained the mutated island whale. He couldn't help saying, "Brother, if you think that this island whale isn't going to work, I have also brought along plenty of source-type items for the trade." Lin Yuan raised his brows in response. If he hadn't gotten to see this floating island whale, it would have been fine. Now that he saw it, how could he give it up? "I will trade for this island whale. However, this island whale might not be enough to trade for my 3 bronze/epic Feys." Gao Feng blinked his eyes and thought in this mind. Lin Yuan wouldn't go overboard and want to slash down the value of this unhatched island whale, right? If that was the case, Gao Feng would rather keep the mutated island whale and use all of his source-type items for the trade. Even if this was an unhatched island whale, not every family or faction in the Radiance Federation would be able to bring it out so readily. The Gao family had also obtained this island whale through pure coincidence. When the Gao family's experts had been venturing out in the sea, they had encountered an extremely violent storm and tsunami. All of the ships that were constructed with gold metals had been carried away by the ocean currents to the distant sea. The Gao family's experts had no choice but to go deep into the sea to avoid the storm and waves that could tear steel apart. As they had been avoiding the storm and waves, the Gao family's experts had coincidentally discovered a large-scale whale fall that had almost ended. The experts had searched through the whale fall's location and had only been able to find 2 unhatched crystal eggs that contained island whales. However, While carrying the 2 unhatched crystal eggs, the Gao family's experts had been surrounded and attacked frenziedly by the ocean feys. With the price of 7 fallen king-class Gao family experts, they had only been able to bring back one of the unhatched crystal eggs. As for the other unhatched island whale, it had been seized by the ocean feys during the battle. Had it not been for the Gao family's king-class expert being crafty enough to use the crystal egg as bait, they wouldn't have been able to escape with one of the crystal egg's frenzied ocean feys pursuit, even after losing 7 of their king-class experts. However, even after paying such a huge price, the Gao family had obtained an island whale that was a mutated species. The Gao family had been racking their brains for many years and still hadn't found any method of stopping the mutated island whale from rejecting spirit chi and water elements. As soon as Lin Yuan summoned the 2 other bronze/epic spirit spring lilies, Gao Feng's eyes didn't stop blinking as he stared at the bronze/epic spirit spring lily that was yellow and with a tint of orange. Gao Feng immediately recognized that this was a yellow spring lily. As a direct line descendant of the Gao family, Gao Feng had the guts to purchase 3 bronze/epic spirit spring lilies. However, he never dared to think he could find a bronze/epic yellow spring lily. Over a year ago, Gao Feng had tried to obtain a yellow spring lily. Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to obtain a bronze/normal yellow spring lily. Therefore, when he saw this bronze/epic yellow spring lily, he was so excited that he involuntarily shuddered. If Lin Yuan had a great desire to obtain the floating island whale, then Gao Feng's desire to obtain the yellow spring lily that was 10 times greater. Gao Feng had been dissatisfied with his talent since young. However, talent was something that couldn't be altered, so Gao Feng had accepted his fate. Gao Feng felt that since his talent was to be a mediocre support-type spirit chi professional, he might as well utilize his support ability to the extreme. But when Gao Feng studied in the Wind Mist City's Advanced Spirit Chi Academy, he suddenly realized that no matter how great the support ability of a support-type spirit chi professional was, he would still have to rely on his teammates. Gao Feng had a deep feeling of how helpless he was to have his fate in the hands of others. Afterward, Gao Feng had thought about how to increase his individual offense capability. It was why he had such a great desire to obtain the source-type life form, Hurricane Owlet Moth, during the private auction. However, due to the recent news and information of the tournament's opening, Gao Feng had reverted to his original intentions. His current thoughts were still very unruly. Since he was the Gao family's only direct line descendant, he had plenty of wealth to utilize. If he was insistent on being a support with attack power, in his opinion, his offense capabilities would never be superior to offense-type spirit chi professionals. If that happened, he would really become a mediocre person. During this time, Gao Feng had been looking for a team called Thigh to hug so that he could exhibit his true ability as the support. Gao Feng, a prejudiced perfectionist, was finally able to see his dreams coming true with the yellow spring lily. Furthermore, this yellow spring lily was at bronze/epic. Gao Feng looked at this bronze/epic yellow spring lily and said to Lin Yuan with a determined tone, "Brother, this mutated island whale is indeed not worthy of the 2 bronze/epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze/epic yellow spring lily." Gao Feng paused for a moment and spoke in a very sincere tone. "Brother, name your price. How many more source-type items do you need, along with this island whale to trade for the 2 bronze/epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze/epic yellow spring lily?" Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head in response. When Lin Yuan shook his head, Gao Feng immediately got nervous. The moment Lin Yuan saw the unhatched floating island whale, he had already made plans on how to trade resources with Gao Feng. Since the Gao family had done everything possible to hatch this floating island whale, then they definitely had the item that Lin Yuan wanted. Furthermore, this item that could be used to hatch island whales would never appear in the Star Web's Rare Life Form Pavilion. The reason was simple: this item's rarity was something that the Rare Life Form Pavilion wouldn't be worthy of. Lin Yuan looked into Gao Feng's eyes and said indifferently. Chapter 252, Elemental Shellfish. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in a calm manner. "Earlier on, you mentioned that your Gao family tried to nurture this mutated island whale. Then your Gao family must have the elemental shellfish, right?" As soon as Lin Yuan's voice faded, Gao Feng's originally nervous expression immediately turned serious. He was currently weighing the value of the elemental shellfish and the bronze/epic yellow spring lily. Even if the yellow spring lily was the support-type fey that Gao Feng dreamed of having, Gao Feng didn't know if he should accept Lin Yuan's condition. Gao Feng knew that since Lin Yuan offered to make a trade with the elemental shellfish, it was obvious that Lin Yuan had already made his decision. If Gao Feng didn't agree to trade with the elemental shellfish, then it was highly possible that he might lose this bronze/epic yellow spring lily. However, the elemental shellfish was something that even a direct line descendant like him couldn't decide on his own. Gao Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother, you want the elemental shellfish to nurture the island whale yourself? The cost and resources required to nurture the island whale and elemental shellfish isn't a small sum." Lin Yuan didn't try to hide and nodded. "Since I decided to trade for this mutated island whale, I naturally want to try." While Gao Feng looked at this crystal egg containing the mutated island whale, his eyelids were constantly twitching. He clearly knew how many resources this mutated island whale had cost the Gao family. It was simply a bottomless hole. If the Gao family couldn't make any progress after trying to nurture this mutated island whale for such a long time, Gao Feng didn't think that Lin Yuan would be able to hatch this mutated island whale. However, Gao Feng noticed Lin Yuan's determined expression earlier and didn't know how to persuade him. When Lin Yuan looks for a creation master to concoct the spirit fluid to nurture this mutated island whale, he will probably back out from this difficult situation. As for the elemental shellfish, Gao Feng hesitated and extended 4 fingers. "If you wish to trade with the elemental shellfish, I cannot even provide 1 adult elemental shellfish. I can only provide 4 infant stage elemental shellfish that are still dormant." Lin Yuan contemplated and shook his head. "Isn't Brother Gao too petty to only provide 4 dormant, infant elemental shellfish? This is a bronze/epic yellow spring lily. If Brother Gao misses it, you will not be able to find it anywhere else." Lin Yuan heard that it was a must to use the elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish to nurture the island whale. He had learned of this when he had been having the question and answer sessions with the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had felt that it was rather interesting and noted it down. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to obtain a mutated island whale, the floating island whale. Lin Yuan knew that if he could trade for 4 dormant, infant elemental shellfish, it would already be very suitable for him. However, since he was trading such precious feys with Gao Feng, he must still raise the price a little. Gao Feng responded seriously, "Brother, if you didn't bring out this bronze/epic yellow spring lily that I cannot refuse, I wouldn't even agree to trade the elemental shellfish. Our Gao family has been working hard in the past few years to expand toward the sea region and sacrificed plenty of king-class experts. However, after so many years of hard work, we have only accumulated 15 elemental shellfish. The 4 infant elemental shellfish are the 4 remaining infant elemental shellfish that the Gao family possesses. Brother Lin, if you really think that 4 infant elemental shellfish aren't enough, why don't I add on 5 million radiance dollars?" Gao Feng's words made Lin Yuan recall the private auction that Lightning Sparrow King's King-class team had hosted. When trying to trade for the source-type life form, Hurricane Owlet Moth, Gao Feng had also said similar things. It was obvious that Gao Feng was interested in this yellow spring lily. Otherwise, he wouldn't show such a wronged expression and add on 5 million radiance dollars to see if he could reach a deal. Lin Yuan knew about the elemental shellfish, and it was indeed abnormally valuable. It was only able to grow in the deep sea, which had a highly concentrated spirit qi. However, places with highly concentrated spirit qi were places where a huge number of powerful ocean feys resided. The elemental shellfish was a fey that had an extreme demand for spirit qi concentration, and it was rather similar to Lu Ji's insect queen. However, the insect queen only required a high concentration of spirit qi to recover its damaged roots, to evolve, or to upgrade its quality. But for the elemental shellfish, if it didn't reside in environments with a high concentration of spirit qi, it would perish after a period of time. Therefore, for other factions, in order to let the elemental shellfish continue living healthily, at least a Class 3 creation master was required to care for it intently. All sorts of valuable spiritual ingredients were required to concoct spirit fluids that produced a high concentration of spirit qi, just for the elemental shellfish to continue living. The nurturing of the elemental shellfish was a task that used an extreme amount of resources. As for the dormant, infant elemental shellfish, as long as they weren't awakened with a high concentration of spirit qi, then the infant elemental shellfish would be able to survive in the dormant state for a very long time. For Gao Feng to make the decision to offer 4 infant elemental shellfish, it was already a very gutsy resolve. Lin Yuan said in a straightforward manner, "The meeting with Brother Gao seems to be fated. Why don't I make a friend with Brother Gao? I accept the trade of these 2 bronze/epic spirit spring lilies and bronze/epic yellow spring lily with Brother Gao's unhatched mutated island whale and 4 infant elemental shellfish." After saying that, Lin Yuan waved his hand and brought a piece of long black crystal out of the leaf-shaped fey storage box. The long black crystal immediately let out an ink-colored jade luster. The piece of black crystal was none other than the jade-textured agar wood. Earlier on, Lin Yuan had noticed that Gao Feng was delighted with the smell of the agarwood incense. Therefore, he simply gifted one to Gao Feng. Lin Yuan did this so that he could make a business friend out of Gao Feng. In the future, he would be able to trade with the Gao family with Gao Feng as the middleman, allowing him to obtain resources that couldn't be found in the rare life form pavilion. During the era of the Spirit Qi awakening, Radiance dollars might have a great purchasing ability, but there were some rare spiritual ingredients and feys that had strategic value and significance that couldn't be measured with Radiance dollars. The elemental shellfish was such a kind of fey. In environments with high Spirit Qi concentration, the elemental shellfish would be able to produce elemental pearls. The elemental pearls would possess all sorts of pure elemental energy. The elemental energy within the elemental pearls would then be ready for feys to absorb completely. In normal situations, when a fey consumed a spiritual ingredient, it would only be able to absorb a small amount of elemental energy. Even if the creation master concocted a spirit fluid with the spiritual ingredients, the fey would only be absorbed elemental energy that was just slightly more, making it an extreme waste. It was similar to the situation when a fey absorbed spirit qi. Even if it was a pinnacle class 4 creation master concocting the spirit fluid to enhance a fey, the fey wouldn't be able to absorb it completely. However, Lin Yuan was able to use his body as a medium to transmute the spirit qi within the world and channel it into the fey, allowing the fey to absorb the spirit qi completely, 100%. The elemental pearls and energy produced from the elemental shellfish had the same effects as Lin Yuan's body and the spirit qi. However, when Lin Yuan obtained the elemental shellfish, he would need to guide the elemental shellfish toward a mutation. 2 of the infant elemental shellfish would be mutated using water-type spiritual ingredients, mutating them into the aquamarine elemental shellfish. It would allow for elemental pearls with pure water elements. The other 2 infant elemental shellfish would be mutated with Qi-type spiritual ingredients, mutating them into Celestine elemental shellfish. They would be able to produce elemental pearls with pure Qi elements. As for highly concentrated spirit Qi, Lin Yuan didn't even have to worry as it was everywhere within the spirit lock spatial zone. The aquamarine elemental shellfish and the Celestine elemental shellfish were the same as obtaining water and Qi elemental pearls. By then, if Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the floating island whale, which was a dual type of Qi and water, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Gao Feng was also a forthright person. As a direct line descendant of the Gao family, he had plenty of moments where he had to scheme. However, in Gao Feng's heart, he had already treated Lin Yuan as a person of his same caliber and had the intention to make a friend. Now that Lin Yuan brought out the precious jade-textured agarwood as a gift, Gao Feng couldn't help feeling touched. He immediately took an ice blue jade-textured box out of the flower-shaped fey storage box on his bracelet. As soon as this ice blue jade box was taken out, there was an instant rise of cold aura. Chapter 253, It's Too Hard for Me. Gao Feng handed this ice blue jade brocade box to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother, I will ask my family to send you the 4 infant elemental shellfish from Wind Mist City through Ostrich Logistics." Lin Yuan accepted the jade brocade box that was producing cold air and did not reject it. He saw huge dark blue scales of some kind of fey that contained very strong water energy and dragon power when he opened it. Clearly, this scale was from a powerful dragon species fey that lived in the ocean. Lin Yuan waved his hand and stored this ice blue jade brocade box into his leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Upon seeing that, Gao Feng also put the jade-textured agarwood into the flower-shaped diamond fey storage box on his wrist. Presenting each other gifts after the trade was an expression of goodwill and befriending each other. Gao Feng was naturally very happy about such a situation. When he saw his 2 bronze/epic spirit spring lilies and the bronze/epic yellow spring lily, he felt happy yet with a bit of headache. Even though he had become a pure support-type spirit Qi professional now, he had never solved the problem of having no teammates, which made him feel frustrated. When Lin Yuan saw Gao Feng's expression changing as he looked at the 3 bronze/epic feys he had nurtured, he asked, "Are there any problems with the exclusive skills that these bronze/epic feys learned at bronze?" When Lin Yuan had been enhancing these 3 spirit spring lilies, he had promoted them to epic when they were at elite. When they reached bronze, he had 3 chances for their exclusive skills. In his opinion, his choice of exclusive skill for any of them was very good no matter which one it was. Lin Yuan's choice at that time was based on Gao Feng's situation. Gao Feng quickly replied, "That isn't the case. The exclusive skills of these 2 spirit spring lilies or this yellow spring lily at bronze are very suitable for me." Speaking of this, Gao Feng felt it was really a coincidence. In his mind, he would never have imagined that Lin Yuan had deliberately chosen the fey's exclusive skill at bronze according to his own situation. He just thought that Lin Yuan originally had these 3 bronze/epic feys. Gao Feng had changed his mind to the spirit spring lilies, but he had never told Lin Yuan. It had only been over 4 hours since then. In such a short period, Gao Feng would not dare to guess that these 2 spirit spring lilies and this yellow spring lily had just reached bronze/epic. He sighed 3 times in a row and said, I only contracted a breeze hibiscus, but it has become a gold fantasy breed fey. Together with these 2 spirit spring lilies and this yellow spring lily, all my 4 contracted feys are pure support type feys. I now might not be able to beat a spirit G professional with a silver power offense type fey. For some reason, my father wants me to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence selection this year. It'll be embarrassing for me to take part in that. Even if I have the gold/fantasy breed breeze hibiscus, I have no attack abilities and will be defeated in a short time. I've always wanted to find a reliable team, but I can't find a suitable one. It's too hard for me. Gao Feng was considered to have opened up and revealed to Lin Yuan his thoughts. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Lin Yuan answered, You're fine without silver or bronze power offense type feys. Gao Feng's contracted feys were weak plant feys with no offensive abilities and were not good at attacking. Their plant bodies were also very weak. If his teammates alone were strong enough in a stable team, Gao Feng would be god-level support with such contracted feys. But if his teammates were not strong enough and had to lead him, it would be akin to being 4 versus 5. This was because Gao Feng's role was simply to make the powerful team stronger. In a weak team, even if Gao Feng enhanced his teammates, helped them and their feys to restore spiritual power, and protected the main fey to increase the mistake tolerance, he still could not play any decisive roles. They would still be beaten if they were not powerful enough. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it was indeed too hard for Gao Feng. When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan say so, he became dumbfounded. Shouldn't Lin Yuan console me? Why isn't he playing by the book? In less than 2 hours, those 4 dormant, infant elemental shellfish were sent over from Wind Mist City's Gao family to Lin Yuan. Gao Feng looked at the 4 infant elemental shellfish that were not as big as the amber buttons on Lin Yuan's sleeve and said, Once you pour spirit chi in these 4 infant elemental shellfish, if there isn't a high concentration of spirit chi for them to survive within 5 minutes, they will die. Gao Feng was very serious when he said this, as what he had said was a bloody lesson that the Gao family had learned through practice when nurturing the elemental shellfish and losing several infant ones. If Gao Feng did not consider Lin Yuan as a friend, he would not have said such words. Lin Yuan stored the 4 elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Under the high concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, these 4 infant elemental shellfish would awaken from their dormancy and absorb a large amount of highly pure Spirit Chi inside. After making the 2 elemental shellfish mutate into aquamarine elemental shellfish and the other 2 into celestine elemental shellfish, he would make their grades stop at bronze and not let them reach silver. This was because if they were to reach silver, they would evolve into another kind of fey, the explosive pearl shellfish. The silver explosive pearl shellfish would enhance his attacks. The elemental pearls that it produced would become a bomb that contained elemental energy and could no longer be perfectly absorbed by other feys. If this was really the case, Lin Yuan would have been at the losing end. After the trade with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng asked for his contact to add him as a friend. Before leaving, Gao Feng suddenly said, Brother, you have so many completely jade-textured wooden materials here. I wonder if you have any extra that you want to sell. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan answered, I have quite a lot here. If you want to trade them, we'll contact each other via phone then. When Gao Feng heard that, he was so happy, like brother shower one. Gao Feng could not help but think in his heart, if I can get a large amount of jade-textured wood from Lin Yuan, those old things at home will be so happy. For affluent families, the furniture or ornaments made from completely jade-textured wooden material placed at home represented heritage and dignity. After Gao Feng left, Lin Yuan looked at the time and realized that it was already dusk. He left his mansion and headed toward the Radiant Moon Palace. After going to see his master, the Moon Empress, he could not wait to go out to train today. Chapter 254, Nothing in this world can touch you. When Lin Yuan arrived on the Leaning Moon Mountain, he saw Jin Qi, who was clad in a light yellow spirit attendant robe, tidying up some dead branches of some plant phase after they had been promoted. When Jin Qi saw Lin Yuan, she quickly lowered her head and greeted him, Greetings, Lord Lin Yuan. Then, she hurriedly went somewhere else to take care of some place on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Jin Qi did not know why, but she no longer thought of him like before. She had a kind of awe and fear. Ever since when you had been selected as an assistant, Jin Qi had always been living in fear, afraid that Wen Yu would find fault with her. Lin Yuan would also help Wen Yu deal with her. Jin Qi now understood that Wen Yu could just strip off her qualification as a spirit attendant with just a matter of words, let alone Lin Yuan, the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. Lin Yuan, who was heading toward the Radiant Moon Palace, did not know what she was thinking. He would certainly feel that if one had a persecution complex, they would need treatment quickly. If one did nothing wrong, it would be very hard to get such a mental illness like a persecution complex. He arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance, only to see his master, the Moon Empress, holding an emerald green bottle with a light purple spirit fluid. Her wrist moved, and the light purple spirit fluid churned. He only felt as though there were ancient trees in front of him plunging into the sky that contained a majestic vitality that seemed to be able to hold up the deep blue sky. The Moon Empress channeled her spiritual power, and the spirit fluid in the bottle became 2 wisps of purple gas and wrapped around the 2 diamond/legend silver stamen gold luster kasha beside the Radiant Moon Palace. After each silver stamen gold luster kasha absorbed the wisps of light purple spirit chi, the branches and leaves on one of them became lusher, and those on the other one seemed to have withered instantly. All the leaves, including the silver stamen gold luster kasha's flowers on the branches, instantly vanished. The Moon Empress noticed Lin Yuan's arrival and waved her hands at him as she said, "Let's go to the inner palace. This silver stamen gold luster kasha lives up to my expectation. When it grows new buds and reaches suzerain, I would not have used the spirit fluid concocted with the suzerain blood red wood, freedom lotus and holy river in vain." Lin Yuan was already using true data to check the 2 silver stamen gold luster kasha in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. The withered silver stamen gold luster kasha had clearly comprehended a willpower rune and was accumulating energy to be promoted to suzerain. After entering suzerain, if it could survive the world cleansing, it would become a myth breed fey. Although the other lush silver stamen gold luster kasha had a pleasing growth and produced a tree full of flower buds in late autumn, there was actually not much of an upgrade. Lin Yuan only felt a mental shock, and a feeling of understanding rushed to his heart. He felt that something was missing from this understanding. As long as he broke through the trace of it, he would be able to comprehend a willpower rune. Upon sensing the changes in Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress said with a smile, "As long as there is a sense of the heaven and earth, obtaining a willpower rune is just a matter of time. You don't have to dwell too much on the enlightenment in your head. Just go with the flow." Lin Yuan nodded. He had always been optimistic, so he did not dwell too much on that cloudy perception of the willpower rune he could not comprehend just now. This feeling of being just a hair short of comprehending was a bit like a person trying to sneeze and was almost able to do so. After entering the Radiant Moon Palace's main hall, Lin Yuan had a question and answer session with the Moon Empress that went on for a long time. It was mainly because over this period, as Lin Yuan had become more powerful and had been exposed to more things, the more he could feel his shallowness. However, the question and answer session perfectly compensated for this feeling of shallowness. As long as he asked the Moon Empress about his doubts, she could let him have a thorough understanding with a few words. At the same time, the questions that she asked Lin Yuan were a process to strengthen Lin Yuan. In this question and answer session, he had resolved many of his unanswered questions, and this enriching feeling of benefiting greatly made him feel very comfortable. Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress about his idea of going out for training. She listened carefully to Lin Yuan's thoughts with a smile, her eyes full of pride toward her own child. The Moon Empress knew Lin Yuan's current strength. At first, she was very surprised, but she never took the initiative to ask him. In her opinion, every spirit chi professional should have their own opportunities and secrets. As Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress had always stood behind him as she silently watched him move all the way forward. Although she was always a bit self-condemned that she could not help much in his path, how could she not appreciate her disciple's self-reliance and self-improvement since she was a top expert? Without such character and perseverance, how could one have the possibility of becoming a true expert? After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked at his master, the Moon Empress. "Master, after my training, I plan to take part in the Radiance 100 Sequences selection." Then, he told her all that he had gone through to take part in it. Even though the Moon Empress knew about it long ago, she did not stop him and just listened quietly. In her opinion, it was one of the most joyful things as his teacher when her disciple told her about his achievements. Lin Yuan stayed for dinner in the evening at the Radiant Moon Palace. Before going down the Radiant Moon Mountain, the Moon Empress called for Lin Yuan and handed him a very normal wooden token with a half moon at the top and bottom. The upper and lower half moons seemed to be constantly rotating, and a month passed in one rotation. Lin Yuan looked at the wooden token and was puzzled. The Moon Empress went forward and explained, "This is a source-type item called the Extreme Token. It has my Fey Cold Moon Lone Disc's one-time Moonlight Domain, which can be your trump card for self-protection besides the Mother of Bloodbath." The Moon Empress said this with a faint smile. Although she had assigned the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector, and it could be said to be a complete strategy, how could she ever feel at ease about her disciple's safety as his master? Lin Yuan suddenly felt his eyes were a little dry as he looked at this very normal source-type item, Extreme Token. He could sense a kind of selfless love and care from the depths of her soul. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and reached her hand out to straighten his collar and said, "Disciple, since you've chosen to go on your own, you can try to establish your own faction. The stability and happiness within the Radiance Federation are because it's powerful enough that no one dares to offend it. However, the world outside the Radiance Federation is mixed with the realities of good and evil. That would be the world that you'll have to venture into sooner or later. Remember, at any moment, I'll always be your firmest backing. With me around, no matter what you do, even if you poke a hole in the sky, nobody in this world can touch you." There seemed to be two half-moons in her eyes that were constantly condensing and vanishing when saying this. Chapter 255, The Beginning of Lin Yuan's Faction. The Moon Empress waved her hand and said warmly, "Go. I'll make you delicious food when you come back." It was very late at night when Lin Yuan went down the leaning Moon Mountain, with a chilly autumn breeze blowing on him. It suddenly gave him an indescribable feeling. This was the feeling of ambition and noble aspirations. In Lin Yuan's opinion, a man should be big-hearted. Even if they did not go brave through life and death tribulations or wander the entirety of this murky world, they should seek any gratitude or revenge while they were young. Lin Yuan now did not have too much external pressure, be it for survival or improving his strength. Even if he felt pressure in terms of strength, it would be something he gave himself. Having such strength at the age of 18 could be said to be a young hero. Just when he heard his master's words, he suddenly had the idea of forming his faction. Although he had also developed the idea of establishing a guild club, it could not be considered a faction. Lin Yuan now had the floating island whale, a fey that could be called the world's strategic resource. He could establish a faction of his own on the floating island whale's back. It would grow to be like a behemoth supporting a floating city on the back. The floating island whale could carry the city on its back on the ocean surface and float between the clouds. If Lin Yuan built the faction on the floating island whale's back, his established faction could go anywhere in the world. It could be said that the floating island whale was the foundation for Lin Yuan to establish a faction. However, how many resources would he need to consume to establish such a huge faction? The collection of resources had become a primary problem that Lin Yuan had to face. Previously, he had also begun to collect source-type items without caring whether he or his friends could use them. He only regarded these source-type items as strategic resources. Now that he intended to establish a faction of his own, his speed of collecting strategic resources could obviously only be considered a drop in the bucket. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of Gao Feng's reaction when he saw the furniture made from completely jade-textured wood. As a core member of Wind Mist City's richest Gao family, Gao Feng still loved and cherished the jade-textured wood. It could be seen how wide the market for jade-textured wood was among the rich families. Rather than saying this jade-textured wood was so rare that one could not find it, it was a lot more compared to some truly rare spiritual materials and feys. This situation occurred because many people with status in the Radiance Federation madly sought after this completely jade-textured wood, and the market was really too vast. As soon as jade-textured wood appeared on the market, the big families would crazily grab them right away. These affluent families would not miss this chance to buy the completely jade-textured wood, no matter what. As long as they could afford the price, they would buy and stock them up. Even if the ornaments or furniture made from jade-textured wood were just for decoration, they represented the affluent family's heritage and dignity to a certain extent. Lin Yuan's Spirit Lock spatial zone was now 80 square meters in size. Such an area was actually not small. In addition to the area occupied by the Spirit Pool and the Pure Land of Bliss, a large part of the space could be set up. Lin Yuan had never done any detailed planning and integration for the remaining empty spaces in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Thus, there was still a lot of empty space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone that could be used. Lin Yuan had put a large batch of wood inside and had consumed half for constructing the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and some jade-textured furniture. He decided to store some more precious wood and place some feys that would metamorphose under an environment with pure and concentrated spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As for those spiritual materials that could metamorphose under a high concentration of spirit chi, he did not plan to place those in the spirit lock spatial zone. One reason was that it would be too troublesome for Lin Yuan to search those spiritual materials that could metamorphose under extremely high concentration of spiritual qi on the star web's rare life form pavilion. The other reason was that those spiritual materials might take a longer time for metamorphosis than jade-textured wood. Furthermore, the acquisition price was much higher than ordinary wood that could become jade-textured wood in the spirit lock spatial zone under a concentration of spirit qi. Lastly, these spiritual materials were not only lesser in the market than the jade-textured wood, but their price was also incomparable. After all, the jade-textured wood not only had actual value but also had the added value of symbolizing heritage and dignity. Lin Yuan used all the empty spaces in the spirit lock spatial zone. These cultivated completely jade-textured precious wood and the rare feys that would metamorphose with a high concentration of spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone were the trump card and capital for him to establish his own faction. Since Lin Yuan had the idea of establishing his own faction and had the method and thought of accumulating resources, he had to accumulate them bit by bit before he planned how to establish the prototype of his own faction. All these could not be done overnight, so Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He planned to start by establishing a solid foundation first. After all, the floating island whale had yet to hatch. Before it became a fantasy breed, it could not become a behemoth that could support a city on its back. Back at the mansion, Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu carefully folding his clothes one by one and placing the clothes he needed for his training outside into a button-like diamond fey storage box similar to the source-type source sand. Hu Chuan was carving a completely jade-textured peachwood with a shining knife that presented a cornelian-like color. He soon carved out a somewhat decaying peach tree with branches that had a kind of dragon-like aesthetics. Some peach branches scattered from the decaying peach tree on the ground at the base of the carving had the feeling of being able to immediately grow peaches. Lin Yuan could not help but say with a sigh, the essence of Mercury roams in the sky, and the spring breeze blows on top of the azure dragon every year. Leaves occasionally fall on the ground, scattered as 100 flowering tree on earth. When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he sped up his carving until he carved the poem Lin Yuan had recited on the base of this peachwood carving. He said, "Lin Yuan, the good materials I've used for carving while working here for the past few days are much better than those I usually see in a year." Lin Yuan replied, "Uncle Hu, if you're not afraid of hard work, I have a lot of suitable materials for carving. You can pick any kind of jade-textured wood." Hu Quan's eyes immediately lit up, so much so that it was like a Siberian weasel seeing an old hen. He quickly said, "How can I say it's tiring? There is nothing else more enjoyable than this." Wen Yu looked up at Hu Chuan and could not help but reveal an appreciative expression. She felt that Hu Chuan was really a superb toolman who worked tirelessly and hard in happiness. She handed the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, I've prepared all the supplies you'll need for your training outside in this diamond fey storage box. Although you're going out to train for a few months, I've prepared clothing, food, fruits, and water for 3 years." Chapter 256, Adjusting the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan took the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box from Wen Yu and checked it. He found all sorts of supplies arranged in different categories inside, with each kind of supplies meticulously placed inside in a fixed position. She had even carefully packed each meal. Clearly, she had spent great efforts to do so. Lin Yuan had specially customized this amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box from Ostrich Logistics, and it had taken half a month before it reached his hands. This fey storage box was different from his previous leaf-shaped and beetle-shaped diamond fey storage boxes. Both were brooch-shaped, but this amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box was like a cufflink. Lin Yuan wore this amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box on his cuff and let the source-type source sand fit on the fey storage box on his cuff. That way, when he used the source sand in the future, no one would notice the amber button-like item at his cufflinks disappearing for no reason. This was also a method for him to hide his source-type source sand. Hu Chuan came up at this moment and said with a chuckle, "Lin Yuan, I wonder if you still take what you've said about the completely jade-textured wood seriously." When Lin Yuan looked at Hu Quan's eager expression, he knew that if he did not give these completely jade-textured materials to Hu Chuan, he could not sleep well tonight. Lin Yuan would go out to train early tomorrow morning and would not be in the mansion during this time. He took out all the remaining completely jade-textured wood in the spirit lock spatial zone. As Hu Chuan looked at the completely jade-textured pieces of wood that were emitting all sorts of color, he could not help but stare at them. He was so happy that he wowed like a child. "Uncle Hu, see which parts of the mansion need to be decorated with these completely jade-textured pieces of wood. You can take the initiative to design. When I return from my training, I'll give you another batch of completely jade-textured wood. The completely jade-textured pieces of wood that Lin Yuan had given Hu Chuan were intended to be used in the mansion. If Lin Yuan were to trade with other affluent families, he would only need to take out the entire piece of jade-textured wood. Those affluent families generally worshipped high-class spirit craftsmen. For elegant items like the completely jade-textured wood, which was like gold and jade, only when it was designed into something the owner wanted would it then be able to complement. Lin Yuan did not have any of the completely jade-textured wood on hand. Since he wanted to integrate the space in the spirit lock spatial zone, the best use of space within was to divide it reasonably. He would use the plane and height of the space. Therefore, Lin Yuan let Hu Chuan tear off a few pieces of large platinwood to make him 2 huge shelves. He designed these platinwood shelves to be very wide and thick so that he could put sheets of wooden boards. While Hu Chuan was making that for him, he could not help but mutter in his heart, Lin Yuan has these complete pieces of jade-textured wood, but he uses this ordinary platinwood that cost tens of thousands of Federation dollars to make the shelves. Why does he want these shelves to be so big? Hu Chuan could not help but sigh. He really could not understand the world of the rich. However, as a class 4 spirit craftsman, he carved while creating this large shelf. On each platinwood, he carved phoenix plumes, with a phoenix perched on it with its wings spread to fly. The Chinese parasol tree had always been known as the habitat of the phoenix, a fictional creature recorded in ancient books and texts. The phoenix cries on the high hillock, and the Chinese parasol tree faces the sunday. This was a tree that symbolized hope. Even if Hu Chuan turned this shelf made of platinwood into an exquisite item, Lin Yuan could just store these 2 huge shelves in the spirit lock spatial zone with a wave of his hand. Although creatures like a phoenix only existed in ancient books and texts before the Spirit Qi awakening and were considered fictional creatures, after the Spirit Qi awakening, some powerful avian feys had some evolutionary similarities with the legendary phoenix. Take Chime for example. If Lin Yuan saw it release radiant body in his previous life, he would probably have regarded it as a phoenix. Since Lin Yuan was going out for training tomorrow, he returned to his room early. However, he was not in a rush to sleep. He planned to make a big purchase of a batch of supplies on Star Web that night and evolve and mutate the 4 elemental shellfish, which were living comfortably in the spirit lock spatial zone with a high concentration of spirit qi. Lin Yuan first entered his spirit lock spatial zone and placed the 2 platinwood shelves at the edge of the place. These 2 large shelves occupied a third of the 80 square meter spirit lock spatial zone. After organizing the spirit lock spatial zone for a while, he tidied up those places that he had not used before he transferred all the radiance dollars in the beetle-shaped diamond fey storage box to this amber button-shaped one. The leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box was still filled with all kinds of dimensional life forms flesh that could not be seen at a glance. His beetle-shaped diamond fey storage box had been emptied. He planned to take this fey storage box as the storage space for all the supplies he needed in the future in the spirit lock spatial zone. Due to his desire to fully make use of the space in the spirit lock spatial zone, there was a lot more consumption of energy ores than before. The floating island whale and the elemental shellfish needed to consume a lot of pure spiritual power. The spirit chi crystals condensed by Morbius spirit chi condensation were also a big consumer of spirit chi. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was also ready to nurture those feys that would mutate under a high concentration of spirit qi, so the consumption of energy ores would also increase exponentially. Previously, his energy ore reserves were already far from the standard, so he intended to fill the beetle-shaped diamond fey storage box with energy ores. At the same time, he decided to only purchase mid-grade energy ores and not low-grade energy ores. Chapter 257, The Fey That Makes All Creation Master Crazy, Flower Brocade Pearls. Lin Yuan still had to accumulate a large batch of rare wooden materials. Once the wooden materials turned jade-textured in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan would take them out and store them in the beetle-shaped fey storage box. He would then load up another new batch of ordinary wooden materials on the plantain wood rack. This way, there wouldn't be any wastage of space in the spirit lock spatial zone. As for those precious feys that would transform under high concentration of spirit qi, Lin Yuan already had a plan. Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store was only selling silver usnias and elite spirit siphon goldfish right now. He could add on another product for buyers to choose from. Lin Yuan believed that when the feys that could transform under high spirit qi concentration appeared in his purchase with no loss store, everyone would use all methods to snatch the product. However, Lin Yuan wasn't planning to sell such feys for radiance dollars. Instead, he was planning to trade for rare spiritual ingredients that seldom appeared in the rare life form pavilion. Spiritual ingredients like the gold metal, day and night spirit silver. Such spiritual ingredients might be sold in the Rare Life Form Pavilion, but it wasn't that easy to purchase them. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have put up the offer of any species of bronze/epic fey in his store. Lin Yuan logged onto the star web and ordered a massive batch of mid-grade energy ores from Zhou Jiaxin, who had a flabbergasted expression. Lin Yuan delivered his beetle-shaped fey storage box to Zhou Jiaxin by using the ostrich logistics. He then asked Zhou Jiaxin to fill the beetle-shaped fey storage box before sending it back to him. Otherwise, if they wanted to deliver such a huge batch of energy ores through the ostrich logistics, it wouldn't be so easy. Subsequently, Lin Yuan visited a wood material store and spent nearly 100 radiance dollars to purchase a huge batch of precious wood. The wood that Lin Yuan prepared previously wasn't considered expensive species. Apart from the red sandalwood, the rest were only considered ordinary species. The rarer the wood, the higher the price it would fetch when it was jade textured. For this purchase, Lin Yuan only picked 5 species of rare wood from the store. They were the yellow rosewood, wenge, ebony, green elm, and Phoebe Genese. These 5 species of wood would fetch the highest price in the market when they were jade textured. Since Lin Yuan wanted to accumulate funds, he was naturally going to nurture wood that had better prices in the market when jade textured. Of course, Lin Yuan had also purchased a few huge pieces of superior agar wood. Once these pieces of agar wood were completely jade textured, Lin Yuan planned to make it a lifestyle consumable in his mansion. As for the fey that would transform under a highly concentrated spirit qi, Lin Yuan chose a fey that was extremely useful for creation masters. It was a kind of succulent plant, and the lowest grade of this succulent plant would also be at the bronze grade. It was called the String of Pearls. The String of Pearls was the most unpopular among all the bronze succulent plants. The bronze String of Pearls might be a healing type fey, but the healing ability it had was overly special. The String of Pearls would produce dewdrops from the body to heal the target's wounds. The ability might be similar to other healing type feys, but when the String of Pearls sap was smeared on the wound, unbearable pain would accompany it. As such, even though healing type spirit qi professionals were inadequate, if the healing type spirit qi professional contracted a String of Pearls as the healing type fey, it would immediately form a status of being unpopular. Many of the teams would rather wait for other healing type spirit qi professionals or bring an additional support type spirit qi professional than to experience unbearable pain after getting injured. However, this unpopular succulent plant, String of Pearls, would transform into a brand new fey when living in an environment with high spirit qi concentration. It would transform into the flower brocade pearls. The flower brocade pearls would still produce dewdrops, however, the dewdrops could be placed in many types of spirit fluid during the concoction to increase the fusion rate of the spiritual ingredients. Of course, this increase in speed wouldn't allow the creation master to increase the level of standard. Nonetheless, it allowed for a shortened time when concocting a spirit fluid. When a creation master was concocting the spirit fluid, a high level of concentration was required. A slight distraction was enough to cause a failure. To a certain degree, the flower brocade pearls would actually be decreasing the failure rate by shortening the concoction time. It wasn't that easy for a creation master to have a successful concoction of spirit fluid, and they would always have to put in a great effort. In fact, they might have to fail a few times, wasting great amounts of spiritual ingredients to have a successful concoction. Therefore, the flower brocade pearls was something that every creation master would spend all methods to purchase. If there was a certain category of person that was best to earn money from, it would be the wealthy creation masters. There were reasons why Lin Yuan chose the String of Pearls and wanted them to transform into flower brocade pearls under the high concentration of spirit qi. Firstly, flower brocade pearls were able to increase the success rate of spirit fluid concoction for creation masters. Therefore, it would allow more healing type spirit qi professionals to obtain the chance to heal other feys that suffered damage to their roots. Creation master resources were extremely insufficient in the Radiance Federation. If a creation master's success rate in concocting spirit fluids could increase by a hint, it would create more time to change the fates of those spirit qi professionals whose feys had damaged roots. This would allow creation masters to earn more radiance dollars. At the same time, it would allow Lin Yuan to easily snatch the jobs of other creation masters. The other reason would be the size of the String of Pearls. It might be a bronze fey, but each string of pearls was very small. Therefore, it allowed Lin Yuan to nurture more of them in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Bronze String of Pearls were extremely cheap, and many star web stores would choose to put on discounts to sell the String of Pearls. As such, Lin Yuan spent only 800 radiance dollars to purchase 1000 bronze String of Pearls. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting that the bronze string of pearls were overly cheap. However, when the bronze string of pearls transformed into flower brocade pearls, the price wouldn't be that easy to estimate. Flower brocade pearls were too rare, and their appearances were simply negligible. Most of them were used in trades, so there wasn't any price to take reference. After all, when creation masters made purchases, they never looked at the price, and they didn't mind even if the price continued to go higher. Who asked creation masters to be wealthy? Wealth meant power. Chapter 258, Incubating the Floating Island Whale and Adventure. Water-type spiritual ingredients and Chi-type spiritual ingredients were extremely easy to obtain. When the elemental shellfish was in an environment with concentrated spirit Chi, and once it was guided with a single element of spiritual ingredient, it would quickly mutate. After purchasing this batch of resources, Lin Yuan received them after slightly over an hour. Lin Yuan picked 100 string of pearls out of the 1000 and placed them in the spirit lock spatial zone. He then placed a portion of the wood onto the plantain rack, filling up 2 full racks. The spirit lock spatial zone was now fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Subsequently, Lin Yuan was going to guide the 4 elemental shellfish and mutate 2 of them into aquamarine elemental shellfish, and the other 2 would mutate into celestine elemental shellfish. At the same time, Lin Yuan placed the crystal egg that contained the floating island whale into the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan sensed for a moment and realized that the floating island whale's egg still wasn't absorbing the concentrated spirit Chi within the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan knew that he would still need the pure water element and pure Chi element before the floating island whale's egg would absorb the concentrated spirit Chi along with the elements. By then, the floating island whale would start to get incubated. Lin Yuan couldn't help thinking about this floating island whale's extraordinary situation. Had it not been brought out from the deep sea by the Gao family and met Lin Yuan, it wouldn't have been possible for it to be hatched. The deep sea contained a high concentration of spirit Chi, and it was enough to fit the spirit Chi condition for regular island whales. The sea also contained a large amount of water elements, so once a regular island whale received enough spirit Chi and water elements over an extremely long period, it would hatch from the crystal egg. However, the floating island whale didn't just need spirit Chi and water elements. It required the Chi element too. There wasn't any Chi element within the deep sea, so even if the floating island whale was a powerful mutation, Mother Nature didn't have the intention to allow such a mutation to continue living. Lin Yuan handled the 4 infant elemental shellfish that had already awakened and circulated the spiritual power before he injected spirit Chi into the elemental shellfish. When the elemental shellfish reached bronze X/epic, he immediately stopped. Immediately after, Lin Yuan took out a water element spiritual ingredient, pieces of an extremely common bronze seaweed that grew in the ocean. The high concentration of spirit Chi and the bronze seaweed's water elements caused deep blue patterns to appear on the 2 white elemental shellfish's shells. The deep blue patterns looked just like sea waves. At the same time, when the elemental shellfish opened up, the flesh inside had also gradually turned light blue. Ultimately, when the 2 elemental shellfish turned completely blue, Lin Yuan knew that they had mutated into the aquamarine elemental shellfish. Similarly, Lin Yuan had also used very common Chi-type spiritual ingredients to guide and mutate the 2 other elemental shellfish into celestine elemental shellfish. The bronze X/epic celestine elemental shellfish had shells and flesh that were pure green, while there were storm patterns on the shell. At that moment, Lin Yuan enhanced all 4 elemental shellfish. 2 of them were bronze X/epic aquamarine elemental shellfish, and the other 2 were bronze X/epic celestine elemental shellfish. Each of the elemental shellfish was already the size of a bowl. Lin Yuan could see that the elemental shellfish were absorbing the massive amount of concentrated spirit Chi within the spirit lock spatial zone. In just a short moment, the aquamarine elemental shellfish produced sea blue pearls that were the size of a thumb. The celestine elemental shellfish had also produced light green pearls that were the size of a thumb. Lin Yuan simply placed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and the celestine elemental shellfish beside the floating island whale's egg. Whenever the aquamarine elemental shellfish or the celestine elemental shellfish produced an elemental pearl, it would immediately open up and throw out the pearl. The pearl would then land beside the floating island whale. With the pure water elemental pearl and pure Chi elemental pearl, the floating island whale started to absorb the spirit lock spatial zone's concentrated spirit Chi. Lin Yuan finally witnessed what was called a whale swallowing everything. With each intake of spirit Chi, the floating island whale would nearly absorb all the spirit Chi within the spirit lock spatial zone. It was fortunate that the spirit pool had the ability to break down energy ores like a bottomless hole. As the spirit Chi concentration wasn't at the extremity in the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit pool would immediately break down energy ores and convert them into spirit chi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to maintain the spirit chi consumption within the spirit lock spatial zone. However, Lin Yuan had an entire diamond phase storage box of mid-grade energy ores and could easily sustain such a consumption. After a few intakes of spirit chi, Lin Yuan could feel a hazy consciousness being formed within the floating island whale's crystal egg. Lin Yuan used the source sand at this sleeve to produce a feather made of day and night spirit silver. He then drew the feather across his palm before placing his palm on the crystal egg. The floating island whale's consciousness inside the crystal egg seemed to be searching for something and was absorbing the warm blood that flowed out of Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan could feel that the floating island whale inside the crystal egg had a very lonely consciousness. However, after finding Lin Yuan's blood, it felt as though it had found its kin. Once it absorbed enough of Lin Yuan's blood, the floating island whale's consciousness let out a childlike emotion. Lin Yuan smiled as this was the moment when the floating island whale truly belonged to him. When Lin Yuan exited from the spirit lock spatial zone, it was already close to 3 a.m. Lin Yuan lay down on the bed and went into a deep sleep as he hugged Genius and Chimey inside the warm blanket. On the next morning, when it was bright, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. After having a meal, he bade farewell to Wen Yu and Hu Chuan. Lin Yuan had set off on his journey to train. The Moon Empress was in the inner palace's lotus pond and feeding the platinum spirit siphon goldfish. He looked at the pond that was filled with lotus flowers of various colors and muttered, "This Empress wonders how many of this pond's diamond/legend lotus flowers will be able to comprehend willpower runes and upgrade into fantasy breeds when I pour in this spirit fluid." Subsequently, the Moon Empress said to the pond of lotus flowers, "Listen up, this Empress lotus pond will only be nurturing suzerain lotus flowers in spring. Those that cannot reach the suzerain grade will be shifted to the garden at the front of the palace." These diamond/legend lotus flowers already had wisdom and responded to the Moon Empress by swaying their flowers and stems. At this moment, Mystic Moon walked into the inner palace and said in a clear voice, "Your Empress, the young lord's assistant, Wen Yu, is here at the Radiant Moon Palace and seeks an audience with your eminence. I wonder if your Empress wishes to see Wen Yu." Had Wen Yu still possessed the same status as before, she wouldn't even have the chance to see the Moon Empress. In fact, Wen Yu wouldn't even have the chance to speak with Mystic Moon. Therefore, Mystic Moon wouldn't even be standing here and asking the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress didn't stop tossing fish food into the lotus pond and said, "Bring Wen Yu into the inner palace to see this Empress." Mystic Moon acknowledged the order and went out. At the same time, he was thinking, "I didn't think that the Moon Empress would actually allow Wen Yu to see her in the inner palace." The inner palace wasn't a place where ordinary people could enter. Even the Class 5 Creation Masters, Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme, wouldn't dare to step one foot into the inner palace without the Moon Empress' permission. The change in Wen Yu's status was merely because of Lin Yuan's choice, who picked her as his assistant. The lotus pond was filled with splashes as the fish played around in the pond. Wen Yu was feeling extremely nervous right now and forcefully stopped herself from trembling. This was the first time Wen Yu had a chance to meet with the Moon Empress directly. The Moon Empress looked at Wen Yu calmly and asked with a rather cold voice, "Why do you wish to meet with this Empress?" Wen Yu's apprehensive eyes slowly turned absolutely determined. "Your Empress, I wish to become stronger." The Moon Empress asked indifferently in return, "Why?" Wen Yu gritted her teeth and said with an unbending will, "Your Empress, I don't wish to just be a useless person beside Lord Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan was currently walking on the streets of the royal capital. When he brought out his mobile phone and prepared to order a flying fei, his ears suddenly echoed with the mother of bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice. "Lin Yuan, where are you planning to visit for your first stop on your adventure?" Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and said, "I am planning to enter a dimensional rift to train." Chapter 259, 5 Major Types of Dimensional Rifts. Lin Yuan had already made plans for his venture outside to train. If he were to visit the Endless Forest again, then he would still be obtaining similarly rare feys that were rather low grade. Lin Yuan was a creation master, and it was easy for feys to develop a good impression of him, so the amount of danger that Lin Yuan would encounter in the Endless Forest was very limited. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he encountered a platinum fey, the gold eye/fantasy eye source sand would still have the capability to fight back. In fact, if Lin Yuan controlled the source sand himself, he could even kill weaker platinum feys without much effort. The source sand's capability was developed in an all-rounded manner. Defense, offense, and control were all well developed. However, since Lin Yuan had enhanced the fantasy breed source sand to the gold grade and upgraded the exclusive skill, Metal Consume Manifestation, for the second time, the source sand's defensive capability was increased significantly. If Lin Yuan asked the source sand to produce the gold metal, day and night spirit silver, to form feathers and assemble the 4 wings, he only had to circulate his spiritual power to change the black wings of massacre into white wings of protection. The white wings of protection were able to defend against an all-out attack from a platinum fey. However, in order to resist the all-out attack, Lin Yuan would need to use plenty of spiritual power to let the day and night spirit silver wings distribute the attack force to the surrounding environment. Moreover, the source sand's exclusive skill, gravel spirit acceptance, hid the heart-penetrating iron line that was equivalent to a platinum 3/flawless fey. With a surprise attack, there were only a few platinum feys that could resist the attack. Furthermore, as a creation master, Lin Yuan wasn't willing to massacre feys in the endless forest. As such, if Lin Yuan wanted to experience a training of life and death, then there was nowhere more suitable than the inside of a dimensional rift. The mother of Bloodbath responded, there are a total of 4 types of dimensional rifts that are still open in the vicinity of the royal capital. It's already under control, so people may enter to train. Which kind of dimensional rift do you want to go? There were 5 types of dimensional rifts in total. Apart from massive numbers of dimensional life forms, each dimensional rift would produce spiritual ingredients that could only be found in dimensional rifts. All these spiritual ingredients were great items that creation masters could use to concoct a spirit fluid to enhance the phase quality. Therefore, almost every major city in the Radiance Federation would control a dimensional rift in the vicinity. Apart from allowing the Radiance Federation's young generation to train in the dimensional rifts, it was also to allow adventurers to explore and harvest spiritual ingredients according to their missions. Even if there weren't any spiritual ingredients within the controlled dimensional rift, killing some dimensional life forms and obtaining their flesh and blood would also bring in quite an attractive sum. However, out of the 5 types of dimensional rifts, only 4 were controlled by the Radiance Federation. The method to control a dimensional rift was to send a team of King-class experts to clean up a Class 3 dimensional rift. The team would then take 2 of the 3 source-type items, leaving behind only 1. The remaining source-type item would allow the dimensional rift to maintain the opening. However, the dimensional life form strength in the Class 3 dimensional rift would decrease due to the decrease in source-type items. Each of the dimensional rifts was just like a hub. On the outside of the hub, it was the human's real world, while the other side was the dimensional life form's world. The dimensional rifts were massive on the inside. Nonetheless, when a Class 3 dimensional rift was only left with 1 of the 3 source-type items, it was the same as shrinking the entrance of the dimensional life form's world. Therefore, they were limiting the chances of powerful dimensional life forms emerging. But it would merely control the dimensional rift to be at the pinnacle of Class 2. The 4 types of dimensional rifts controlled by the Radiance Federation were the alien insect, abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. As for the 5th type of dimensional rift, humans weren't able to control it. The 5th type of dimensional rift would only open up in the ocean, making it the water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before answering the mother of Bloodbath's question, I shall train in the abyss dimensional rift. The dimensional life forms inside have the strongest individual strength and are most suitable for combat skill training. Alien insect dimensional rifts were already considered Lin Yuan's old friend. The abyss dimensional rifts were always said to be the strongest dimensional rifts that could be opened up on land. It was due to the insect wave that surged out endlessly and was far beyond the abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. But when inside the abyss dimensional rift, if Lin Yuan's red thorn was given a chance to set up its offense, then the endless insect wave wouldn't be a huge threat. Especially when red thorn became stronger, the sea of lowers it produced would also become increasingly stronger. The sea of flowers would subsequently become bigger and have more damage against the low-class alien insects. Once those low-class alien insects fell, they would immediately become fertilizers for red thorn. The marsh dimensional rift was the least suitable for training among the 4 types of dimensional rifts. All sorts of bizarre marsh life forms lurked in it, and most of them were carrying severe poison. There might be a hidden dimensional life form that had fatal poison within the turbid marsh. The subterranean dimensional rift contained subterranean life forms that were filthy and ugly. Excluding the water world dimensional rifts, the subterranean dimensional rifts were the least explored dimensional rifts for humans. The reason being that subterranean dimensional rifts didn't have much light, and it got darker as one went deeper. Therefore, only some of the spirit chi professionals that possessed feys with illuminating abilities would be able to venture inside subterranean dimensional rifts. The subterranean dimensional rifts were filled with rich metallic spiritual ingredients. The day and night spirit silver that Lin Yuan gave to the source sand was excavated from a subterranean dimensional rift. It was also why the day and night spirit silver was so rare and expensive. As for abyss dimensional rifts, they were mostly filled with abyss demons that had powerful individual strength. There were many species of demons within the abyss dimensional rifts. The demons were also separated by grades like the alien insects. However, demons of the same grade had plenty of different abilities. If the abyss dimensional rift was the strongest in terms of numbers among the 4 types of dimensional rifts, then the abyss dimensional rift was the one with the least dimensional life forms. However, the abyss demons were dimensional life forms that had relatively complicated genetic models. As compared to other dimensional life forms in other dimensional rifts, the same grade of abyss demon would be much stronger individually. Furthermore, plenty of the abyss demons were adept at using flames. The flames used by the abyss demons had withering effects, and it was extremely damaging to the plant species feys. When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's decision, her peculiar and pleasant voice echoed through Lin Yuan's ears again. If you are going to an abyss dimensional rift to train, that class 3 abyss dimensional rift outside the royal capital will be suitable for you. This class 3 abyss dimensional rift originally had 3 source type items, but there is only 1 left. There will only be class 4 demons within the dimensional rift, and the strongest class 4 demons are only comparable with pinnacle platinum feys. The danger factor is comparable with pinnacle class 2 dimensional rifts. It is very suitable for you to have life and death training. You can go all out and temper your combat skills. When your life is in danger, I will protect you. Lin Yuan was rather curious. The mother of Bloodbath wouldn't talk much normally, but she suddenly said so much at once. It seemed like she had a significant change in attitude toward him. Before Lin Yuan could think more, the mother of Bloodbath's voice echoed again. But there is only another 2 months before the active period of the dimensional rift. By then, the Radiance Federation will seal up the controlled class 3 dimensional rift. Therefore, you only have less than 2 months to train in the class 3 abyss dimensional rift. Lin Yuan nodded and immediately ordered a gold flying fey, the broad-winged ashy wood swallow. Lin Yuan rode on the broad-winged ashy wood swallow and controlled it to fly toward the class 3 abyss dimensional rift near the royal capital. Chapter 260, Special Flames. Back when the mother of Bloodbath had been experiencing the cleansing of heaven and earth and upgraded from suzerain/myth I to myth 2, she learned about Lin Yuan's strength. As she had been experiencing the cleanse previously, she hadn't had the time to think too much. But after some pondering, she was shocked by Lin Yuan's strength. In the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, even if Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, it was still too shocking for him to possess such strength at this young age. It was why the mother of Bloodbath recommended Lin Yuan to train in a controlled class 3 dimensional rift. Seated on the back of the gold broad-winged ashy wood swallow, Lin Yuan welcomed the morning autumn breeze and closed his eyes to rest. The gold broad-winged ashy wood swallow had a speed that was easily ranked top 3 among the gold flying feys that could be ordered in the royal capital. Its speed might not be comparable with the platinum divine travel black swallow, but the comfort level was much better and still had speed. At least, when Lin Yuan sat on the broad-winged ashy wood swallow, he wouldn't have to endure the pain on his buttocks. The controlled class 3 abyss dimensional rift wasn't considered far from the royal capital. The broad-winged ashy wood swallow flew for around 2 to 3 hours before reaching the place. When Lin Yuan alighted the broad-winged ashy wood swallow and looked at the class 3 abyss dimensional rift entrance, he couldn't help lamenting. There were plenty of stalls and vendors at the entrance area of the dimensional rift. Most of them were selling daily supplies. It was a scene that made Lin Yuan involuntarily recall Millstone Town. However, Millstone Town had already experienced close to 100 years of history and had already settled down into a place where plenty of spirit chi professionals called home for the generation. The market in front of the class 3 dimensional rift might look similar to Millstone Town, but it wasn't possible to maintain a long business in front of this controlled class 3 abyss dimensional rift. After every decade or so, the dimensional rifts would enter the active period. Once the active period started, many other dimensional rifts would start to appear throughout the Radiance Federation during the year. It was fine during the first half of the year as there were relatively fewer dimensional rifts opening. However, during the second half of the year, the dimensional rift openings frequency would increase constantly. In the Radiance Federation's history, during the dimensional rift's active period, a class 4 dimensional rift had opened once. The class 6 dimensional life forms inside the class 4 dimensional rifts had strength that was comparable to suzerain feys. Once the dimensional rift's active period was approaching, the Radiance Federation would enter a war preparation state. This year would be filled with danger and opportunities. The active period of the dimensional rifts would always contribute huge quantities of source-type items. During the active period, controlled class 3-dimensional rifts would have their final source type item taken out before getting destroyed. Otherwise, the controlled class 3-dimensional rift might just transform into a class 4-dimensional rift when it was the active period. By then, it would be a disaster. For such controlled class 3-dimensional rifts, they were all established by the Guild Alliance's branches. Spirit Chi professionals could set up their teams here and obtain gathering missions that were related to the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Abyss Dimensional Rift wasn't really a place that would produce valuable spiritual ingredients. Even if there were any, it would be those fire attribute spiritual ingredients. However, inside the Abyss Dimensional Rifts, there were special flames. The special flames were truly mystical, and as long as they were injected into the Spirit Chi, they would constantly burn. Such flames were rather useful to some of the lifestyle class Spirit Chi professionals. Spirit craftsmen or smiths would need such special flames. In fact, one of the 3 class 5 creation masters, the Chef Supreme, was said to have a special flame that was the fusion of several different special flames that could only be found in class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts. Once the special flames fused together, they would form a brand new type of flame. The Chef Supreme used this special flame to cook delicacies that could enhance feys by upgrading their quality and allowing the feys to evolve to the next grade quickly. At the same time, the flames could also repair the damaged roots. Lin Yuan noticed there were plenty of people pointing at him and discussing something. Lin Yuan listened carefully and heard it. This silver mask attire, how many have I seen this week? Even if there aren't 20, there are at least 10. Brother, can you not use this week? Today is only Tuesday. Can't you just say you have met at least 10 on Monday? This silver-masked kid isn't professional enough. He isn't even wearing black clothes. This is the worst attire I have seen so far, but his silver mask does look much more exquisite than the others. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he had never received any praise for trying to dress as himself. While thinking like this, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Why am I even trying to dress as myself? I am myself. This time, Lin Yuan didn't choose to join a team like the time he had visited the Endless Forest. He verified his identity alone and entered the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. After entering this controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan realized that it was much more flourishing on the inside. The entrance was just like a huge camp, and it was selling all the supplies required in the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan could feel that the Abyss Dimensional Rift's temperature was at least 30 degrees warmer than outside. The temperature outside the royal capital was 15 degrees, but the temperature inside the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift was close to 50 degrees, and there was a sulfur smell. It was a kind of heat that made Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable. However, Lin Yuan didn't really bother about the high temperature. While no one noticed, the amber button-shaped source sand on Lin Yuan's sleeve had fallen onto the ground. The source sand had already turned into fine sand and dug into the Abyss Dimensional Rift's purplish-black soil. The source sand's ability to create sand was its own ability and didn't need Lin Yuan to use any spiritual power to control it. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply allowed the gold eye/fantasy eye source sand to create sand freely in the direction he was going to travel. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt someone lightly tugging on his sleeve. He turned around to see a young girl that was even younger than Chu Ci. However, this young girl's face was reddish, and she had small freckles. Her face had this innocent smile that could influence others, while her big round eyes were just like glistening black grapes. The young girl saw that Lin Yuan was looking at her, so she handed over an icy blue grass and said, "Big brother, you like Big Brother Black too, right? Little Zhao likes him too. This ice mist grass is for Big Brother. I hope that those demon baddies will not bully Big Brother." Lin Yuan crouched down when he saw the girl handing over an ice mist grass to him. He touched the ahog on the young girl's head and asked, "Little Zhao, why are you giving Big Brother an ice mist grass?" When Lin Yuan saw the ahog on the young girl's head, he couldn't help thinking about Chu Ci as her head would always have an ahog too. Looking at this young girl's reddish skin, Lin Yuan knew that this young girl must have been living within the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for a substantial period. The skin's redness could only be possible after being exposed to the heat in this environment for a long period. The ice mist grass was a very common fey in the outside world, and the price would be around 100 Federation dollars. The only effect it could provide was to release some icy mist to lower the surrounding environment's temperature. When the young girl heard Lin Yuan's question, she immediately revealed a big smile and said, "Big Brother Black is Little Zhao's idol. Therefore, Little Zhao is giving Big Brother an entire stalk of ice mist grass, while Little Zhao is only giving others a piece of leaf." Lin Yuan was rather surprised as he felt that this young girl called Little Zhao was actually his fan. But Lin Yuan felt there was something strange. Little Zhao, why are you giving everyone a piece of leaf from the ice mist grass? Little Zhao responded delightfully. Mother asked Little Zhao to do so. Mother says that those uncles, aunties, big brothers, and big sisters are here in the dimensional rift to beat up those demon baddies. It is why those demon baddies are fewer in number. Mother will then be able to bring Little Zhao here to bring the uncles, aunties, big brothers, and big sisters something nice to eat. This way, Little Zhao can also eat the shaved ice that Mother makes every day. Mother says. While speaking until this point, Lin Yuan saw Little Zhao pondering before her eyes lit up as though she thought of something. Mother says this is called gratitude. When Lin Yuan saw Little Zhao's innocent smile, his face behind the mask revealed a sunshine smile. Little Zhao's words had touched Lin Yuan's heart. Such simple words felt as though they were shining with radiant light. Chapter 261, Strange Middle-Aged Man. Lin Yuan rubbed Little Zhao's head, and just as he was preparing to stand up, he felt a gaze that seemed like it was monitoring him. It was a gaze that wasn't from a passerby. This gaze had a secretive and prying gaze. Lin Yuan looked toward the gaze's direction and noticed a middle-aged man sizing him up. The middle-aged man looked unassuming and nearly didn't have any sense of existence. Upon seeing Lin Yuan suddenly turn around, the middle-aged was startled as he never expected Lin Yuan to do so. He attempted to hide his prying appearance and laughed heartily as he walked over. Hey! Kid, you are also acting as black, right? There are plenty of silver-masked adventurers entering this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift every day, but it seems like Little Zhao is the closest with you. Lin Yuan's face behind the mask immediately frowned. This unassuming man might be speaking in a very natural manner, but when Lin Yuan turned around, he personally saw the prying expression before it instantly changed. Had Lin Yuan not been wearing Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask, he wouldn't have noticed this indication. When wearing the silver mask, Lin Yuan might have been looking at Little Zhao, but his senses toward the surroundings were extremely sensitive. Everything within 40 meters, including the blind spots behind Lin Yuan's head, was within Lin Yuan's sensory perception. Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask might not be able to see through the assassinations plotted meticulously by high-rank spirit chi professionals. However, Lin Yuan was still able to sense this middle-aged man's prying eyes. Lin Yuan had lived 2 lives, so he had an additional lifetime of experiences. Therefore, he was able to understand what certain expressions meant. The middle-aged man's prying eyes actually concealed a trace of anxiety. However, the anxiety wasn't because of Lin Yuan. On the contrary, it seemed like the concealed anxiety was the reason that this middle-aged man was prying and sizing up Lin Yuan, who had just entered the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. It also meant to say that the middle-aged man was sizing Lin Yuan to see if Lin Yuan was going to be the person that could influence the uncertainty. The middle-aged man's appearance was unassuming, but Lin Yuan used genius normal ability, precise memory, to memorize this middle-aged man's aura and figure. Little Zhao waved her small hand toward the middle-aged man who suddenly spoke and greeted. Hello, uncle. The unassuming middle-aged man sized up Lin Yuan a few more times before he waved to Little Zhao and went back to the side to size up other adventurers who had just entered the dimensional rift. When the middle-aged man left, Little Zhao then said to Lin Yuan, Big brother, this uncle has been here for over 2 years, but this uncle is very strange. Lin Yuan asked softly in return, why does Little Zhao feel that this uncle is very strange? This uncle doesn't have any stalls here. The other big brothers, big sisters, uncles, and aunties would normally purchase some things from mother before going deeper to fight with demon baddies. But this uncle only leaves for 1 or 2 days every time. He would be staying here most of the time. Little Zhao then said with a little worry, Big brother, do you think that this uncle isn't able to beat those demon baddies? If that is the case, will the uncle go hungry? Lin Yuan's frown became deeper. Although this middle-aged man was indeed strange, Lin Yuan wasn't going to investigate him. At this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's entrance, be it on the inside or outside, the Radiance Federation's employed King-class experts were overseeing the place. Therefore, no one dared to create trouble here. If anyone caused any trouble, they would receive a corresponding punishment according to the situation's severity. However, the security and peace were only maintained at the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's entrance area. Once on the inside, life or death would be up to a person's strength and fate. This Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had been controlled for around 8 years. It was unknown how many lives this place would consume on a yearly basis. Of course, the loss of lives among the spirit chi professionals wasn't just because of the demons in the abyss dimensional rift. It was also because of the humans. There were plenty of fated opportunities in this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift, like the encounter of rare spiritual ingredients or mystical flames. Such a fated opportunity would be accompanied with immense value, so it wasn't strange for murders and disputes to happen when fighting over the treasures. After the spirit chi awakening, human evolution had undergone a fundamental change. Before the spirit chi awakening, humans would mainly rely on wisdom instead of strength. But after the spirit chi awakening, humans and all other life forms in the world had to face the challenge of increasing their individual strength and also evolution. With the spirit chi awakening, humans would reap great benefits by increasing their strength. One of the benefits was to extend their lifespan. When a person was at the king class, even if they were at the age of 100, their body's cellular activity would be the same as a 20 or 30-year-old. Lin Yuan started to move deeper into the Class 3 abyss dimensional rift from the entrance. He didn't summon Chimey or Red Thorn along the way. The main objective of this training journey was to practice the combat skills when using the source sand. Although Lin Yuan had obtained the source sand, he had never used it in combat. Therefore, he wanted to properly train the combat skills when using the source sand. The source sand's exclusive skill, sand control, might allow Lin Yuan to control the source sand proficiently, but being able to control the source sand like his own arm and being able to utilize it efficiently during combat were two different things. Soon after he entered this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift, Lin Yuan encountered a group of Class 2 demons. Chapter 262, First Battle, Powerful Source Sand. This group of Class 2 demons was Horn Demons. Horn Demons were considered Class 2 dimensional life forms with the most notorious reputation in the abyss dimensional rift. Each of the Horn Demons had a giant spiral-shaped horn with a strange fire pattern at the horn's tip. Each Horn Demon was about the size of a bull. Its thick and robust limbs allowed the Horn Demon to have shocking power when charging. When the Horn Demon charged forward, the horn with the fire pattern would release withering sparks after smashing into the target. At the same time, the Horn Demon could also spit out flames with withering properties. The Horn Demon had great physical strength. Even if it was only equivalent to a silver fey, its physical strength was comparable with some of the gold feys. Moreover, it could spit out withering flames. Its extraordinary physical strength and the withering flames allowed the Horn Demon to have individual combat strength that was considered at the top of all Class 2 dimensional life forms. That was why the complicated genetic model of the Class 2 Horn Demons had its benefits. However, such a complicated genetic model wasn't that suitable for Lu Ji's Insect Queen and Lin Yuan's Source Sand. If Lu Ji's Insect Queen was to consume an insect species fey with a complicated genetic model like the Horn Demon, the amount of spiritual power required to reproduce such a complicated genetic model would be significantly higher than other insect feys. Similarly, for Lin Yuan's gold/fantasy source sand, the gravel spirit acceptance could accept the heart-penetrating iron line, which was equivalent to platinum 3/flawless. However, if it accepted a Horn Demon, the gravel spirit acceptance could only accept a Horn Demon that was at the pinnacle of gold/flawless. The gold/flawless Horn Demon might be extremely powerful among the gold/flawless feys, but as compared to the platinum 3/flawless heart-penetrating iron line, there wasn't a need to even compare them. The variety in attacks allowed the Horn Demon to become a dimensional life form that was proficient in both elemental magic and physical capability. However, the heart-penetrating iron line had a very simple and single type of attack. It relied on its slender and hard iron line body to assassinate the target with shocking penetrative power. However, Lin Yuan had to admit that the pressure coming from this small group of Horn Demons felt as though it was stronger than a small wave of insects. It was obvious that the group of Horn Demons had noticed Lin Yuan. After seeing Lin Yuan, the bull-like Horn Demons let out strange but abnormally loud roars before they started charging at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan calmly reached out one hand while he watched the group of around 50 Horn Demons charging toward him. The moment Lin Yuan raised his hand, the ground underneath the Horn Demons collapsed. The purplish-black ground that was originally hard suddenly turned into something like quicksand. The quicksand immediately stopped the Horn Demons in their paths. The Horn Demons struggled desperately to break free inside the flowing quicksand. However, Lin Yuan raised his hand and formed a fist. The moment the fist was made, all the Horn Demons let out intense and painful mourns. Immediately after, the Horn Demons stopped struggling to break free from the quicksand. A thick and broad sword that was formed with bluish-black ferromanganese had suddenly appeared on each of the Horn Demons' backs. 50 bull-sized Horn Demons were all wrapped around by the source sand's chain blade form. The quicksand could use the source sand's metal consume manifestation to form the chain blade from the sand immediately. The ferromanganese's surface and also the abnormally sharp edge started to score large wounds on the horn demons' bodies as they struggled violently. More wounds started to open as the horn demons continued to struggle, turning them into large pits. The ground open pits oozed out a massive amount of purplish-red blood, which was the abyss demon's specialty. As soon as the blood flowed into the quicksand, they immediately vanished. Lin Yuan shook his head as these horn demons weren't good enough as his training targets. Lin Yuan's chain blade's chain portion was immediately tightened up with a thought. In just a short moment, the bull-sized horn demons were no longer breathing. Lin Yuan stored all of the horn demons into his leaf-shaped fey storage box with a wave of his hand. A mosquito might be small, but it still had flesh. These Class 2 horn demons just happened to be very suitable to serve as food for the Bronze 6/Epic Red Thorn. At present, Red Thorn was no longer eating alien insects and had changed its preference to consuming abyss-dimensional life forms. The flesh and blood of abyss-dimensional life forms also contained powerful acidity. However, the acidic properties were different from the alien insect's acid. Alien insect's blood contained an acid that was extremely corrosive, but the acid in the abyss demon's blood was like sulfur. Apart from corrosive properties, it also had a withering effect. When Red Thorn was at elite grade, there was a certain negative effect when Red Thorn consumed abyss demons with the mouth of Relinquish. But now that Red Thorn's strength had increased, it wasn't as difficult anymore when consuming abyss demon flesh. At the same time, the withering acid within the abyss demon's blood allowed Red Thorn's acid to have an additional effect. Actually, when Red Thorn started to consume abyss demons in large quantities and enhanced its own acid, it developed a resistance against the abyss demon's withering flames. As a source-type life that could only evolve by consuming flesh and blood, it was slowly developing a resistance against flames with withering properties during the consumption process. Of course, the resistance to flames was only applicable to Red Thorn's Ortet. As for the Raymets and Child Raymets, their resistance against flames was still inferior. However, Lin Yuan believed that if Red Thorn consumed more abyss demon flesh, the withering effects, as well as the resistance to flames, would constantly be enhanced. Simultaneously, the ability obtained by consuming abyss demon's flesh might be brought out when Red Thorn released spores. The ability might be transferred onto the Raymets and Child Raymets. Chapter 263, The Green Flaming Light That Burst Toward the Sky. The sky within the abyss dimensional rift was constantly dark red in color, and it wasn't possible to tell the difference between day and night. As such, it was very easy to forget about time when training inside an abyss dimensional rift. One would only realize that a long time had passed when they were exhausted and needed a rest. The ground was still purplish black as far as the horizon could reach. Rugged rock ravines would form flat and smooth surfaces, which seemed like it was formed by lava that flowed past. The air had a concentrated sulfur smell, and anyone who had to constantly remain in an environment with a temperature of 50 degrees would need to constantly replenish themselves with water. Time passed by quickly, and Lin Yuan had already been training inside the abyss dimensional rift for an entire month. Lin Yuan was already used to the abyss dimensional rift's harsh environment. A Class 4 horn terror demon was struggling violently inside the tumbling quicksand. While struggling, the horn terror demon would spit out viscous fluid, and it was probably fine to call it brown flames. Class 4 horn terror demons had the strength of platinum feys. The horn terror demon's viscous fluid had a brown flame that had extremely powerful withering effects. If a platinum plant fey were to get stained with a little of the brown flame, its roots would be immediately damaged. The stained place would start to wither. If more of the flames got onto the body, the platinum fey's vitality would slowly get burned by the withering flames. The horn terror demon that was still struggling inside this small surging quicksand suddenly turned silent. It seemed like it was instantly killed by something aggressive and unstoppable inside the quicksand. The Class 4 horn terror demon was the evolved version of the Class 2 horn demon. Due to the complicated genetic model of the Class 2 horn demon, it had extremely high potential in evolving. In fact, there were some Class 2 horn demons with extreme talent that could further evolve into the Class 5 Inferno horn demon. A Class 5 Inferno horn demon's battle prowess was already equivalent to a Diamond Fey and was already considered to be the pinnacle of combat strength in an uncontrolled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. The Class 4 Horn Terror Demon, which was equivalent to a Platinum Fey, was still unable to resist against the Platinum 3/Flawless Heart-penetrating Iron Line's all-out attack. Lin Yuan let out a breath. Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for the past month. After experiencing a month of blood and flames, Lin Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own strength. At the same time, he had achieved true teamwork with the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Source Sand. Given their teamwork, Lin Yuan could just use his thoughts to command the Source Sand to the greatest extent to attack, defend, or control. It was the same as when he commanded Chimey and Redthorn in combat. During the past month in this place, Lin Yuan had always allowed the Source Sand to use its basic ability to create sand in the purplish-black ground. Not even Lin Yuan knew how much sand the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Source Sand had created over this month. The Source Sand might possess Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye strength, but it was still an elemental type life form, so its intelligence wasn't high. Even as a fantasy breed, the Source Sand could only transmit simple and crude thoughts. However, as the Source Sand created a larger surface of underground sand, it discovered plenty of fire attribute spiritual ingredients through the control of the sand and spiritual power senses. As soon as the Source Sand sensed a spiritual ingredient, it would control a flow of sand underneath the purplish-black ground and push the spiritual ingredient out onto the ground's surface. The Source Sand would then use its consciousness and wrap the spiritual ingredient before transporting it to Lin Yuan's feet. Apart from training, Lin Yuan also had a great harvest of fire attribute spiritual ingredients in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift over this month. Once the Source Sand created a huge area of sand underground, its treasure-searching ability was truly astounding. Of course, Lin Yuan had also understood a reasoning that he had never truly understood even after living 2 lives during this month. It was the reasoning of the human heart facing up, but the human nature was facing down. There were good and evil people, so it was the same for human nature. A human would always want to make themselves better, therefore, the human heart would never be satisfied. As a result, the human heart would never have an upper limit. Human nature facing down meant that a human could unconditionally lower their human nature's lower limit to fulfill an objective or achieve a goal, allowing them to satisfy their greed. As a result, human nature never had a lower limit. When training in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan hadn't just encountered attacks from Abyss Dimensional life forms. He had also encountered 3 attacks from Spirit Chi professionals. Lin Yuan had been attacked by these 3 groups of Spirit Chi professionals because he didn't have any experience of training in the wilderness. When Lin Yuan had taken out food from his button-shaped Fey storage box, other Spirit Chi professionals had seen it. After facing the murderous attacks from the 3 groups of Spirit Chi professionals, Lin Yuan had finally understood the dangers of training in a dimensional rift. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan hadn't been merciful when facing these Spirit Chi professionals who wanted him dead. Those who killed should be ready to get killed too. Ever since Lin Yuan had been intercepted and nearly killed by Cheng Wu and Cheng Rui in the outskirts of the royal capital, he had made a decision in his heart. He was going to remain his same self. He would have a heart like a flower that would grow toward the sun. However, when facing anyone who wanted to kill him, Lin Yuan would also use the most brutal method in response. His life belonged to him, and no one would be able to take it away. If they wished to take it, they would have to die. All those Spirit Chi professionals that wanted to kill Lin Yuan had all been buried within the boundless underground sand. Lin Yuan knew that the Spirit Chi professionals wanted to kill him because they were targeting his wealth. As such, when the Source Sand consumed the Spirit Chi professionals, their wealth naturally fell into Lin Yuan's hands. However, Lin Yuan didn't have any interest in these Spirit Chi professionals' wealth. All the miscellaneous spiritual ingredients and the total sum of over 100,000 radiance dollars were nothing for the current Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wasn't going to keep these resources. He was planning to ask Zhou Jiaxin to sell them on his behalf after he finished the training. Lin Yuan was now the shareholder of Zhou Jiaxin's Star Web store and would obtain more profits than Zhou Jiaxin when her store was making profits. During this period, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store had also earned a fair amount of money. However, if Chimey saw the amount of money Lin Yuan's store earned and looked at its streaming room's profits, it would surely think that Lin Yuan's earnings were nothing. The first kill had given Lin Yuan a particularly uncomfortable feeling. However, that feeling gradually vanished when Lin Yuan started to digest the information. Lin Yuan looked at the purple-red sky in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and said softly, "In order to shake the world, I will need to make a commotion in the normal world." Since Lin Yuan had already decided to establish his own private faction, it was inevitable to have kills along the way when his private faction was rising up. A rise of a faction would never be calm. However, Lin Yuan had his own ideas on how to develop his private faction. He knew about his advantages. It was the unending amount of concentrated spirit chi in his spirit lock spatial zone, as well as his ability to enhance phase. Therefore, Lin Yuan was planning to gather resources and wealth. He didn't wish to build a private faction that had plenty of members. He wanted to build a faction where each individual was an absolute elite. Lin Yuan had read plenty of comics when he was young in his previous life. He wanted to create a faction that was like Akatsuki from Naruto or Espada from Bleach. Lin Yuan's private faction would be constructed on the back of the floating island whale, hiding within the clouds and being like the floating clouds in the sky. The floating clouds in the sky would always be indifferent and were rarely affected by the mortal affairs. Other factions would be like a thunderstorm that created huge commotions, allowing them to be known in the world. However, no matter how loud a thunderstorm was, it would still ultimately be for an instant. However, if anything dared to touch the floating clouds hidden in the sky, the clouds would tumble, and the sky would change. At that moment, Lin Yuan's brows suddenly raised up. According to the source sand scouting, it sensed something that contained an extremely massive amount of spirit chi. Furthermore, it felt like a plant. From what the source sand sensed, Lin Yuan knew that this life form had extremely long roots in the ground. After multiple information relays from the source sand, Lin Yuan finally determined that it was a small-sized plant with a massive amount of spirit chi. It was so small that it wouldn't be as big as Lin Yuan's fist. As such, Lin Yuan gave the source sand a command to bring the plant over. The source sand sensed Lin Yuan's will and immediately acted according to Lin Yuan's command. However, Lin Yuan felt at that very moment that the source sand was facing an abnormally strong obstruction. Lin Yuan immediately injected spiritual power toward the source sand and commanded it to use metal consume manifestation. The sea of sand produced feathers that were made of day and night spirit silver and started to strike and excavate at the strong obstruction. Every time the source sand clashed with the obstruction, a flaming green light would burst into the sky. The influence of the flaming green light was truly astonishing. It immediately dyed the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's purple-red sky with a tint of green. Chapter 264, Lifeform Sacrificial Fire. Lin Yuan looked at the flaming green light that burst into the sky in the distance and felt the tinge of green that had dyed half of the Class 3 Dimensional Rift's purple-red sky. He furrowed hard. Although his elemental source-type lifeform's intelligence wasn't high and its thoughts were relatively one-sided, Lin Yuan found many abnormal points through the images the source sand transmitted through its connection with his mind. This was definitely not simple. After the source sand had dug through the still hard barrier, it had immediately transmitted a burning sensation. Lin Yuan knew that the source sand was being attacked either by a demon with flames or the flames from the plant that contained a huge amount of spirit chi. However, after he sensed the source sand's burning sensation, he was certain that this flame could not have come from any of the Abyss Dimensional Rift's demons. This was because the burning sensation did not contain the power of destruction and wilting. Instead, it gave off strong vitality. It was as if the burning sensation itself was creating life. The Abyss Dimensional Rift would also have some spiritual materials that were almost all of the fire element, so Lin Yuan was not surprised at all of this. He sensed the rich unconcealable vitality in the flaming green light that burst into the sky and then compared it with the flame in contact with the source sand and the properties contained in that burning sensation. Lin Yuan speculated that the flaming green light that rose in the distance had been released after he had ordered the source sand to dig through the not-so-solid barrier. He sensed source sand's current state, and after a moment of thinking, he told it to continue to bring the fist-sized plant that contained a huge amount of spirit chi. When the source sand received Lin Yuan's command, it immediately started to move. Suddenly, he sensed pure fire element energy through the source-type source sand. Just after he sensed this, a flaming red light burst into the sky and covered up the flaming green light, which had already dyed half of the Class 3 Dimensional Rift's purple-red sky. After this dense flaming red light burst into the sky, a heavy crimson vortex appeared in the sky that was filled with a crimson flowing flame, composed of huge amounts of fire elements in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. It quickly absorbed the fire element energy in the surrounding space. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt that the temperature in this Class 3 Dimensional Rift seemed to have lowered due to the huge amount of fire elements drawing away the heat. The sand grains that the source sand created to wrap the plant containing a huge amount of spirit chi dissolved into fluids the moment the crimson flaming light shot up in the sky. However, the source sand itself did not suffer any substantial damage. After all, the sand grains were just a drop in the bucket from the gravel it had broken under the earth layer. At that moment, Lin Yuan commanded the source sand again to bring over the barrier debris that the source sand had spent a lot of effort to break through with its day and night spirit silver form. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn as he looked at the distant red flame vortex. He could not help but think of the seventh of the world's most precious 10 fire element spiritual materials, the life form sacrificial fire. His master, the Moon Empress, had mentioned it before when talking about fire element spiritual materials during the question and answer session. Lin Yuan had also carefully memorized the life form sacrificial fire's characteristics. The current situation, the vitality in that flaming green light, and the purifier element energy in the flaming red light were very consistent with the knowledge of the life form sacrificial fire that the Moon Empress had mentioned. Lin Yuan let out a deep breath. If this flame was really the life form sacrificial fire, he had to get it no matter what. The life form sacrificial fire was ranked 7th in the world's fire element spiritual materials because it could be used as a tree core to reshape the second life of a dying plant fey. It could be said that the life form sacrificial fire was a kind of sacred item that could give a second life to a dying plant. However, Lin Yuan was currently not at the bottom of the red flame vortex, so he could not use Morbius true data to check whether this was the life form sacrificial fire. If this flaming green light containing a powerful life form aura was the life form sacrificial fire, the flaming red light that had burst into the sky must be from a legendary plant. It must be a kind of fey only able to be born in this majestic, pure fire elemental environment. This succulent fey should be the Red Pagoda. This life form sacrificial fire, ranked 7th among the world's fire element spiritual materials, was created by the legendary plant Red Pagoda after exhausting all its body energy. Lin Yuan did not immediately rush toward the red vortex but stood in place, silently waiting. The purple-black land under Lin Yuan's feet caved in a short while, forming a bucket-sized vortex of quicksand. A piece of yellow metal that was held up by the quicksand in the vortex. It was filled with cutting marks. Lin Yuan squatted and carefully examined this strange yellow metal and then stood up. This strange yellow metal was very common in the Radiance Federation. It was a fey trapping metal, the primary material to make the fey storage box, and its only metal characteristic was that it could isolate the aura of feys. Lin Yuan thought, I was indeed right. There's really a huge problem. A metal like this fey trapping metal would not be found in a Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. At the same time, there was an issue with the flaming green light that had burst into the sky containing the aura of life forms and the flaming red light that could form a flame vortex. Under normal circumstances, precious spiritual materials like the life form sacrificial fire or the Red Pagoda Fey should have long been discovered by the adventurers who had come to train in this controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift. This also meant that someone had deliberately used this metal fey trapping metal to do something. No matter who this person was, they were certainly not a good person. The reason was simple. If the demons roaming in the controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift discovered a fey containing such potent energy and placed it on the central hub where the source seed communicated with the abyssal world, then, this controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift, which was now a pinnacle Class 2 Dimensional Rift, would revert to a Class 3 Dimensional Rift. In the worst case, the hub that was connected to the abyssal world might expand due to the huge amount of energy, causing this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift to become a Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift. If this really happened, it would be a disaster for the adventurers training in this Abyss Dimensional Rift and the Radiance Federation. This controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift opened in the royal capital's suburbs, not far away. If it turned into a Class 4 Dimensional Rift and caught the Radiance Federation unprepared, the large number of demons would rush forth from it. In that case, even if the Radiance Federation's top experts were to take action, the Radiance Federation's outskirts would be turned into scorched earth under the Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift's sudden opening. Class 6 dimensional life forms existed in the Class 4 Dimensional Rift, and they had the strength equivalent to suzerain feys. Moreover, this Class 4 Dimensional Rift was an Abyss Dimensional Rift, in which the demon's genetic model was complicated. They had the strongest single-target capabilities among the dimensional life forms of the same class. Even if a Class 5 demon ran out, it would turn the royal capital's outskirts into a place of disaster, not to mention a few Class 6 demons that were akin to suzerain feys. Lin Yuan did not choose to hide his strength this time. He used his spiritual power, and the purple-black earth within 100 meters of him instantly turned into a quicksand vortex. The center of the quicksand vortex condensed a pair of huge half-arms that made a lifting action. Lin Yuan stepped on the palm, standing proudly. The quicksand vortex within 100 meters instantly churned, and thousands of black feathers formed by the day and night spirit silver separated from the quicksand vortex. These thousands of black feathers formed 4 elegant black wings on Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan flapped the wings and headed to the distant red flame vortex. Chapter 265, The Dark Federation's Signature Fey. Lin Yuan flapped his 4 wings and flew very skillfully in the air. This was not his first time using the day and night spirit silver feathered wings to fly. During the previous month or so of training, he had not only mastered the skill of manipulating the source-type source sand, but he had also learned how to use its metal-consume manifestation wings to fly. At that time, he had chosen the day and night spirit silver as the second metal for the source sans metal consume manifestation to consume, partly because it was almost weightless. The day and night spirit silver wings could allow Lin Yuan to fly faster and save more spiritual power while flapping them. At present, the day and night spirit silver feathers differed greatly from before. After referencing many avian feys, Lin Yuan had decided on the feather shape of the platinum avian fey, divine travel black swallow. It had to be said that although it was uncomfortable sitting on the divine travel black swallow, its feather shape determined its specialty at flying. Of course, Lin Yuan had also made certain improvements to the divine travel black swallow's feathers. He had reduced the thickness at the edge of the feathers so that the feathers became sharper, and many bubble-shaped hollow parts were created in the feathers. These improvements could allow the limited 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver to spawn more feathers. After Lin Yuan injected spiritual power, the feathers' hollow parts would turn from black feathers to white feathers. This could greatly increase the white feathers against external attacks and provide cushioning protection due to the day and night spirit silver's metal characteristics. Lin Yuan's current flight speed was extremely fast, almost as fast as an ordinary gold avian fey. However, he needed to consume a certain amount of spiritual power for such flights. Even though he did not channel the spiritual power to the day and night spirit silver to allow the feathers to become white, flapping these four wings still consumed spiritual power. It was unlike the many sand grains the source sand had created under the ground that could be freely controlled with its consciousness. While Lin Yuan was flying, the source sand was also rapidly creating sand grains. At the same time, the previous yellow sand gathered toward the flame vortex's direction. Back when the flame that contained the life form aura had shot up to the sky, the middle-aged man at the entrance of the dimensional rift, spying on the adventurers who had entered the dimensional rift, looked appalled and horrified. At that moment, almost all the adventurers who were training in the Class 3 dimensional rift saw the flaming green light burst into the sky. They also saw the flaming red light that covered the flaming green light, forming a flame vortex. In the Abyss dimensional rift, such a situation would only be possible because of the Abyss dimensional rift's strange flames. However, they had never heard of any strange flames that could cause such a degree of dimensional rift mutation. Many adventurers or small groups of adventurers in the Abyss dimensional rift thought they had the ability to head toward the Crimson Flame Vortex. Of course, there was no lack of adventurers trying to take their chances. However, most of them wanted to leave this controlled Class 3 dimensional rift. This was because those with a discerning eye could see that due to the dimensional zone's mutation, it had become a place where they were apt to get into trouble. The speed at which this Crimson Abyssal Vortex was absorbing this Class 3 dimensional rift's flame energy was simply too fast. The year-round 50 degrees in the controlled Class 3 dimensional rift had become less than 20 degrees, which was not even as high as that of the royal capital's late autumn. This made the adventurers who were used to the Abyss dimensional rift's temperature feel a chill all over their bodies. Many of them were ready to leave this controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. But suddenly, they discovered that the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift had undergone mutation because of the Crimson Flame Vortex absorbing the fire elements, causing the dimensional rift entrance to be closed. In other words, it had formed into a no-entry and no-exit zone. Any means of communication were unavailable in the dimensional rift, including the star web card. Such a situation caused the adventurers at the entrance of the Abyss dimensional rift to panic. At that moment, the King-class experts sent by the Radiance Federation's spirit guards to this controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift stepped forward and controlled the situation. The controlled dimensional rift in the Radiance Federation was usually under the spirit guards' control. Every 10 years during the active period of the dimensional rift, the spirit guards would close the previously controlled dimensional rift. Once the active period passed, the spirit guards would once again select a suitable dimensional rift to control. This was a resource for the Radiance Federation's younger generation to train and for the Guild Alliance's registered spirit chi professionals to maintain their livelihood. The fact that the spirit guards had arranged for Zhao Jianqiang to guard the controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift on the royal capital's outskirts showed that he was highly valued and must also be extremely strong. After becoming a King-class expert, the Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift beneath Zhao Jianqiang's feet was no longer the first Class 3 dimensional rift he had guarded. However, even if he was strong and knowledgeable, it was the first time that he had seen this happen before his eyes. Just as he was controlling the overall situation and pacifying the adventurers, the middle-aged man who usually stayed at the entrance of the dimensional rift all day unknowingly left the rift entrance and headed toward the Crimson Flame Vortex in a hurry. Fear slowly covered the shock in the middle-aged man's eyes, whom the others would not take a second glance at. He hesitated for a long time and finally reached out to take off his thin mask. After the mask was taken off, it slowly turned into a fat brown worm that was like soft mud. If Zhao Jianqiang, the strongest member of the spirit guards who was guarding the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, saw this brown, fat, soft mud-like worm, he would have exclaimed in surprise. This was because this fat brown worm was not a fey produced by the Radiance Federation's sphere of influence. Such a fey came from the Dark Federation region, which was very far from the Radiance Federation. It was considered the Dark Federation's signature fey. This middle-aged man had a very strange charm on his face after he removed the mask that seemed to have formed a rather eerie-looking crow. He took out a crystal bottle containing a drop of black blood and was at a loss for a while. He finally smeared the black blood on the strange charm on his face while trembling. His gaze became disorientated, just like death, in an instant. Just as the middle-aged man was about to fall to the ground, a scarlet color suddenly emerged in his black-green eyes. This scarlet color had a triangular pattern in his eyes that was like a crow's beak. At that moment, the middle-aged man's aura completely changed. When he came back to his senses, he crushed the soft mud-like fat brown worm in his hand and said in a gloomy voice, "Useless thing. You can't even do what I told you well. You're worthy of being a piece of trash that incompetent Cheng Wu had trained. I would like to see who is actually going to touch my life form sacrificial fire." Chapter 266, Dragon Gate's appearance. There was a youth wearing dark blue traditional clothes. He was standing on a piece of protruding purple-black rock and facing the scarlet-red whirlpool that was rapidly absorbing fire elements. There was one red and one blue jellyfish floating in midair and revolving around the youth in dark blue clothes. A youth with bowl-cut hair commanded a giant stingray, which was entirely dark blue and had some strange light blue patterns. The giant stingray was rapidly slaughtering a group of Class 3 Abyss life forms, horn-tailed demons. They were considered the demons among the Class 3 demons to have the toughest physical defense. The horn-tailed demon's strongest attacks would be to brandish the 3 scale armored tails with spikes to lash and sting. When being lashed by the scale armored tail, even silver metals would be broken. If the spikes on the tail were to sting, most of the silver metals would be immediately penetrated. However, this small group of horn-tailed demons, equivalent to gold feys, was easily sliced up into countless pieces by this giant stingray. The group of horn-tailed demons was desperately lashing their tails on the giant stingray. However, even with all the tail's spikes, they weren't enough to harm the giant stingray. In fact, when the tails lashed on the water barrier around the stingray, there weren't even any obvious ripples. This youth with the bowl-cut hair was none other than Fang Duoduo. The Dragon Gate Guild Club had entered this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift for over a month. During this period of time, a total of 9 members from both the main team and reserve team had been training on the battlefield and building teamwork with their feys. For individual combat, one would need to consider how to fight efficiently with multiple feys. The distribution of spiritual power, combination of abilities, and exclusive skills between each fey would decide on the combat power and combat style. For a group of spirit chi professionals, the consideration during combat wasn't that big a difference. It was still the combination and coordination of abilities and exclusive skills between multiple feys. However, instead of an individual's strength, it would be a group's strength. When a veteran spirit chi professional team was in combat, they wouldn't summon all of the feys. Each individual would only summon 2 feys or even just one main fey to coordinate. They would try to distribute most of the spirit chi to their strongest fey, allowing for the best efficiency in the usage of spirit chi. During special circumstances, they would then summon other feys to counter or respond. In many situations during team combat, those feys that weren't the main force would block damage or use attacks that inflicted negative statuses. At this moment, the Dragon Gate Guild Club's original 9 members were now left with 4. One of the main team members had brought 4 reserve members to return to the Royal Capital's Dragon Gate Guild Club's main base. They were going to conduct the final enhancement to their phase quality and grade before the tournament season. Fang Duoduo raised his head and looked at Long Tao. "Boss, this side is already finishing. There isn't much to control with these horn-tailed demons." Long Tao didn't reply after listening and merely nodded before he continued to observe the scarlet flame vortex that had suddenly appeared in the sky. It looked as though he was trying his best to recall something in his mind. Once Fang Duoduo kept his Platinum 2/Fantasy 2 Rapid Fear Ray back into his spiritual spatial zone, he saw Zhao Xiaochun holding an orange. As soon as Zhao Xiaochun finished peeling the orange skin, she placed a huge piece of orange flesh into her mouth and enjoyed the fruit. Fang Duoduo quickly leaned over and said, "Those who see shall have a share. Zhao Xiaochun, you need to share half of your remaining orange with me." Zhao Xiaochun quickly lowered her head in response and stuffed the remaining half of the orange into her mouth. She then looked at Fang Duoduo with a pleased expression. Her eyes were implying, this lady peeled this orange, what rights do you have to eat it? Fang Duoduo immediately felt wronged and took a glance at Chen Hongfeng, who was controlling the huge-tailed swamp lizard to finish off the class 3 horn-tailed demons that were all on the verge of death. Subsequently, Fang Duoduo climbed up to the protruding rock that Long Tao was standing on and chuckled as he said, "Boss, your platinum/fantasy deep blue dragon jellyfish are really getting stronger." Long Tao couldn't help rubbing his temples. "Fang Duoduo, what do you wish to say?" he asked helplessly. When Fang Duoduo heard that, he responded immediately, "Boss, Zhao Xiaochun has been slacking off. During the last few waves of demons, she didn't even do anything. She's just peeling fruits." Zhao Xiaochun, who was still chewing on the orange, was nearly choked to death by Fang Duoduo's words. Zhao Xiaochun had a preference for sour taste, so she would buy very sour oranges. When the orange juice flowed into her nasal cavity, her tears nearly burst out. Long Tao felt his temples twitching with pain as he looked at Fang Duoduo, who was seriously making a complaint, and at the choked Zhao Xiaochun, who was coughing violently. During this month of training, Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun had never stopped quarreling. Long Tao felt that even if he encountered a group of class 4 demons, it might not be as intense as the quarrel between Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun. At this moment, Zhao Xiaochun snuck a glance at Chen Hongfeng and gave him an eye signal. When Chen Hongfeng received the eye signal, he immediately said, "Boss, Fang Duoduo made big sister Xiaochun cry earlier." Long Tao placed his hand on his forehead as an indication that he didn't wish to speak. Zhao Xiaochun immediately threw an orange to Chen Hongfeng and gave a praising look. Fang Duoduo felt even more wronged and immediately jumped off the rock to quarrel with Zhao Xiaochun. He then requested for an orange. At that moment, Long Tao's stern voice echoed. "Duoduo, Xiaochun, Feng, a treasure probably appeared in this controlled class 3 abyss dimensional rift. This treasure might be an abnormal flame that has never been mentioned. Let's go over and take a look." Zhao Xiaochun, Fang Duoduo and Chen Hongfeng immediately stopped fooling around when they saw that Long Tao was serious. They rode on Fang Duoduo's Platinum 2/Fantasy 2 Rapid Fear Ray and flew toward the Scarlet Flame Vortex. When sitting on the Rapid Fear Ray's back, Zhao Xiaochun felt an abnormally low temperature within the abyss dimensional rift. Therefore, she quickly tightened her clothes. She then took a pork trotter out of her drumstick-shaped fey storage box. It was glistening with grease, and she started to gnaw on it. When the pork trotter was taken out, Fang Duoduo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seeing the situation, Long Tao couldn't allow this to continue. He then said to Zhao Xiaochun, who was enjoying her food, "Xiaochun, give one pork trotter to Fang Duoduo too. Look at the gluttonous Fang Duoduo. He can't even fly the Rapid Fear Ray properly." Zhao Xiaochun reluctantly tossed one pork trotter to Fang Duoduo and said, "You better taste it slowly. This is something that I won from a buffet. In the future, you will not be able to eat this pork trotter anymore." Fang Duoduo couldn't understand. "What can't I eat with money?" Zhao Xiaochun spoke in a regretful tone. "After the eating competition, I would go over to the shop to support it. After supporting it for a month, it is unknown why that shop closed down 1 month later." Lin Yuan was now in the vicinity of the Scarlet Flame Vortex. He had especially found a secluded place to land. After landing, Lin Yuan withdrew the 4 wings, causing the thousands of black feathers to fall on the ground. Once the feathers fell onto the ground, a sand whirlpool instantly fused the black feathers into the sand. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. After hearing what the Mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan's eyes violently contracted. Chapter 267, The Presence of a Suzerain/Myth Fey. The Mother of Bloodbath's pleasant voice carried a trace of doubt and seriousness. "Lin Yuan, I can feel the presence of a Suzerain/Myth Fey." Lin Yuan asked subconsciously, "Is it a Suzerain/Myth Fey or a Class 6 demon that has a Suzerain Fey's strength? The presence doesn't have any flame or sulfur, so it shouldn't be a presence from a demon." Lin Yuan was rather anxious when the Mother of Bloodbath suddenly spoke. However, after the Mother of Bloodbath confirmed it wasn't a Class 6 demon, he felt relieved. If a Class 6 demon actually appeared in this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift, then a huge problem would be bound to occur. However, Lin Yuan still frowned slightly and pondered. The strongest abyss life form in this Class 3 abyss dimensional rift should only be a Class 4 demon. The strength of a Class 4 demon was only equivalent to a Platinum Fey. Logically, there was nothing to attract the attention of a suzerain/myth fey in this place. The Radiance Federation did have suzerain/myth feys. When some of the wild feys evolved into suzerain ones, they would choose to report to the spirit guards. Therefore, such feys were considered an officially recognized expert of the Radiance Federation. Those wild suzerain feys that chose to serve the Radiance Federation's spirit guards would receive great benefits and treatment. They didn't really have to fret about resources when progressing. At the same time, they would receive help from Class 4 or even Class 5 creation masters. If such suzerain feys wanted to obtain resources by themselves, they would normally venture into dimensional rifts that were opened suddenly and not yet controlled. They would then be able to obtain the source-type items in those dimensional rifts. This was the best method for suzerain feys to obtain resources. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't understand. Mother of Bloodbath, are suzerain/myth feys able to sense each other within a certain range? The Mother of Bloodbath's pleasant and peculiar voice sounded again. The presence of a suzerain/myth fey can only be sensed by another suzerain/myth fey. If one of the parties intentionally withdrew their presence, the other party would have a very hard time finding the hidden fey unless the suzerain/myth is innately adept at those observations. However, I am adept in offense and not observation. Lin Yuan was certain about something after hearing the answer. This suzerain/myth fey shouldn't be a path protector like the Mother of Bloodbath. It wasn't protecting a young generation member who was training in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Those prestigious clans might arrange a path protector for their descendants who were in the midst of development, but most path protectors were only King-class experts or Pinnacle King-class experts. It was rare for any of the path protectors for these prestigious clan descendants to be at the suzerain grade. Even if there was any, it should be a human expert that was above the King class and at the suzerain grade. It shouldn't be a suzerain/myth fey. In other words, if the Mother of Bloodbath was able to feel the presence of this suzerain/myth breed fey, it meant that the other party wasn't concealing its presence. Lin Yuan muttered for a moment before asking, Mother of Bloodbath, did you feel this suzerain/myth fey's presence before the appearance of the flame vortex or after? The Mother of Bloodbath replied in a firm tone, I felt its presence not long after the appearance of the flame vortex. However, this suzerain/myth fey's presence has some problems. The Mother of Bloodbath paused for a moment before speaking again, this suzerain/myth fey's presence is very weak. It is so weak that it doesn't feel like a real suzerain/myth fey. The presence might be weak, but it is very pure. Lin Yuan noted down the Mother of Bloodbath's words but still couldn't understand what was going on. However, he was now 120% cautious. If this suzerain/myth fey's presence appeared only after the flame vortex's appearance, it meant that the suzerain/myth fey was attracted to the abnormal flame underneath the flame vortex. Lin Yuan felt his gold eye/fantasy eye source sand constantly creating sand, and it was nearly covering the entire ground underneath his feet. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting how different his source sand was as compared to other feys. In over a month, the gold/fantasy source sand had created an unknown amount of sand. Every portion of sand would increase the source sand's strength. Lin Yuan rapidly injected spiritual power into the source sand, which was inside the purple-black ground. He ordered for the source sand to create sand rapidly to fill up the underground area where the red pagoda might be inside. As Lin Yuan injected his spiritual power, the gold/fantasy source sand, which had been gradually creating sand, finally revealed its outstanding ability. Every grain of sand underground that contained ferromanganese's metallic properties was rapidly smashing rocks in the ground. Once the source sand received Lin Yuan's spiritual power, massive amounts of sand were being produced, rapidly spreading out with the flame vortex at the core. Lin Yuan raised his hand and used the Bronze X/Legend Spirit Gather Goldfish's spirit injection to replenish his exhausted spiritual power. Since Lin Yuan was preparing to seize this treasure that was mutated by the natural world, he naturally had to maintain his prime in order to face any danger or challenge. As Lin Yuan walked toward the valley where the flame vortex was, he noticed plenty of spirit chi professionals at the entrance of the valley. However, these spirit chi professionals didn't move forward as they were all stuck outside the valley. Lin Yuan looked around the valley and noticed it was filled with flowing flame-like fire element energy. He couldn't help being silently amazed as the flowing flame energy had nearly covered the entire interior part of the valley. The flame energy was the same as a pinnacle silver fire type fey, showing its attack prowess. Most of the spirit chi professionals that were inside this class 3-dimensional rift to train or for adventure would mostly have gold feys. It was rare for anyone to possess a platinum fey. Chapter 268, Four Wings of Protection. Those spirit chi professionals with platinum feys might be able to enter. In fact, they could also bring in 2 companions with pinnacle gold feys. But for those spirit chi professionals who didn't have platinum feys, nor companions with platinum feys, they would be stuck outside the valley. They weren't even qualified to enter the valley. Lin Yuan's arrival attracted plenty of attention from the adventurers and the youths that were here to train. "Kid, don't go forward, just watch here. There is someone selling snacks over there, but the price is a little high." Lin Yuan looked to the side and noticed a fatty holding a pile of resources and hawking for sales. There were also a few other young people who were of similar age to the fatty. They were hawking and helping the fatty to sell the huge pile of resources. The hawking calls made the atmosphere rather lively. Those that didn't know would think there was a gathering for a performance. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to say that this fatty had a business mind or that he was too silly and reckless. Lin Yuan walked to the valley entrance, which had a barrier made with the flowing flame-shaped fire element energy. Just as he was about to enter, a middle-aged adventurer pulled back Lin Yuan and said, "Do you wish to die?" A few fellows earlier were confident in their strength, but after just a few meters, they were all burned to death by the fire element energy. In the beginning, the fire element energy in the valley might only be the standard of a silver phase attack, but now it already has the power of a gold phase attack. As soon as this adventurer finished talking, another adventurer said, "Do you really think you are black just because you are wearing a mask? Even if you are black, that strange plant and silver/fantasy avian species Fey would only allow you to enter the valley filled with fire element energy." Lin Yuan raised his brows. This brother seems to be very knowledgeable. If I use red thorn and chimey, it is true that I would not be able to enter this valley that is filled with fire element energy. However, I don't plan to use red thorn and chimey to enter. If Lin Yuan wanted to enter this valley, he had 2 methods. The first method was to summon the silver/fantasy jasmine lily and ask it to use its heal ability on him. He would then fill his body with vitality energy to walk through forcefully. Even if the flowing flame energy injured him, the jasmine lily's concentrated vitality energy would immediately heal the wounds. But if that was the case, Lin Yuan would have to burn off a layer of skin, grow a new layer of skin, and repeat the process of torture. Lin Yuan felt that it was truly too forceful, and he wouldn't be so cruel to himself. However, Lin Yuan had a second method that was to use the source sand to bury underground and travel until he was right underneath the flame vortex. The source sand had already scouted the road ahead for Lin Yuan. The flowing flame energy inside the valley may have the gold phase attack power, but the temperature inside the purple-black ground wasn't considered high. Furthermore, when it was closer to the fist-sized plant that contained massive spirit chi, the temperature would be the same as the temperature outside the valley. It might even be colder. Therefore, traveling underground was the best choice. Earlier on, the 2 adventurers who spoke to Lin Yuan had turned around, and when they turned back, they noticed that Lin Yuan was already missing. The duo quickly looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. One of the adventurers said with astonishment, "Oh my god, that kid got burnt too quickly, right?" The other adventurer realized that what he wanted to say had been said first. Therefore, he felt choked up. After a long time, he finally said, "They said that women are made of water. That masked kid wouldn't be made of oil, right?" At that moment, the duo suddenly heard an exclamation from the side. There was a middle-aged auntie who wore pelt armor and looked rather wealthy. She was covering her mouth and screaming, "MMMFFF, MMMFFF." After a long period of muffled screams, she then shouted, "That kid got eaten by the ground." Lin Yuan was now 5 meters underground. However, he wasn't miserably squeezed between the sand. He was inside an iron cage that was made by the chain blade. Lin Yuan stood in this chain blade made with ferromanganese and didn't even dare to move an inch. Even though Lin Yuan was the source sand's contractor, the ferromanganese's metallic properties wouldn't recognize its owner. A random movement would allow Lin Yuan to feel how a potato got its skin peeled. Soon enough, Lin Yuan was lifted up to the surface by a giant hand that the source sand formed. The moment he left the ground, the chain blade quickly fused back into the sand. Right at the moment of imminent peril, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something. The source sand instantly formed 1,000 pieces of feather made with the day and night silver and formed 4 wings. As soon as the 4 wings were formed, Lin Yuan immediately injected spiritual power, transforming the black wings into pure white wings. The white wings wrapped around and protected Lin Yuan in the center. Subsequently, 3 violent energy blasts struck Lin Yuan's white wings. Even with the gold eye/fantasy eye source sand's strength, along with the day and night silver's shock absorption properties, Lin Yuan still felt a significant impact. This impact made Lin Yuan feel pain in his innards. The impact might have inflicted pain to Lin Yuan, but there wasn't any physical damage. Had Lin Yuan not been constantly thinking about the fey trapping metal shards and being 120% cautious, this surprise attack might have dealt severe injuries even with the defenses. During this month, Lin Yuan was already used to the ruthless methods of how people were killed to obtain treasures. However, he didn't expect anyone to be ambushing here within the valley and killing adventurers that just arrived. At that moment, Lin Yuan could hear 3 coarse voices from outside. "Big brother, is that kid dead yet?" His reaction was truly fast. "Not dead yet. Didn't you see the white wings are still closed?" "Big brother, what is that fey? How is it able to grow wings on a person? I have never heard of it before." Lin Yuan's white wings immediately received more attacks from fey abilities. The 3 voices were obviously from 3 spirit chi professionals of the same team. The attacks received earlier were from 2 pinnacle gold feys and 1 platinum 2/elite fey. Since it was an ambush, then it was obvious that the trio had used at least 80% of their strength. Lin Yuan's cold voice suddenly echoed under the white glistening wings. "Flare up, source sand!" Once Lin Yuan gave the command, the purple-black ground within the valley collapsed and formed a quicksand that was close to 1 kilometer in radius. All of the quicksand formed layers that were constantly pushing downwards. As the quicksand was stirring, it felt as though everything was going to be pulled close to 100 meters underground. Upon hearing the 3 coarse exclaims, Lin Yuan's pure white wings opened up and instantly turned black again. Chapter 269, Twin Red Pagoda and Disc. The black wings were absorbing the light within the valley that was already scarce. It felt like an ink-colored ripple that was devouring the light in the air. Before Lin Yuan received the attacks from the trio, he had constantly been cautious and on guard. Then now, the trio was truly caught unprepared by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped the 4 black wings and stood on the palm that lifted him above the sea of sand. The palm had been blasted by the attacks earlier and was only left with the middle finger. Lin Yuan stood there and controlled the source sand to attack. The 3 spirit chi professionals were currently struggling to break free. The 2 spirit chi professionals who had pinnacle gold phase had encountered some terrifying attacks under the quicksand. All of their screaming and shouting had instantly vanished while their vitality sank into the quicksand. The spirit chi professional with the platinum fey quickly yelled, don't kill me. Spare my life. I will do whatever you want me to do in the future." Lin Yuan heard the response. The icy cold eyes behind the mask were now flickering with murderous intent. "You don't even have a willpower rune. How are you going to pledge your allegiance?" Lin Yuan's words stopped that spirit chi professional from speaking any other words to ask for mercy. Without any willpower rune, there wasn't a way to swear an oath with the willpower rune. Without the willpower rune to bind one's words, then there wasn't any credibility. Lin Yuan's icy cold eyes looked at the spirit chi professional and his platinum fey, saber-tooth hunched wolf, struggle in the sand. Towards anyone who wanted to kill him, Lin Yuan would never be merciful. Even if this spirit chi professional possessed a willpower rune and wanted to pledge his allegiance, Lin Yuan wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Anyone who had ideas of killing him, Lin Yuan would never spare that person. Therefore, he would never allow those who wanted to kill him to stay by his side as a servant. Now that the source sand had created an accumulated sand for over a month, its strength was already far beyond the source sand's regular strength. The gold eye/fantasy eye source sand's regular strength was already equivalent to a platinum fey. Now that the source sand was able to control a massive amount of sand that was boundless, its strength was already far beyond the limits of a platinum fey. As long as it wasn't a flying platinum fey, any fey that got trapped in this boundless quicksand wouldn't be able to escape. Only diamond feys would have the possibility of breaking free. When the source sand created a huge amount of sand to form the quicksand, it was no longer a simple attack method. The elemental source-type life form had used its characteristics to form a natural disaster. The spirit chi professional and its platinum fey rapidly exhausted their spirit chi due to the struggling in the sea of sand. At present, they no longer had any spiritual power to prevent themselves from sinking into the quicksand. The spirit chi professional accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of sand during the struggle. As the sand contained the ferromanganese's properties, it caused the spirit chi professional's vocal cord to be shattered from all the grinding. The spirit chi professional couldn't even speak now. All of a sudden, the spirit chi professional heard an icy cold voice. "How many have you ambushed before me?" The quicksand that had Lin Yuan's spiritual power was the same as Lin Yuan's eyes. He could feel there were plenty of spirit chi professionals and feys that had just died recently within the quicksand. All these spirit chi professionals and feys were all killed with a single strike from sneak attacks. It was obvious that the trio had been ambushing several adventurers who entered this place. The spirit chi professional with the platinum fey that had already lost all strength to struggle resentfully glared at Lin Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Lin Yuan saw the spirit chi professional's resentful eyes, so he responded by gently moving his finger. The spirit chi professional's platinum saber-tooth hunched wolf was only able to let out half a groan before it was buried silently into the quicksand. The saber-tooth hunched wolf's contractor was in instant agony as big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This was the real world and not the star web. When the fey perished, there would be a spiritual backlash to the spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan said indifferently, "Those who kill should be ready to get killed too. I originally wanted to ask why you were ambushing other adventurers, but you swallowed the sand with ferromanganese properties and broke your vocal cord. I am now unable to ask for any answers too." Lin Yuan then said softly, "Source sand, devour him." Once the spirit chi professional sank into the quicksand along with his platinum saber-tooth hunched wolf, Lin Yuan was the only person remaining in the underground cave under the flame vortex. Lin Yuan asked the source sand to extend the quicksand range and turned a 2-kilometer radius from the cave into a quicksand region. He then used the sand to block up all the entrances from the cave to the valley. Lin Yuan was stepping on the moving quicksand and walking toward the fist-sized plant that was enveloped in the flame vortex. Lin Yuan realized the fist-sized plant was indeed a scarlet-red succulent plant. Its color was truly pure red, and it was even purer than cinnabar. 8 fang-like leaves were growing together, forming the shape of an elegant lotus. Each of the fang-like leaves was striking in color, but they weren't dazzling. It might be of an extreme red and should be dazzling like the radiant sun, but at this moment, the redness was particularly reserved. It wasn't even as dazzling as the flowing flame energy that it was absorbing. Lin Yuan felt that the fang-shaped leaves looked like the fangs of a dragon species fey. However, when the leaves were all placed together in a formation, it gave off an unspeakable delicate beauty. This succulent plant that wasn't even the size of a fist actually possessed a motherly radiance that would accept all life. Each of the dragon fang-shaped leaves was totally scarlet red, only the base of the leaf would have a tint of green. When all the green tints were gathered together, it looked like a green flame. The green flame was totally enveloped by the red flame and didn't even reveal any presence. The red flame was burning violently, but when Lin Yuan walked closer, he couldn't feel any temperature. The flame vortex was absorbing all the fire elements and fusing them into the red flame. But the red flame didn't seem to be growing, only the core of the red flame. The green flame was constantly dancing. As the green flame was dancing, one could visibly see that it was getting more sparkling and translucent, just like a burning jade. Lin Yuan was now almost certain that this succulent scarlet plant should be the heaven and earth fey, red pagoda. The green flame that was wrapped inside the red flame should be the life form sacrificial fire that was ranked 7th among all fire attribute spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check and found out that this succulent scarlet plant was none other than the red pagoda, just as he imagined. However, this scarlet succulent wasn't just a regular red pagoda. When under True Data's display, this scarlet succulent plant's name was called Twin Red Pagoda. Lin Yuan conducted a detailed observation and discovered that this red pagoda didn't have just one flower. When tracing from the roots, Lin Yuan realized that the 2 flowers' bigger flower had nearly withered due to unknown reasons. Only the core of the main flower was emitting a very weak red flame. It was hidden with a few traces of green flame within the red flame. Had it not been for the support flower protecting and nursing the main flower's final tinder, this main flower would have already withered. Lin Yuan immediately noticed something wrong. As a creation master, he had a deep understanding of all life forms. For the red pagoda, a heaven and earth fey, it wasn't logical for the support flower to be lively while the main flower was withering in its natural habitat. Lin Yuan placed his hand away from the red pagoda first before releasing pure spiritual power. Once the red pagoda felt the pure spiritual power, the scarlet leaves suddenly turned bright. After a moment, Lin Yuan attempted to use his hand to touch the red pagoda's main flower that was basically withered. He then released pure spirit chi towards the main flower. All living things had a spirit. As a heaven and earth fey, the red pagoda naturally had its own intelligence. Although the red pagoda's spiritual wisdom was limited due to being a plant species fey, it could still feel others' help. The growth of a heaven and earth fey was to strive for life against heaven. When being helped with such pure spirit chi, the twin red pagoda released a friendly aura to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then injected more of the pure spirit chi toward the twin red pagoda. It was already treating Lin Yuan as its kin. However, Lin Yuan felt something wrong as he continued pouring pure spirit chi toward the main flower. Lin Yuan placed his palms on the twin red pagoda and sensed that the life-form sacrificial fire that the twin red pagoda was nurturing had already matured. Logically, after the life-form sacrificial fire was matured, it should naturally dissipate. The red pagoda was a kind of flower that would use its entire life to nurture a fire. Now that the twin red pagoda absorbed so much of fire elements, it had nearly dried up the fire elements within this class 3 abyss dimensional rift. But if the fire elements absorbed weren't used to nurture the life-form sacrificial fire, where did they go? Lin Yuan didn't command the source sand to excavate toward the roots of the twin red pagoda. Instead, he was digging it personally. The twin red pagoda had already treated Lin Yuan as its kin, so it didn't make any defensive actions. After digging for a moment, he realized that the twin red pagoda's roots were planted in an exquisite clear gold disc. Chapter 270, The Strange Object in the Disc. Lin Yuan could sense that the golden disc was madly absorbing the fire element energy that had been drawn from the entire class 3 abyss dimensional rift from the twin red pagoda through the roots of its main flower. He perceived that this fire element energy was not channeled directly into the golden disc but accumulated in the twin red pagoda's body. However, the huge amount of spirit chi contained in these fire elements was completely absorbed by the golden disc without a drop left. This huge amount of spirit chi was transformed by the life-form sacrificial fire after absorbing the fire elemental energy. The huge amount of spirit chi in the life-form sacrificial fire had been absorbed by this golden disc. As the twin red pagoda's support flower that produced this life-form sacrificial fire, it naturally had to desperately absorb the fire elements to fill in the huge spirit chi consumed to produce the life-form sacrificial fire. The twin red pagoda's support flower was akin to the life-form sacrificial fire's mother in a way. This was also why the twin red pagoda's support flower had clearly produced the life-form sacrificial fire and completed its mission but still had not withered. At that moment, a more magnificent red color than the twin red pagoda's leaves shone up in this cave. The red crystal-like luster condensed into a red-haired and red-eyed woman clad in crimson leather. As soon as Lin Yuan saw this woman, he asked with a smile, "Mother of Bloodbath, why did you suddenly turn into a human?" Lin Yuan had watched the Mother of Bloodbath advance from Suzerain/Myth I into Suzerain/Myth II and receive the world cleansing. If he had not unlocked the Spirit Gather Goldfish's vitality imprint and used Morbius Pure Land of Bliss to help the Mother of Bloodbath heal its damaged roots at that time, it could likely have perished in that world cleansing. However, even a long time after it had been promoted to Suzerain/Myth II, besides turning into its human form after completing the world cleansing and receiving the world grace, it had always remained in its fey form. This was Lin Yuan's second time seeing the Mother of Bloodbath taking the initiative to turn into a human form. The Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice was filled with solemnity. "Lin Yuan, you can recognize the metal disc and the metal inside it." Lin Yuan nodded but then shook his head. He was familiar with this golden metal. It was the fey trapping metal, which was usually used to make fey storage boxes. It was the main material for fey storage boxes of normal, bronze, to diamond. It was just that the lower the grade of the fey storage box, the lesser the fey trapping metal was added. As he looked at the disc mostly formed by the fey trapping metal and the other metals inlaid in the various engraved symbols, he was puzzled as to what the golden disc formed by this fey trapping metal was for. Although the golden metal disc looked like a piece of spatial equipment similar to the fey storage box, it was still different. The Mother of Bloodbath looked up at that crimson flame vortex in the sky and said in a cold voice, "I've never imagined a Dark Federation's spatial item to appear in the Radiance Federation and inside the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift near the royal capital." When Lin Yuan heard the Mother of Bloodbath's words, he immediately recognized the matter's seriousness. The Mother of Bloodbath's red eyes suddenly seemed to burn, and its body instantly flickered with a crystal red blood luster. A spider about 2 centimeters in size carved like a red crystal appeared in the Mother of Bloodbath's hands. The Mother of Bloodbath placed it in Lin Yuan's hands and immediately said, "I'm going to take a look in the Class 3 dimensional rift connected to the Abyssal World's hub. Since someone is conspiring in the dark, they are unable to do so now. Because this flame vortex has appeared, and this matter has been exposed, they won't be able to take it lying down." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Mother of Bloodbath, go ahead. I'll wait for your return outside the mountain valley after I'm done collecting the life-form sacrificial fire." The Mother of Bloodbath's ice-cold red eyes flashed with a hint of warmth while looking at him. "When you encounter danger, inject spiritual power into this red spider." After saying that, the Mother of Bloodbath's figure suddenly vanished in the cave, like a broken red crystal mirror. Lin Yuan checked the golden disc in his hand. It was really his first time seeing it, but he knew a lot about the Fey storage box. When Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, he had asked her about the Fey storage box during the first question and answer session. Thanks to the Moon Empress explanation, he then knew that Ostrich Logistics was not a big player that monopolized the Radiance Federation's logistics industry. It was actually a special organization that the Radiance Federation's officials supported in the dark. It was responsible for manufacturing all spatial equipment used to carry feys and spiritual materials in the Radiance Federation. The spatial equipment had a unified design specification, which was the Fey storage box. The only spatial equipment in the Radiance Federation was those normal, bronze, to diamond Fey storage boxes produced by Ostrich Logistics. The Fey trapping metal was something rare, but under the Radiance Federation's control, other than Ostrich Logistics, other logistics industries were not allowed to produce spatial equipment. If one wanted to use spatial equipment, they could only order the Fey storage boxes they needed from Ostrich Logistics. The Fey trapping metal and some special technology to create spatial items could lead to a variety of shapes and functions. From the Mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan knew that this golden metal disc was spatial equipment from the Dark Federation. The territory within the Radiance Federation was really too big. Lin Yuan did not dare to say that he knew about certain things within the Radiance Federation very well. Thus, he had hardly asked the Moon Empress about things outside the Radiance Federation. The only thing he knew was the Freedom Federation and the Azure Federation, as these were the only ones that could compete with the Radiance Federation in this world. This huge world structure was the three major federations: Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. Hundreds of small federations had formed themselves into a huge world map. Only those with world-class strategic resources, like the floating island whale, were qualified to stir up the storm in this huge world. This was indeed Lin Yuan's first time hearing of the Dark Federation. He tried to inject spiritual power into this golden metal disc, and he suddenly found it had quite a big space inside. Although this space was not as large as the Diamond Fey storage box, it also had an area comparable to the Platinum Fey storage box. As Lin Yuan looked at this golden metal disc, he saw a half-meter tall small tree that looked elegant yet strange. Chapter 271, Epiphany. Twin Red Pagoda's Salvation. There was nothing else in this golden metal disc except for this small tree. It was about half a meter tall and looked very elegant yet strange. Its leaves were a pure golden color that was unlike as tacky as the color of metal. Instead, it was like the color emitted by the most dazzling sun in the afternoon. Its trunk and branches were very plain brown, but this brown trunk had a strange pattern that Lin Yuan found familiar at a glance. He immediately recalled the phoenix plumes that Hu Chuan had carved on the platinwood shelf in his spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan felt that the trunks and branches pattern was like the phoenix feathers Hu Chuan had carved on the platinwood. However, the texture on the platinwood in the spirit lock spatial zone was carved by hands, while the one on the trunk and branches on this elegant yet strange small tree were naturally grown. The golden leaves on the branches of this small tree were in the shape of 5 claws. In Lin Yuan's opinion, they seemed to be like the claws of avian feys but not as sharp as theirs. This half-meter tall small tree grew toward the south, and its branches and leaves ringed together like a golden bird's nest. The more Lin Yuan looked at it, the more he felt that the branches and leaves of the half-meter tall small tree were growing in the shape of a bird's nest. There seemed to be a thin fur layer on the leaves that emitted a soft glow with a sense of holy beauty. The pattern on the trunk that was like phoenix plumes was absorbing the huge amount of spirit chi from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower. It was flowing with a dazzling golden glow, looking divine and extraordinary. Lin Yuan did not know what kind of fey this elegant and strange small tree was and its uses, but he would be able to know once he summoned Morbius and used true data on it. However, Lin Yuan did not want to summon this small tree out of the golden disc. If he risked summoning it, this small golden tree would not be able to absorb spiritual power from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower. It would likely experience unpredictable changes with the flame energy in this flame vortex. The twin red pagoda's support flower had produced the life form sacrificial fire at that moment. As long as the small golden tree's spirit chi absorption from the roots of the twin red pagoda's main flower was cut off, the twin red pagoda's support flower would instantly wither upon sensing the matured life form sacrificial fire. If the support flower withered, this twin red pagoda would only be left with an almost withered main flower and a matured life form sacrificial fire. The life form sacrificial fire was ranked 7th among the world of fire element spiritual materials because of its original characteristics. With the injection of a large amount of fire elements from the red vortex, the life form sacrificial fire that contained the vitality would likely be changed and metamorphosed into a brand new flame. However, no matter how powerful this metamorphosed flame was, it would no longer be the life-form sacrificial fire. Just like the elemental shellfish, although it was powerful when it reached bronze, it lost its original function. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only make a risky move and see whether he could save the twin red pagoda's main flower so that it could absorb the huge amount of fire element energy from the red vortex. He now had some doubts that the twin red pagoda was twins at first. The red pagoda that produced the life-form sacrificial fire in this small strange golden tree had used all its strength to produce a support bud to find a way out for the life-form sacrificial fire that it had produced with all its might. Such an evolution in the crisis made the normal red pagoda mutate into a twin red pagoda. The twin red pagoda's main flower had not produced a mature life-form sacrificial fire yet. Thus, only the twin red pagoda's support flower would dissipate. What Lin Yuan had to do was to let the main flower absorb this fire element energy from the red flame. This would ensure that the life-form sacrificial fire would not mutate under this fire element and allow the twin red pagoda's main flower to bloom again and produce a new life-form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan summoned Morbius in his heart. Morbius, what are the chances of using the pure land of bliss to heal this twin red pagoda's main flower? Morbius' voice rang in his mind. Yuan, regarding the state of this twin red pagoda, as long as you are willing to use a spirit chi crystal, the large amount of pure spirit chi in it can revive its main flower. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to take a spirit chi crystal out of the spirit lock spatial zone. If this twin red pagoda's main flower was revived, as long as it could produce another life-form sacrificial fire, he would be willing to use 10 spirit chi crystals, let alone 1. Morbius' spirit chi condensation only took around 7 days to condense 1 spirit chi crystal in the spirit lock spatial zone. This was only the effect of Morbius' ability at Bronze/Legend. If it were to reach Silver, then its spirit chi condensation would become even stronger, and there would be more spirit chi in the condensed spirit chi crystal. It had been more than a month since Lin Yuan had enhanced his source type source sand from Bronze X/Fantasy I to Gold I/Fantasy I. That small limestone bowl in the spirit lock spatial zone now had 6 spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan naturally would not let go of such a good thing of using a spirit chi crystal that condensed in 7 days in exchange for the red pagoda. As long as he nurtured the red pagoda, it was akin to having a life-form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan took out that spirit chi crystal and placed it on the twin red pagoda's main flower. The moment he crushed the sparkling spirit chi crystal with the force of his fingers, he broke the connection between the golden disc and the root of the twin red pagoda's main flower. At that moment, the twin red pagoda's support flower instantly withered, and a dark green flame that was like a burning emerald appeared on where the support flower was before. Lin Yuan reached out and held this emerald life-form sacrificial fire. It gave him the feeling as though it was warm water containing a huge amount of vitality that was not hot at all. It felt warm in his palms. Although the life-form sacrificial fire was a kind of very strange flame, it did not have the characteristics of a burning flame but contained a strong vitality, which terrified Lin Yuan. It was worthy of being able to replace the tree core of plant phase and allow them to regain life again. As Lin Yuan looked at the emerald life-form sacrificial fire, he suddenly entered a wonderful state of epiphany. He was no stranger to it at all. Chapter 272, The Bottom Line of Chime's Mutation Again, 1/3. Long ago, Lin Yuan had experienced the Mother of Bloodbath promote from Myth I to Myth II. After it had gained a new lease of life after the destruction, he had a vague feeling of epiphany. Although he could feel this epiphany feeling, he did not understand it. Lin Yuan had been present as the Diamond X/Legend Silver Stamen Gold Luster Kasha was comprehending a willpower rune to reach Suzerain at the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance. In order to accumulate energy, it had withered the flowers and green leaves, only to wait for the next bloom. Such a scene had let Lin Yuan have a better understanding of that vague feeling that he could not understand earlier. It now seemed that the twin red pagoda's support flower had spent its life nurturing a fire. Although the support flower had withered, it had gained a new lease of life through the life-form sacrificial fire. Lin Yuan only felt that a willpower rune containing the willpower of nurturing a new lease of life in destruction suddenly appeared in his spiritual spatial zone. He was now only left with 2 willpower runes in his spiritual spatial zone. During the extreme massacre under the dimensional rift outside the Red Bud City's Xia region and the other during the new lease of life after the destruction, he had comprehended one of them. Although this willpower rune contained a kind of endless vitality, it was different from the willpower rune that Lin Yuan had obtained by watching the revival of the plants on the Green Hill and had fused with the Jasmine Lily. This willpower rune was very special. Such destruction referred to stimulating one's potential after being badly wounded and welcoming a new life. The willpower rune he had obtained from the revival of the plants on the Green Hill was suitable for healing type phase. However, this new willpower rune that he had comprehended was suitable for combat class phase. There was the feeling of cleaning up the old mountains and rivers and starting the battle again. Somehow, Lin Yuan felt that this newly acquired willpower rune was more suitable for Red Thorn than the willpower rune he had acquired under Extreme Massacre. His epiphany was completed in just a moment. He had now comprehended 6 willpower runes. He had given one to the Jasmine Lily and Chimey respectively to allow them to become fantasy breeds, and another 2 to the contracted source-type Source Sand. The remaining 2 willpower runes were unsuitable for the Spirit Gather Goldfish, Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, and Genius. Instead, they were suitable for Red Thorn. He had to choose exactly which willpower rune to use when Red Thorn became a fantasy breed. Just as Lin Yuan crushed the Spirit Chi crystal that he had placed on the Twin Red Pagoda's main flower, the main flower greedily absorbed the extremely pure and majestic Spirit Chi from the broken Spirit Chi crystal. The main flower's burning red flame and the trace of greenish intent in it that was thinner than a hair slowly grew under the injection of this pure Spirit Chi. At that moment, the fire elemental energy in the crimson vortex in the sky was also pressed down. Lin Yuan let the Twin Red Pagoda's remaining main flower welcome this crimson flame vortex's fire elemental energy. He watched it grow a little bit under the nourishment of such majestic fire elemental energy and even faintly sprouted a few red shoots. The greenish intent in the Twin Red Pagoda's main flower's faint red flame constantly jumped as though an old man who was on the brink of death had the vitality of youth. The Twin Red Pagoda's main flower would still need some time to completely absorb the fire elemental energy in the crimson vortex. At that moment, Lin Yuan composed his mind and checked that golden disc-shaped spatial equipment. After looking at it, he was quite elated. This spatial equipment could simply save him a great deal of effort in the future. Lin Yuan had to regularly move the energy ores into the spirit pool to replenish the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Spirit Chi. Only by injecting spiritual energy into the Radiance Federation's Fey storage box could he ensure that the space inside and outside the Fey storage box was connected. Therefore, he had to spend great efforts to replenish the energy ores in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. However, this golden disc-shaped spatial equipment was different from the Radiance Federation's Fey storage box. It always maintained a constant state of connection between the outside and inside. Lin Yuan only needed to fill the golden disc with energy ores and place it at the spirit pool's bottom. Before this golden disc's energy ores were consumed, he did not have to move it as before, which would save him great efforts. The golden disc's energy ores could be used for a good period in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. After all, the size of this golden disc-like spatial equipment was comparable to the Platinum Fey storage box. He summoned that strange small golden tree from the golden disc with a thought and used Morbius True Data to check it, which greatly shocked him. After the shock, he revealed a hint of joy. Upgrading the quality of fantasy breed phase had always been hard for Lin Yuan. If it was said that it was as slow as an old bull pulling a cart for him to enhance fantasy breed phase grades, then it would be like an old bull pulling a train to upgrade the fantasy breed phase quality. When his first Fey Jasmine Lily had become a fantasy breed, he had tried to enhance it from Fantasy Breed I to Fantasy Breed II. It had taken him nearly 1 month to enhance it from Bronze X/Fantasy I to Silver I/Fantasy I. However, after 5 days of trying to enhance it from Fantasy I to Fantasy II, he had decided to give up. This was because as he had been channeling a large amount of pure Spirit Chi into the Fantasy Breed Jasmine Lily in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone over the 5 days, he had found that it was not much of a help for it. It could even be said that in these 5 days, Lin Yuan could not even feel his Jasmine Lily being enhanced from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. After asking his master, the Moon Empress, he knew that when phase became fantasy breeds, the enhancement from Fantasy I to Fantasy V had not much to do with their potential. When Fantasy Breed phase reached Diamond/Fantasy V, they would have a chance to reach Myth. Thus, Lin Yuan was also reassured to normally enhance his phase, which had become Fantasy Breeds at Bronze. It was no longer like how he enhanced phase to Fantasy Breeds, for fear of affecting their potential and causing them to be stuck at Bronze X/Legend. Chapter 273, Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree, 2/3. It could be said that the biggest problem Lin Yuan had faced before was raising these Fantasy Breed phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy V. He had asked Morbius about the Spirit Chi crystals condensed by its Spirit Chi condensation in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. He would need at least over 100 of them to promote Fantasy Breed phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Morbius would need at least more than 2 years to condense them with its current power. This period was simply too long for him. Moreover, this was only to promote the Fantasy Breed phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan has extremely strong capabilities as a creation master and could do things that other creation masters could not, he could only promote his fantasy breed phase from fantasy I to fantasy V by searching for treasures that could help improve the fantasy breed phase quality like other spirit chi professionals. It had a collective name Heaven and Earth phase. Heaven and Earth phase were different from ordinary phase. Spirit chi professionals could contract with ordinary phase that had grades, qualities, abilities, and exclusive skills. These Heaven and Earth phase were just like the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia Lin Yuan had obtained that could increase spiritual energy and the Red Pagoda that could produce the life form sacrificial fire. Spirit chi professionals could not contract such phase. Although they had grades and qualities, they did not have abilities or exclusive skills. Rather than saying the Heaven and Earth phase were a kind of fey that could mature, they were a kind of spiritual materials that could grow. Each kind of Heaven and Earth fey had its own unique uses. For example, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia Lin Yuan had obtained earlier could bear fruits that could increase spiritual energy, while the Red Pagoda could produce the life form sacrificial fire. The strange and elegant small tree that Lin Yuan had taken out of the golden disc was a Heaven and Earth fey. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was also a relatively common Heaven and Earth fey. At that moment, Lin Yuan's Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia was already gold 8/flawless. When it reached platinum, it would mature and could bear fruits to restore spiritual energy. After a Heaven and Earth fey like the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia bore fruits that could restore spiritual energy, its grade could never be raised again. The platinum Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia was akin to entering the maturity stage, and its accumulated energy would be contributed to the condensed fruit. Of course, when it reached the maturity stage, its quality could be raised. The quality of Heaven and Earth phase could be upgraded to legend at most. The higher the quality of the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia was, the better its fruit's ability to restore spiritual energy. Thanks to true data, this twin Red Pagoda had reached platinum/epic. Only when the Heaven and Earth fey, Red Pagoda, reached platinum would it have been considered reaching the maturity stage. At that time, it could then produce the life form sacrificial fire. However, the energy contained in its main flower had been absorbed by this strange and elegant small tree, so the main flower entered a dormant state. Although its grade and quality remained, it had also hurt its roots. If it wanted to restore its roots and condense the life form sacrificial fire, it would need to have some warm nourishment. Fortunately, the twin Red Pagoda's main flower that had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi from Lin Yuan's spirit chi crystal had awakened from dormancy. Given the huge amount of pure fire elemental energy in this flame vortex, after the platinum twin Red Pagoda's matured main flower absorbed this large amount of fire elemental energy, it should be able to recover some of its damaged roots. Then, the Red Pagoda's red dragon tooth-shaped flower would once again bloom on the withered main flower and produce the life form sacrificial fire. Although Lin Yuan had never heard of this strange and elegant small golden tree before, thanks to true data, its detailed information solved the huge problem he faced before. This strange and elegant small golden tree was called the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Under the true data, it was shown to have reached gold I/legend. Lin Yuan did not expect to see a Heaven and Earth fey reach legend before maturing. Upgrading a Heaven and Earth phase quality was not as easy as ordinary phase. It had to consume several times more resources than ordinary phase. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had reached the limit of a Heaven and Earth fey, but it was now only at gold and had yet to reach platinum. It would still need a short time to mature. With the information obtained from Morbius true data, Lin Yuan knew that this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree needed to absorb a large amount of pure spiritual power and regularly devour the strange flame for its survival and evolution. As long as a large amount of pure spirit chi and the strange flame were enough, its grade could slowly increase. A Heaven and Earth fey like the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree could not reach legend when it was still in its wild state and had yet to mature. If a Heaven and Earth fey wanted to reach legend, it had to accumulate for a very long time after it reached a matured state at platinum to be able to do so. In other words, this phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree previously had an owner who had used an unknown amount of resources to allow it to reach legend at gold. That person had probably prepared the life form sacrificial fire produced from this red pagoda for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree as well. The vitality in the life form sacrificial fire could even be used as a plant core and give plants a second life. One could imagine how precious such a strange flame like the life form sacrificial fire was to plants. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's owner had clearly intended to use the red pagoda to nurture the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. However, it was simply a waste to do so, in Lin Yuan's opinion. Its original owner was clearly the owner of this golden disc-like spatial equipment. No matter what this person was up to regarding the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan had become the owner of this phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. Chapter 274, Sequence Number 6 Thunderstorm Feast, 3/3. A heaven and earth fey like the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree would not bear fruits that could increase the spiritual energy like the cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia, nor would it produce the life-form sacrificial fire like the red pagoda. It created nothing, but it could purify avian feys' bloodline and increase their quality. As long as the avian feys perched on the bird's nest made of the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree branches, the latter would slowly offer its body energy to them. It was very effective in stimulating the avian feys' bloodline. After Lin Yuan checked the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree's true data, he stored it in the golden disk in the spirit lock spatial zone. If his greatest gain was the life-form sacrificial fire before, he now felt that no matter how many life-form sacrificial fire there was, it could not be compared to the immature phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. Although his contracted fey, Chimey, had become a twilight starbird, it had evolved from a sound bird. Even though its grade had constantly risen thanks to Lin Yuan injecting pure spirit chi after it had become a twilight starbird, Chimey could only wait for the opportunity to evolve its bloodline. Fey bloodlines would experience a qualitative change when they reached bronze. After metamorphosing into a fantasy breed, their bloodlines would undergo another qualitative change. Chimey had gone through the 2 stages of bronze and fantasy breed. Although its bloodline might evolve when its grade was raised in the future, the chances for its bloodline's natural evolution were very slim for a sound bird like Chimey, which was not even a fey at first. Lin Yuan had always felt that Chimey's evolution path was inclined toward that of the legendary phoenix. However, it was quite different, as Chimey had never given up its sound type as a sound bird. Chimey could once again tap into its latent bloodline as a sound bird with this phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. When fantasy breed phase reached fantasy 3, their bloodline would have a chance to metamorphose. If Chimey could reach Fantasy 3 and the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree purified its bloodline, it would be time for Chimey to take another qualitative leap that was even greater than when it had become a fantasy breed. At the same time, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about Chimey's quality enhancement with this phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. As long as it rested on this bird's nest made of the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree branches, and he constantly fed the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree with pure spirit chi and the strange flame, the fantasy breed Chimey's quality enhancement would no longer be a problem that plagued Lin Yuan. Given enough time, Chimey naturally would reach Fantasy 3 or even Fantasy V. At present, the twin red pagoda's main flower seemed to have completely absorbed the crimson vortex. The red bud that emerged from the twin red pagoda's main flower became unusually plump. The petal growth now seemed to Lin Yuan to be almost the same as that of the support flower. The flaming green light that was originally thinner than a strand of hair within the red flames ringed by the leaves at the top of the main flower had now turned into vibrant, dancing flames. Even though this green flame was filled with dexterity, it was not considered strong. The crimson vortex in the sky had now completely disappeared. Lin Yuan could feel many adventurers were in the 1 kilometer radius of quicksand his source-type source sand had dug in the mountain valley, thinking of a way to trudge over. Just as he was about to store the twin red pagoda, which seemed to have recovered, into the diamond fey storage box, the sand grains at the cave entrance that Lin Yuan had added with the ferromanganese characteristics were suddenly blown away by something. He only saw a slender, bronze-skinned youth with peach blossom eyes and flat top hair appear before he whistled and said, "The things here have actually been taken away. What did you store in the fey storage box just now?" "Finders keepers. Give it to me, and I'll let you go." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Are you trying to rob me?" The young man had a cold face, but he was stunned to hear rob from Lin Yuan. "The world's treasures are for those who are capable. You have picked up the loot in this valley first, so I can only take them from you if I want them." Lin Yuan's voice still sounded very flat, but he was ready for a fight. "So you still want to rob my loot?" When that young man with peach blossom eyes and a flat top head heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately became a little reluctant and replied, "You need strength to be able to keep the loot. This Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift is not like outside. One mistake will lead you to doom." He then channeled his spiritual power, and Lin Yuan saw a 15-meter-long huge crocodile covered in lightning flashes appear in this small cave. It had heavy white armor but did not look clumsy at all. Instead, it looked very agile. The huge crocodile's eyes showed a thunderclap-like blue-purple color, with a sense of oppression like a primitive beast. It moved its tail suddenly and hit on the cave wall. After the flame in the huge flame vortex baked the cave wall, it had long been completely stripped of water and cracked. The 15-meter-long huge white crocodile with lightning flashes constantly hit the cracked cave wall, causing the cave to collapse. The collapsed cave wall turned into fine dust and sand and fell on the land the source sand had reformed, which then created dust everywhere. The wind in this abyss-dimensional rift that contained an acrid sulfuric smell blew the dust. At first, Lin Yuan had not recognized who this young man with a pair of peach blossom eyes and the flat-top head was. Nonetheless, when that young man summoned the huge crocodile, Lin Yuan immediately knew of his identity. Lin Yuan had previously focused on this young man's information when he had checked the strength of the Radiance 100 sequence members on Star Web. Besides the fact that this young man was at the top of the Radiance 100 sequence, his talent was too special. Most Thunder Element Feys are good at attacking, but the young man in front of me has a defense-type Thunder Element Fey. Defense-type Thunder Element Feys were considered very unorthodox and niche types of Feys. They were very rare. A very common defense-type Thunder Element Bronze Fey had an equivalent price to better species of power offense-type Thunder Element Gold Feys. At the same time, the defense-type Thunder Element Fey's abilities and exclusive skills were mostly unorthodox. However, the young man in front used a defense-type Thunder Element Fey and walked on a traditional path of a defense-type Spirit Chi professional. He was the top of the younger generation of defense-type Spirit Chi professionals in the Radiance Federation. The young man with peach blossom eyes and a flat-top head was the Radiance 100 sequence number 6, Shi Su, also known as Thunderstorm Feast. Of course, in addition to the title of Thunderstorm Feast, he also had a title called Working Emperor, but Lin Yuan did not know the meaning of Working Emperor. Chapter 275, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. At that moment, the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's temperature had slowly risen back up. When that majestic crimson flame vortex disappeared, the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift had returned to normal from its closed state. A large amount of fire elements flooded in from the hub that connected the controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rift connected to the Abyssal World and immediately allowed the Abyss Dimensional Rift to return to its original high temperature of nearly 50 degrees. Its sudden rise back to 50 degrees from 20 degrees was just like a person who had just come out of the ice water being locked in a sauna. These adventurers in this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift could not catch their breath. Outside the completely collapsed cave, the wind gradually dispersed the flying dust. Lin Yuan used true data to check this 15-meter-long huge crocodile with a pure white body covered with lightning flashes. Fey name, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. Fey species, Sarcosuchus/Loricata. Fey grade, Platinum, 4/10. Fey type, Thunder. Fey quality, Fantasy Eye. Abilities. Tail block, uses the strong skin armor on its huge tail to resist damage. Muscle Thunder Energy, rapidly mobilize the energy within its muscles to generate a large amount of thunder energy. Rapid Thunder Armor Protection, quickly form a layer of armor protection formed by thunder around the target to help resist external damage. Thunder Armor Boost, increases the hardness of the released Rapid Thunder Armor and ability to resist damage. When the Rapid Thunder Armor cannot resist, it will automatically fill in the Muscle Thunder Energy's Thunder Energy. 100 Armor Demonstration, instantly bursts the thunder energy stored in its body to generate over 100 Rapid Thunder Armor. At the same time, it can also casually mobilize the thunder energy in the Rapid Thunder Armor for effective defense. Exclusive Skill. Sturdy Thunder Pattern, the thunder contains a thunder pattern that can increase sturdiness. When the thunder pattern breaks, it will instantly release a large amount of thunder energy. Active Thunderclap, the thunder released is always active. When struck, the thunder will burst outward and counteract the attack and assimilate part of the energy into active thunder energy. This 15-meter-long huge crocodile covered with lightning flashes on its pure white body had the same name as Shi Su's signature Fey on Star Web Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. In the past few months that he had the ability of a creation master, he had seen some defense-type Thunder Element Feys, but most of them had a mediocre aptitude. This Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile should have evolved from a kind of low-grade defense-type Thunder Element Crocodile Fey. However, Lin Yuan did not know which species it had evolved from. Even if he had Morbius true data, he still could not check what kind of low-grade defense-type Thunder Element Crocodile Fey this Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile had evolved from. Take Chimey as an example. Even Class 5 creation masters like Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and even Lin Yuan's master, the Moon Empress, had personally checked and analyzed. However, they could not see that the Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye Chimey had evolved from a sound bird that was not even considered a Fey. This Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile had the same evolution as Chimey. Its bloodline had been completely purified. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Chimey seemed to be evolving toward a phoenix and purifying its bloodline, while the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile was evolving toward a dragon. It was not evolving toward prehistoric dragon species but toward a flood dragon's bloodline, which was on par with the phoenix in ancient texts. Although this Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile could still be seen as a crocodile at a glance, its body was not as bloated as a normal crocodile. It was also not crawling on the ground with its four limbs like a normal crocodile. Instead, its four limbs had become longer, just like lying on the ground. A fey, especially a rare defense-type thunder element fey, being able to evolve toward a flood dragon was akin to having unlimited possibilities in terms of aptitude. However, Lin Yuan had seen Long Tao's Platinum X/Fantasy IIIC King Chok Mosasaurus in the Radiant Moon Palace and knew that this Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile would never be Shi Su's strongest fey. Even though it was his signature fey, he could not have been ranked 6th in the Radiance 100 sequence based on it alone. Just as Lu Ji had said, the Radiance 100 sequence members were shady. Most of their revealed feys were those they had used when they entered the Radiance 100 sequences selection competition. They had hidden their growth of many years after being selected by the Radiance 100 sequence, waiting for the right time to display their abilities. But Lin Yuan had to say that this Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile was indeed powerful. Most defense-type Thunder Element phase abilities and exclusive skills were rather strange because an element like Thunder was very violent and extremely aggressive. It was unsuitable for defense, unlike the Water and Earth elements. The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's normal ability, Tail Block, could be described as a moderate ability that could effectively help it block powerful attacks. Its remaining abilities, Muscle Thunder Energy, Thunder Armor Boost, and 100 Armor Demonstration, were actually increasing the defense ability of its silver ability, Rapid Thunder Armor Protection, allowing it to be more robust and versatile. The Muscle Thunder Energy could effectively increase the amount of thunder elements that the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile could control. A 15-meter-long primitive beast like the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile contained a lot of energy in its body. Based on Muscle Thunder Energy, it could rapidly transform the energy in its body into a large amount of thunder elements. The Thunder Armor Boost could maintain the armor's strength formed by the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's Rapid Thunder Armor Protection through consuming the thunder element energy that it could control. In other words, the armor formed by the Rapid Thunder Armor Protection would not break until there is not a drop of thunder element under its control. The 100 Armor Demonstration changed the Rapid Thunder Armor Protection from single-target protection to multi-target protection and could even greatly increase the efficiency of the use of thunder elements. It could condense the Thunder Armor's thunder elements into one point and use a great density of thunder elements to resist damage. It could be said that based on the Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's abilities, it was enough to be considered a top defense-type fey. Moreover, its two exclusive skills, Sturdy Thunder Pattern and Active Thunderclap, strengthened the Rapid Thunder Armor's defense ability and greatly increased the Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's endurance. The large amount of thunder energy released by the breakage of the thunder pattern formed by its exclusive skill, Sturdy Thunder Pattern, could instantly replenish the Rapid Thunder Armor's consumption. The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile's second exclusive skill, Active Thunderclap, was a direct application of the thunder element's attack characteristics. The Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile cleverly used the attack characteristics for defense. It used the collision of the thunder element energy and the attack energy to offset the pressure that the Rapid Thunder Armor needed to bear in defense. Regardless of what trump card Shi Su had been hiding during the years he had been part of the Radiance 100 sequence, his signature fey, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile, alone was enough to make him the top defense-type Spirit Chi professional among the younger generation of the Radiance Federation. Chapter 276, The Protection of the Blue Thunder. Although Chu Ci was also a defense-type Spirit Chi professional, she had a reckless heart. Shi Su's feys were all thunder element feys, but he had taken the path that a traditional defense-type Spirit Chi professional should take. A defense-type Spirit Chi professional like Shi Su was far more popular than a reckless defense-type Spirit Chi professional like Chu Ci in a team. Shi Su stood in place, his peach blossom eyes narrowed under his small flat-top head, and said, "See that? This is strength. Be good and hand over the thing burning with red flames that you put away, and I'll let you go." Lin Yuan's eyes behind the mask also narrowed as he replied, "What if I don't?" Shi Su reached out and scratched his head. "Judging from the way you dress, you're imitating black, right? Those who idolize black should not be a bad person, so I can have mercy on you." Lin Yuan's eyebrows behind the mask raised, and he answered, "It seems to you that I have to hand it over." Lin Yuan channeled the spiritual power in his body into the land under his feet through both feet. The quicksand on the land beneath his feet that had stopped instantly churned again. It was no longer just limited to a couple of kilometers around the mountain valley. Rather, Lin Yuan let the source sand stir up the sand grains it had accumulated for a month. The sand grains brought all the adventurers, who wanted to trudge over the sea of sand, back its edge. At the same time, with Lin Yuan's spiritual power, the color of the sand grains in this 1 kilometer radius became darker and darker, changing from brownish yellow slowly to purplish black. These purple-black sand grains also carried a layer of black-blue metallic luster that came from the ferromanganese. Lin Yuan manipulated the source sand, and it gathered all the sand grains that it had ground from hard ores in the controlled Class 3 Abyss dimensional rift. These hard sand grains were plated with a thin layer of ferromanganese. When Shi Su saw this quicksand suddenly churning, he jumped onto the Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Silent Thunder armored crocodile's back. Upon sensing the quicksand from all directions that wanted to drag his fey into the ground, Shi Su let the Silent Thunder armored crocodile surge a large amount of thunder elements around its body to resist the churning quicksand. Lin Yuan found that even if the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye source sand had accumulated sand grains for over a month and could resist against Platinum phase, it still could not do anything about this Silent Thunder armored crocodile. This was because the Silent Thunder armored crocodile had gone beyond a Platinum phase strength and reached Diamond combat power. Shi Su, who was standing on the Silent Thunder armored crocodile's back, said with some surprise, "So it was you who caused the churning quicksand everywhere in the mountain valley. You're currently already much stronger than Black." Before Shi Su could finish his words, he saw Lin Yuan wave his hand and summon a fey with a purple halo like a peony while fluttering. He immediately expressed his surprise on his face because this fey was the blue flash purple butterfly. Once Lin Yuan summoned this blue flash purple butterfly, Shi Su immediately felt awkward. This silver-masked fellow was actually Black. Upon looking at the endless churning quicksand in front of him, Shi Su knew that Black had concealed his strength on Star Web. Black's true strength was far from what he had shown on Star Web. His feys were very easy to recognize: the silver/fantasy breed avian fey, the strange plant that could spread a sea of flowers, and the blue flash purple butterfly could represent Black's identity. These feys were unique to Black among the currently known feys. After Lin Yuan summoned the Bronze X/Legend blue flash purple butterfly, he immediately let it release a large amount of silent scale powder toward the sand grains that source sand had spawned. Given the blue flash purple butterfly's bronze grade, the silent scale powder it released could not break through the Platinum 4/Fantasy Eye Silent Thunder armored crocodile's layer of thunder element energy that protected its body. Therefore, Lin Yuan could regard the sand grains spawned by the source sand as the carrier for the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder. It would allow the silent scale powder that was difficult to attach to the Silent Thunder armored crocodile to have the opportunity to do so. If it were other power offense type Spirit Chi professionals with Platinum Fantasy breed phase, Lin Yuan would not have any chances of winning without the Mother of Bloodbath or the trump card that the Moon Empress had given him. However, Shi Su was a defense type Spirit Chi professional who went on the path of a traditional defense type Spirit Chi professional, so he did not possess any powerful attacking ability. Thus, Lin Yuan had a chance to fight. Just at that moment, Shi Su waved his hand and said, "No more fighting. I, Shi Su, will not make a move against one of my own." As Radiance 100 Sequence number 6, Shi Su was considered being a top high-ranking member of the Radiance 100 Sequence. The Radiance 100 Sequence upheld the glory of the Radiance Federation's younger generation's top experts. Black's battle outside Millstone Town was enough for him to be called a Radiance Federation hero. Thus, Shi Su would never attack Black because of a treasure. He might not mind telling other adventurers that the treasure belonged to a capable person. However, the faith in Radiance had always let Shi Su made the choice toward Radiance. In fact, it was also the faith and choice of the Radiance 100's younger generation that the Radiance Federation had constantly been becoming stronger and stronger, allowing it to become the top power in this huge world map. Unity itself shone with radiant light. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized the space around him darkened and saw a middle-aged man who was very strange. This middle-aged man was looking at him angrily, as though he had just finished his homework, but it was torn into pieces. Lin Yuan, who was wearing Genius Mask, could vaguely sense that this middle-aged man was shaking with anger. As he looked at that middle-aged man, he immediately became wary. Even though Lin Yuan had no impression of that middle-aged man's appearance, his figure completely overlapped with the middle-aged man who had been sizing him up at the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's entrance. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a violent energy fluctuation. It was now too late for him to condense the 4 wings on his back. He only had time to condense half a wing in front of his body with the feathers transformed by the gold day and night spirit silver and injected the spiritual power into this half wing. The sudden appearance of the violent energy fluctuation made him feel a deadly threat. Just when he was ready to crush the red crystal spider in his hand, which the mother of Bloodbath had given him, a layer of blue thunder armor shielded him. Chapter 277, Real, Working Emperor. This thunder armor had that unique pattern of the crocodile skin armor. Shi Su seemed to have summoned another fey. The oppressive thunder energy condensed into a piece of an exquisite leaf as though it was carved by thunder outside the rapid thunder armor. Lin Yuan only saw a black energy beam clash onto this piece of leaf. The thunder energy on the surface of this leaf flickered violently. When the leaf was about to disappear, that black energy beam vanished as well. At that moment, Lin Yuan shot a sharp look at the middle-aged man who was stepping on the quicksand. Even if Lin Yuan condensed the wing shield made of half a wing, channeled a large amount of energy, and perfectly displayed the day and night spirit silver's impact power, he would certainly be seriously injured if he did not crush the red crystal spider the mother of Bloodbath had given him. Upon seeing that his attack had failed, Crow simply wanted to vomit blood. After becoming a suzerain/myth breed fey, when had Crow suffered such a loss? Crow had to spend great efforts to raise the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to legend before it reached the maturity stage. Crow had been stuck at being a suzerain/myth 2 fey for many years and could not advance. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was its only hope to purify its bloodline and reach myth 3. A heaven and earth fey like the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had reached legend at gold because Crow had invested plenty of resources and even used its suzerain/myth 2's blood to feed it. Crow had even taken the valuable red pagoda as nourishment to nurture the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, hoping that it could quickly mature. But now, someone had taken away its own lifeblood in this change of events, driving Crow crazy. Since Crow had always used its own blood to feed the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's aura contained a trace of the smell of Crow's blood. This was why the moment Crow saw Lin Yuan, it had made a move and even used 10% of its strength, as Lin Yuan's body was tainted with the smell of Crow's blood on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Crow's body was at the coast thousands of kilometers away, completing the task assigned by Lord 7th Page War. It was now only using 1 drop of its blood, relying on its exclusive skill to descend to this body with the exclusive imprint. Therefore, Crow's current strength could now only be maintained at Diamond V/Flawless. The hatred in its heart had been burning so fast that it was going to burn itself to ashes. If there was anyone Crow hated the most, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yuan. But if there was anyone it hated the second most, it would not be Shi Su, who had helped Lin Yuan block the attack, but Cheng Wu. If not for this stupid person trained by Cheng Wu, who only knew how to observe and not report back to it as though he was suffering from anxiety and paranoia, and if it could have known there would be a change of events, no matter how far away it was, it would immediately take away the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and red pagoda in the golden disc. If Crow had not considered the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift outside the royal capital as the last stop in its plan and made use of the huge amount of fire elements in it to provide warm nourishment for the red pagoda so that it could produce the life-form sacrificial fire for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to devour and quickly mature, Crow would not let such an important thing as the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree leave its side. However, Crow felt a sense of helplessness. Its body could not come over, and its avatar formed by his exclusive skill was too weak. As Crow thought about it, it raised its hands and slapped itself. It felt painful yet happy. If this body's soul had not vanished after Crow's avatar had descended, it would really want to ferret out the original soul and ask, why did the people from Radiance 100 sequence appear in this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, yet you did not inform me? Shi Su shouted, who are you? How dare you do this? As soon as Crow heard this, it was so angry that it let out a strange call like a crow. Crow wanted to curse back, what are you saying? If my body was here, I would have killed all of you. Upon seeing a dark blue giant stingray with light blue patterns fly down, Crow glared at Lin Yuan before it turned into black mist, scurrying away into the distance. Lin Yuan loosened his grip on the red crystal spider he had been holding tightly in his palms. He turned his head and looked at Shi Su, who chuckled and gave him a thumbs up before saying, I have a strong defense, right? Lin Yuan noted down Shi Su in his heart. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, Shi Su had wanted to snatch what he was holding at that time. He had not thought about giving in but intended to resist to the end. Before that attack just now, which was not fatal but was enough to seriously injure him or cause him to be on the brink of death, had arrived, Shi Su had blocked the attack for him. That was grace. The thunder-formed leaf in front of Shi Su was clearly not something that the Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile could do. Lin Yuan thought of the thunder element energy that contained great oppression and the leaf condensed by thunder. This unknown defense-type thunder element plant should be Shi Su's trump card. Lin Yuan had now witnessed the powerful Radiance 100 sequence number 6 revealing his trump card. He knew the gap between himself and the Radiance 100's top combat power. As long as he did not have a Platinum Fantasy breed Fey, he could not reach the top in the Radiance 100 sequence. It was not enough for his Platinum Fantasy breed Fey to reach Fantasy I. It had to reach at least Fantasy 3. At that moment, that dark blue giant stingray with light blue patterns flew close. A girl's cry of surprise suddenly came from on top of it. Holy shit! Shi Su, how come I see you everywhere I go? You're worthy of being the working emperor. Lin Yuan felt this voice was very familiar. When he turned his head, he realized it was Zhao Xiaochun. As Lin Yuan looked at these people on this stingray's back, he found that he knew all of them and could not help but sigh. The controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift outside the royal capital was really odd. It had actually gathered 4 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Radiance 100 sequence number 3, Overflowing Sea, Long Tao. Radiance 100 sequence number 6, Thunderstorm Feast, Shi Su. Radiance 100 sequence number 21, Food Hater, Zhao Xiaochun. Radiance 100 sequence number 43, Rapids, Fang Duo. Lu Ji had told him that Zhao Xiaochun's initial title was Critical Needle Girl. But later on, after Zhao Xiaochun had applied to the Radiance Sacred Hall nearly 100 times, the Radiance Sacred Hall had then helplessly changed her official title to Food Hater. When Shi Su heard Zhao Xiaochun's voice, his eyes instantly turned red, and he glared at her before shouting, Zhao Xiaochun, how dare you call me working emperor? If it weren't for you, how would I have been called that? Chapter 278, Don't let him taste the sweet delights. Zhao Xiaochun was standing on the back of the giant stingray with light blue patterns. When she heard Shi Su's words, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, Shi Zhu, how is the bankruptcy of your 5 chain restaurants related to me? Whenever I visit your store, I am a spending customer. It was fine if Zhao Xiaochun didn't say anything, but once she spoke, Shi Su's eyes turned redder. Zhao Xiaochun, my name is Shi Su, not Shi Zhu. Shi Su was only able to contract defense-type/thunder-type phase because of his talent. Due to the rarity of defense-type/thunder-type phase and the expensive costs of nurturing such phase, Shi Su had always lacked resources. Putting aside the resources that Shi Su had invested to nurture trump cards after being in the Radiance 100 sequence for so many years, he had spent countless Radiance dollars just to nurture his Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile. After all, it had activated the Flood Dragon bloodline, and Shi Su had to make sure the Flood Dragon bloodline would be constantly activated. Actually, during the many years Shi Su had been a Radiance 100 sequence member, he had earned quite a bit of extra money. Shi Su had poured all the extra money on the investment of chain restaurants. When opening a restaurant in the Radiance Federation, as long as the restaurant's ingredients had many varieties and the food ingredients grade was relatively higher, there was no worry that they wouldn't sell. Shi Su had originally wanted to properly operate these 5 chain restaurants and earn enough resources to nurture his phase. In fact, Shi Su had spent great amounts of money to poach an experienced manager from the Radiance Federation's most famous spirit food pavilion. Everything had been well prepared, but Shi Su's mistake was to set his restaurant with a buffet model. Furthermore, all 5 of his buffet restaurants had been targeted by Zhao Xiaochun. In less than 1 year since Zhao Xiaochun had targeted the restaurants, Shi Su's dreams of accumulating resources with the chain restaurants had been destroyed. All of the savings that he had accumulated painstakingly for many years had resulted in a loss. Shi Su now had to face the problem of all the spiritual ingredients and resources required to evolve his phase. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and become a working emperor, working 10 jobs as a single person. Shi Su was here at this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift because he wanted to take the spare time to accumulate more resources before the start of the S tournament. Shi Su was so angry that he nearly got the hiccups. However, before Shi Su could say anything, Zhao Xiaochun tossed the pork trotters that she had gnawed into bones and cleaned her hand before saying, Shi Su, the pork trotters that I am gnawing right now isn't as good as the pork trotters from your store's silver tendon thigh black pig. Your store's grilled ocean fish is not bad either. When speaking, Zhao Xiaochun was even licking her lips. It was unknown if she had an aftertaste of the pork trotters earlier or because of the food from Shi Su's store. Chen Hongfeng and Fang Duoduo exchanged glances before casting a sympathetic look at Shi Su. Shi Su is really such a pitiful man. Shi Su was so angry that he was patting on the silent thunder armored crocodile's armored back, and it was letting out a thud-thud sound. The silent thunder armored crocodile thought that its master was playing with it, so it contentedly tilted its head and let out a comfortable call. However, Shi Su's hand was feeling the pain as he was patting. He then said with anguish, "Zhao Xiaochun, had it not been for you, the money earned from my 5 chain restaurants would have been enough to purchase 1 bronze/epic fey every single day." Zhao Xiaochun let out a snort and turned around to pull Fang Duoduo and Chen Hongfeng over. "The two of you use some pee to wake him up. If you have diabetes, then don't come over. Don't let him taste the sweet delights." Zhao Xiaochun's words immediately caused Lin Yuan, Shi Su, Long Tao, Fang Duoduo and Chen Hongfeng a drop of cold sweat to roll down their faces. Was this the kind of words that a lady should be speaking in public? Long Tao involuntarily held his forehead while rubbing his temples as he felt a pain surging in his head again. Long Tao truly felt that he should always criticize Fang Duoduo when he quarreled with Zhao Xiaochun. After witnessing Zhao Xiaochun's current performance, Long Tao felt that he had truly wronged Fang Duoduo in the past. Zhao Xiaochun was a person that couldn't keep calm no matter who she was with. However, Long Tao's eyes were now fixed on Lin Yuan. The latter might have already withdrawn the bronze X/legend blue flash purple butterfly, but Long Tao only took a single glance to recognize Lin Yuan's faint aura. The aura coming off from Lin Yuan was very similar to the aura from black that Long Tao had seen on the star web. However, Long Tao felt a trace of difference after observing it carefully. The black on the star web gave off an aloof and reticent feeling, but Long Tao constantly felt a familiar youthful feeling from black. Now that Long Tao met black in person, that familiar youthful feeling was even more intense. However, the aloof feeling on the star web was now gone, and it was replaced with a tenacious and indifferent feeling. As Long Tao paid more attention to black, he felt that black was giving him a stronger sense of familiarity. Unfortunately, Long Tao wasn't able to recall where this familiar feeling came from. Long Tao jumped off the Platinum 2/Fantasy 2 Rapid Fear Ray and walked in front of Lin Yuan. "I am the Dragon Gate Guild Club's team leader for the S Tournament main team, Long Tao. There are less than 3 days before the S Tournament's transfer period ends. Our Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team is still lacking a member. I wonder if you are willing to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team." Before Lin Yuan could react, Shi Su was rather surprised by Long Tao's words. Putting aside the fact that Long Tao was sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100, just his status as the S Tournament main team leader of the Dragon Gate Guild Club was already too prestigious for Long Tao to do such things without consideration. The Guild Alliance's S Tournament was about to begin, so how could anyone still be inviting others into their team? It seemed like the Dragon Gate Guild Club was really still lacking a main team member until now. Shi Su wasn't just the main team member of the S Tournament. He was part of the Rhine Guild Club, which had obtained the Champion's Crown position during last year's S Tournament. The Rhine Guild Club had also become the top guild club among all during this year. Shi Su had always treated the Dragon Gate Guild Club as his team's formidable foe during this year's S Tournament. But from the looks of it, it seemed like the Dragon Gate Guild Club was still unable to contest with the Rhine Guild Club this year. Be it Long Tao, Zhao Xiaochun, Fang Duoduo and the one other main team member who wasn't here, they were all part of the Radiance 100 sequence. The combination of members from the Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team was very luxurious, and if they included another Radiance 100 sequence member, they would be considered an all-star team. The Dragon Gate Guild Club's main team members had formidable individual strength, but 4 power offense type Spirit Chi professionals would be the same as having 4 reckless members. Without any support type, defense type, and healing type Spirit Chi professionals to uphold the endurance, then no matter how powerful each individual team member was, it was impossible to stay standing in the S Tournament's team battle. The Radiance Federation's S Tournament had never been an individual game. When Lin Yuan heard Long Tao's abrupt proposal, he was startled. Then, he started to mutter. Chapter 279, The Sudden Sea of Demons. Lin Yuan muttered for a moment before he gently shook his head and said, "I don't have any plans to join any guild clubs." Lin Yuan was very frank and wasn't shy to reject an invitation. After all, Lin Yuan already had plans in his heart in regards to guild clubs. Long Tao might have a disappointed expression, but he wasn't dejected. Instead, he revealed a smile and extended his hand. My name is Long Tao. Let's be friends. From Lin Yuan's statement of I don't have any plans to join any guild clubs, Long Tao understood that Lin Yuan was planning to build his own guild club in the future. It would be fake to say that Long Tao wasn't disappointed when he was rejected, but it was only a trace of disappointment at the start. After all, Long Tao had been looking for the silver-masked Black for more than just 1 or 2 days. The moment Long Tao wanted to recruit Black as his teammate, the thought had never changed. Once Long Tao knew of Black's plans, he felt that Black was similar to him a few years ago. Back when Long Tao had made the decision, he single-handedly created the Dragon Gate Guild Club. But Long Tao believed that if he was at Black's age and received an invitation from a top 3 A-level guild club, even if he was going to reject, he wouldn't be able to reject so calmly. It was unknown why Long Tao suddenly had a feeling he had met a true friend. However, even if Black wasn't going to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club, Long Tao still had his confidence and trump cards for this year's tournament. After all, Long Tao never liked to place a bet on others. If he was such a person, then he wouldn't have been able to sit firmly in the position of Radiance Federation Sequence number 3. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate Guild Club wouldn't have been able to achieve the result of being among the top 3 A-level guild clubs. Lin Yuan watched as Long Tao extended his hand while his face behind the mask revealed a sunshine smile. Lin Yuan then extended his hand to shake hands with Long Tao. Long Tao looked at the silver-masked youth and praised him. Looking at this valley of sand, I know that I should congratulate you in advance for joining the ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. Long Tao's words startled Lin Yuan. He had been training for over a month. Due to his achievements on the Celestial Stairway, his virtual image should have been made. The news of him joining the Radiance 100 selection should have been announced by the Radiance Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan immediately remembered about Tian Ningning. She was Lin Yuan's exclusive report, but Lin Yuan always forgot to inform her of such information in advance. When Lin Yuan signed the exclusive reporter contract with Tian Ningning, it stated that he should always inform Tian Ningning of important news in advance. This would allow Tian Ningning to justify herself to the Star Web officials. Lin Yuan was too busy during this period and had forgotten to inform Tian Ningning. Therefore, he was a little apologetic to Tian Ningning. Once he exited this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Abyss, he would take the initiative to contact Tian Ningning and inform her of everything at once. After over a month of silent communication, Tian Ningning was probably going crazy now. At that moment, distinctive roars from Abyss demons suddenly echoed from far away, and it was like a wave. Immediately after, Lin Yuan felt the sand under his feet trembling because of an unknown number of demons trampling on the ground. The distinctive roars from the Abyss demons and the tremors from the sand allowed Lin Yuan to know that a large number of demons had arrived outside the valley. Demons from the Abyss Dimensional Rift released roars that could shiver the spirit. Some high-class demons could release roars that could smash one's spirit. The demons' massive and diverse roars made Lin Yuan recall the calls emitted from the sea of alien insects that surged out of the pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift that had opened outside of Millstone Town. However, the roars from this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift's demons were far superior to the alien insects. Even though the pinnacle Class 1 insect wave produced Class 3 alien insects, they were still inferior to regular Class 3 demons. But the current Lin Yuan and the teammates were far superior to back then. The powerful fire element within the Scarlet Flame Vortex didn't just attract the attention of human adventurers. It had also attracted the demons within this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. There were plenty of adventurers inside this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, and most of them were here to search for fire elemental spiritual ingredients. Still, many of them treated the killing of demons as their main source of income. During this period, Shisu, also known as the Working Emperor, Lin Yuan, and the Dragon Gate Guild Club members had been training within this Abyss Dimensional Rift. It directly caused a significant decrease in high-class demons. Looking at the situation now, it seemed like this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift was still connected to the Abyss world somewhere, and demons were still surging inside. Most of the demons were probably gathered outside the valley now. There were a total of 2 methods for the Abyss demons to increase their strength. The first method was to rely on their body's complex genetic model and constantly consume enemy flesh during combat or to consume other demon corpses. The second method was to devour fire elemental spiritual ingredients and also the massive fire elemental energy within the Abyss Dimensional Rift to increase their combat strength. The Abyss Dimensional Rift was connected to the Abyss world that was filled with fire elemental energy. Therefore, most of the demons had the fire element as their main element. It was imaginable that the massive flame vortex earlier was going to be an extreme attraction to these abyss demons. When Lin Yuan, Long Tao, Shi Su, Fang Duoduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and Chen Hongfeng arrived at the valley entrance, they realized they were surrounded by demons that covered up to the horizon. The adventurers that were originally at the entrance had already rushed inside the valley. These adventurers had brought out all of their resources and strength to set up defenses at the valley entrance. The fatty that was selling goods earlier was now distributing his resources for free. Chapter 280, Temporary Squad Formation. Upon seeing that, Long Tao glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "Even if you don't join the Dragon Gate Guild Club, we might as well form a temporary squad to tide us over this difficult time." After Lin Yuan nodded, Long Tao turned to Shi Su and said, "In a moment, Fang Duoduo, Zhao Xiaochun and I will be the main attackers in the front, and you'll help us." Shi Su gave Long Tao a somewhat displeased look. "Do you have to tell me that?" An intense battle intent rose in Lin Yuan's eyes. A large portion of the demons were Class 2 ones, but there were many Class 3 demons and even Class 4 demons among them. The demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift had never relied on their number to win but on their own strength. Therefore, every demon that could survive in the Abyss Dimensional Rift was considered an elite unit. If Lin Yuan were to entirely rely on his own strength at this time, there was really nothing he could about these demons. But with Long Tao, Fang Duoduo, and Zhao Xiaochun, who were Power Offense Type Radiance 100 sequence members, the damage to these Class 3 to Class 4 demons would be large enough. Thus, Lin Yuan did not intend to take the path of attacking. As a healing type and support type spirit chi professional, he had always been obsessed with output because it could let him have a bottom line to defend himself in the face of perilous situations. He could put his life in his own hands. But in this massive battle, Lin Yuan, an almost all-round spirit chi professional, naturally would determine his position in the battle according to the situation. At that moment, Long Tao scanned the endless demons, and his expression changed slightly as he said to Lin Yuan, "When the battle starts later, can your quicksand try to sink the demon's flesh into the sand? There are several squads of devouring demons among the sea of demons. When the battle starts, if these demons have a huge amount of demon flesh, they will develop into a huge threat." Lin Yuan naturally knew about the devouring demons. They were a kind of Class 3 demons and considered the weakest among the demons of the same class. Within a short period, they could devour other demons' flesh to increase their combat power. Although their combat power would increase for a very short period, the devouring demons would devour a lot of demons' flesh after so many demons were killed. Thus, the threat they posed was like Class 5 demons that were equivalent to Diamond Feys. When Lin Yuan heard Long Tao's words, he summoned Red Thorn, which had become larger than before. Its mouth of relinquish had also become bigger, and the teeth outside the 12 huge mouths had also become sharper. As the huge mouth chewed, it would greatly increase Red Thorn's digestion capacity. The vines of Red Thorn's ortet were also not as slender as before but sharper and thicker. After choosing to battle by spreading the sea of flowers through the child Raymits and Raymits, there was no need to increase the Red Thorn's ortet's attack distance. The child Raymits and Raymits produced by Red Thorn were its sharpest claws. Hence, Red Thorn compressed its ortet's combat power to within 3 meters and allowed it to become much more powerful than before. In the process of devouring the dimensional life form's flesh, Red Thorn's wisdom had slowly increased as well. It now had its own selfishness in such a way of evolution. Red Thorn was evolving according to the evolution path given by Lin Yuan, and its weak wisdom also hoped that it could better protect Lin Yuan closely. After Red Thorn had been summoned, its smooth thornless vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist as it conveyed its affection and dependence on him. The acid corrosion queen bee also flew out of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish and landed on the vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist as it jumped eagerly. It acted as if it was striving for favor toward Red Thorn but was mercilessly thrown off the smooth vine by it. However, the acid corrosion queen bee still offered its courtesy around it. It was simply a true reflection of a bootlicker. After Red Thorn had devoured a lot of demon's flesh over 1 month, it had been almost completely immune to the burning acidity in it. At the same time, it also had some resistance toward the withering characteristics in the demon flame. Its child Raymits and Raymits had also inherited the ortet's traits. The demon's flesh was the best nutrient for Red Thorn to improve its strength. That pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rift's insectide outside Millstone Town last time had allowed it to advance to epic. Just like the dimensional life form's flesh stored in the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box, the flesh energy of those dead ones and those that had just died were completely incomparable. The flesh energy of these dimensional life forms that had just died could quickly help Red Thorn evolve and improve its quality. Upon hearing Long Tao's words, Lin Yuan said calmly, "Just leave the flesh of these dead demons to me." When Long Tao heard his words and saw him summon that strange plant fey, he could not help but be a little astonished. It was common knowledge that these demons restrained plant feys. However, Black actually wanted to use this strange plant to devour those dead demons' flesh. Apart from the fact that the burning characteristics in the demon flesh could harm plants, could this strange plant really devour that huge amount of demon flesh after the battle started? A few pinnacle class 3 demons stood at the very front of this sea of demons. Lin Yuan found that most of the pinnacle class 4 demons had evolved from the horn demon's genetic model. These demons had certain differences in appearance, which showed that the horn demon's model had deviated when evolving from class 2 to class 4. Nonetheless, these deviations allowed these pinnacle class 4 demons to have their own means of attack. As these demons bellowed, the huge army of demons rushed toward the human adventurers in the mountain valley as though they had heard some commands. Chapter 281, The Web of Redemption Woven by the Source Sand. Without hiding his strength, Long Tao took the lead and summoned the prehistoric beast that Lin Yuan had seen at the Radiant Moon Palace, the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. When Long Tao summoned it, it immediately inspired the fighting spirit of the spirit chi professionals present. The eyes of these spirit chi professionals who had thought that disaster would fall upon them shone with hope. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, a name of the prehistoric era, had always been Long Tao's signature fey. However, Lin Yuan did not know whether Long Tao had other trump cards other than the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus was still at Platinum X/Fantasy 3. Clearly, Long Tao was still stuck at being a B-rank Spirit Chi professional and had yet to break through to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. If he broke through to the A rank, this Platinum X/Fantasy 3 Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus could break through to Diamond. At that time, Long Tao could be called a King-class expert. Given his current strength, his combat power was already more astounding than some ordinary King-class experts. It was very hard for a fantasy breed fey to reach Fantasy 3. Zhao Xiaochun and Fang Duoduo also summoned their feys and attacked the demons that rushed over. Chen Hongfeng did not go forward but summoned his contracted gold fey, the huge-tailed swamp lizard, at the back. He commanded it to use the swamp to control and deal magic damage to the demon army. Lin Yuan finally knew why Zhao Xiaokun's previous title in the Radiance 100 sequence was Critical Needle Girl. Her fey was a Platinum V/Fantasy 2 Cold Needle Sea Urchin, a fey that could stack output. While such a fey had extreme output, its defense was almost at rock bottom among Platinum feys. It could even be described as being as brittle as paper. When Shi Su saw Zhao Xiaochun summon out the Platinum V/Fantasy 2 Cold Needle Sea Urchin, he exclaimed, "This black-hearted maggot Zhao Xiaokun's signature Cold Needle Sea Urchin is actually at Fantasy 2. Did she not invest her resources into her trump card all this time?" Shi Su shook his head. Given his understanding of her trump card had probably become even stronger. It seemed that Zhao Xiaochun would move on the ranking of the Radiance 100 sequence this year or next year. Based on her stance, she should be intending to get into the top 10. Although Zhao Xiaochun was a glutton, bad-hearted, and had a foul mouth, Shi Su also had to sigh at her talent that could be considered top-notch even in the Radiance 100. Shi Su then glanced at Lin Yuan, who was standing beside him. He was speechless. Whose talents could be compared to this youth standing next to him at this age? If he were to really compare, there would only be that girl from Redbud City who was rumored on Star Web to have a bronze fantasy breed fey. Shi Su shook his head and let his Platinum 4/Fantasy I Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile use its Platinum ability, 100 Armor Demonstration. A layer of armor formed by the thunder element appeared on the face of those adventurers who rushed forward to fight the Sea of Demons, as well as Long Tao, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo. This armor even carried a fine thunder pattern. After putting on these hundreds of rapid thunder armor pieces, Shi Su's expression turned solemn because the silent thunder armored crocodile could only release 100 pieces of rapid thunder armor. Although this was considered a lot for defense spirit chi professionals, there were simply too many adventurers, and Shi Su was only able to take care of over 100 of them. But when the demon army was about to meet the human adventurers, Shi Su was surprised to find that whenever the demons were going to attack the human adventurers, and these human adventurers could not resist, a wisp of gravel would come up from the ground to block the demon's attack. Even if the gravel was not enough to completely block the demon's attack, it could also minimize the damage caused. Many adventurers noticed this and could not help but put their attention at the back of the team. There stood a silver-masked youth who was releasing spirit chi to the strange plant and was not very verbal but aloof. They focused on Long Tao, Fang Duoduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and Shi Su previously. These 4 Radiance 100 sequence members upheld the hopes of these adventurers in a desperate situation. But now, when many people saw this strange plant, a name flashed through their minds: Black. Suppose Shi Su's thunder armor could allow the high-ranking adventurers to attack without worries and the need to watch out for the attacks. In that case, Black manipulating the gravel to block the demon's attack was akin to redemption. It was the redemption of the lives of the low-ranking adventurers who were fighting for survival in this havoc of the demons. Lin Yuan commanded Redthorn to release a large number of spores from its spore cavity. When these spores rooted on the huge number of demons' flesh, Redthorn did not let all these spores hatch, however. Instead, it only let one spore fully absorb the huge amount of energy in the flesh and evolve into a Raymit with its grade raised to the limit of a Raymit. Then, it let the Raymit devour the demon's flesh on the battlefield. Whenever a demon shattered a Raymit, Redthorn would manipulate another spore to hatch next to it. Redthorn had previously taken the path of spawning both child Raymits and Raymits in huge quantities. Based on the battle situation this time, Lin Yuan had Redthorn switch to the elite route. Although Raymits in the Sea of Flowers had become fewer, they could devour the energy in the demon's flesh without restraint. Otherwise, if the young child Raymit devoured the flesh of these Class 3 Abyss demons that were akin to gold phase, it would be destroyed by the burning characteristics in the flesh. Only these pinnacle elite Raymits could devour these Class 3 Abyss demons' flesh without withering due to the burning characteristics in it. Each bunch of gravel that Lin Yuan activated was akin to saving the life of a low-ranking adventurer. This bunch of gravel built a web of life. Even though some adventurers still fell to the ground under the demon army's attack, this number had been minimized. Among these adventurers, there were also many healing-type spirit chi professionals. Squads without a healing-type spirit chi professional would not come to this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift to train. Because the fine sand had resisted the attacks, even if those low-ranking adventurers were seriously injured, they could still recover under the treatment of healing-type spirit chi professionals. Chapter 282, A Freak, Long Tao. Lin Yuan now no longer needed to inject spiritual power into Redthorn for it to release spores. It had taken an elite path this time and did not need to spit out too many spores from its spore cavity. Redthorn felt no pressure in spawning Raymits with the dead demon's flesh on the battlefield. This saved a great deal of spiritual power in Lin Yuan's body. Such a simple act of protection from the source sand on the large battlefield required Lin Yuan to use a lot of mental and spiritual power. But after Lin Yuan opened this spirit chi imprint that had accumulated a lot of spirit chi over the past month or so, coupled with the source sand's sand control, the spiritual power required to maintain this simple protection of the low-ranking adventurers on the battlefield with the gravel was within his ability. At the same time, he also summoned his Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye healing type Fey, the Jasmine Lily. Almost every famous expert of the younger generation had their own signature Fey, just like Long Tao's, Shi Su's, and Zhao Xiaokun's signature Feys were the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, Silent Thunder Armored Crocodile, and Cold Needle Sea Urchin, respectively. However, there had been a huge controversy over Black's signature Fey between the Jasmine Lily and Redthorn. Regardless of which Fey he had summoned at that time, he had performed too well in the battle outside Millstone Town. After Lin Yuan summoned the Silver/Fantasy breed Jasmine Lily and injected spiritual power, an emerald mist immediately emerged on its emerald green petals in spirals. Each bit of light containing huge vitality flew out of the Jasmine Lily's flower, just like a firefly, and would heal the injured spirit chi professionals. Although some low-ranking spirit chi professionals had lost their arms in the battle against the demons, what Lin Yuan could do was just to preserve their lives. If he wanted to use Jasmine Lily's severed limbs' growth to regenerate their broken arms, it would undoubtedly consume a lot of his spiritual power. The consumption of the spiritual power in his body was akin to allowing him to save the lives of fewer adventurers. This gathered sea of demons was ultimately like a river without a source. Despite the number, they could not be replenished after being killed. After nearly 4 hours of slaughter, Long Tao's Platinum X/Fantasy 3 Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus annihilated the last pinnacle Class 4 demon with its ability, Sea Emperor's Dragon Breath. As this demon turned into dust, this sea of demons was also considered completely defeated. All those low-ranking adventurers sat on the ground and took a deep breath of the air with a burning sulfur smell from the Abyss Dimensional Rift. The air that normally felt disgusting now smelled exceptionally sweet. Lin Yuan, Long Tao, Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo might not have the feeling of surviving this calamity at this moment because such a threat was not fatal to experts like them. Even if Lin Yuan did not use the source-type extreme token filled with a one-time moonlight domain that his master, the Moon Empress, had given him, the red crystal spider the mother of bloodbath had given him alone was able to keep him safe. However, this was only for experts like Lin Yuan and Long Tao. For those low-ranking adventurers, they were the lucky survivors in this war against the demons. These 5 people were the 5 gods that had brought a new lease of life to them in the most desperate times of their lives while fearing death in the battle against the demons. Not only were the 5 of them the hope for these adventurers, but also for the Radiance Federation and its younger generation. Even though Long Tao's, Zhao Xiaokun's, and Fang Duoduo's attacks had laid the victory of this battle against the demons, each wisp of yellow sand was the true salvation of life again and again for these low-ranking adventurers. Many low-ranking adventurers had lost track of how many times the wisps of yellow sand had helped them muster the courage to live on and build the bridge toward life when they had been in despair and thought that life was about to wither against the demons. There were even adventurers who had been saved no less than 100 times by the gravel while fighting against the demons for 4 hours. Every time these hundreds of demon attacks hit them, it would signify death. However, thanks to the yellow sand's protection, they had swept through the shadow of death toward the dawn of life. These low-ranking adventurers looked at the silver-masked youth with a burning gaze. Someone shouted black, and these low-ranking adventurers rushed toward the silver-masked youth. Upon sensing many creatures running toward Lin Yuan, Red Thorn immediately adopted an attack stance. Lin Yuan quickly appeased Red Thorn, but these adventurers had approached him. They lifted him and threw him high into the sky. They felt a lump in their throats and did not know what to say except to cheer. Long live Black! The overwhelming cheers gathered into a sound louder than the demon's roar in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift just now. This was a blessing, gratitude, faith, and radiance. Long Tao stood at Shi Su's side, looking at Black, who the adventurers were throwing up and down. He wore a cheerful smile on his face. Young people nowadays are really something. If old ones like us don't work hard, we will soon be left behind by these young people. Shi Su rolled his eyes at Long Tao and replied, "You're an old man, but I'm still a young man. Just don't leave me behind." Shi Su then regretted his words. Long Tao looked at Shi Su with a smile yet not a smile, giving Shi Su the chills. Shi Su suddenly forgot that Long Tao was a freak recognized by the Radiance 100 members. The freakish dialogue could transform into countless soft knives and poke into one's heart. Sure enough, Shi Su heard Long Tao say, "I apologize on behalf of our Dragon Gate Guild Club member, Zhao Xiaochun. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have invested 80 million Radiance dollars and ended up only earning 22 Radiance dollars. Although you've lost all the 80 million Radiance dollars, this investment can also help you grow." Shi Su took a deep breath, thinking that Long Tao was a freak. Thus, he kept telling himself not to be angry. Chapter 283, Zhao Xiaochun with a clear conscience. When Shi Su turned his head and saw Zhao Xiaochun standing there, stuffing baked spinach into her mouth, he glared at her. As Zhao Xiaochun looked at the silver-masked youth being thrown up, her face suddenly flushed with a faint pink. She said to Fang Duoduo, "Fang Duoduo, go get me Black's phone number. I want to know his full contact details in 3 minutes." Fang Duoduo looked at Zhao Xiaochun with dumbfounded eyes and asked, "Weren't you harping on inviting Lin Yuan and Lu Ji for a meal?" Zhao Xiaochun looked at Fang Duoduo like she was looking at a fool. "Big brother, what does knowing Black's contact details have to do with inviting Lin Yuan for dinner? They're both so handsome. Can't I get to know them?" Suddenly, she turned her head to find Shi Su staring at her. Zhao Xiaochun smiled and said with a chuckle, "If you can't see properly, cut your eyes with a cutter." She then patted Fang Duoduo, who was beside her. He felt very helpless, but he shouted, "Skr." Shi Su suddenly felt his blood rushing forth and was so angry that his eyes moistened. Zhao Xiaochun laughed happily as she watched Shi Su get angry with her. Although she had caused his 5 chains of restaurants to go bankrupt, she had a clear conscience. She patted her stomach despondently. Ever since her contracted source-type life form had grown, she never had the feeling of being full again. She had become hungry but also stronger as well. Although Shi Su was called Working Emperor in the Radiance 100 sequence, he was definitely not the poorest. If one searched for the poorest in the Radiance 100 sequence, it would probably be Zhao Xiaochun. Even though she had caused so many restaurants in the royal capital to go bankrupt, she had compensated with the money she earned after that. This amount was not little either. If the people who received the compensation were willing, they could open up another restaurant of similar size again. Zhao Xiaochun had sent her compensation with another identity of her own. However, these people should never want to open a restaurant in their lives again. She had also emptied her pockets to compensate for Shi Su's 5 chains of restaurants. When Shi Su had started live streaming on Star Web, Zhao Xiaochun had used her other identity to reward him in the form of a surprise gift box. It was a very special way of reward on Star Web. There would be a very small fee for ordinary rewards on Star Web, but it did not cost any commission if the reward was put in the surprise box. The Star Web hosts who received it would not know the amount of the reward. They would only get a notification about receiving a gift box. This surprise box could only be opened after a year on the very same day. Zhao Xiaochun calculated the time, and Shi Su should be able to open that surprise box containing a huge amount of compensation during these few days. Even though she did not spare anyone with her mouth, she did not want her body to undergo any changes after she had contracted a source-type life form and bring troubles to others. Zhao Xiaochun had rewarded Shi Su in the form of a surprise gift box because this compensation was simply a lot. Even though the Star Web would take a small processing fee, she was not willing to waste it. In her opinion, wasn't it better if this money was used as compensation for other restaurants? As a Radiance 100 sequence member, she naturally had her own pride. She did not allow other people to solve her problems, so she was now very poor. If it were not for her other identity doing and eating live streaming on Star Web, she would not even have been able to afford the compensation. Of course, eating a lot of food was a kind of cultivation for the source-type life form she had contracted. For some reason, Zhao Xiaochun suddenly felt despondent whether she could apply to Star Web to let Shi Su discover the surprise gift box from her other identity 2 days later. Shi Su had spoken so loudly to her just now. It was too much. Crow walked on the purple-black land of this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and subconsciously killed 2 Class 3 demons, but it felt something was amiss after doing so. These people from the Radiance Federation were very mean. They had taken away its heaven and earth fey, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. How could it help them kill 2 Class 3 demons from the Abyss Dimensional Rift within the Radiance Federation? Crow was furious but could not say any harsh words because it had punched its face like a pig's head. After Crow had been forced to exit the mountain valley, it had immediately delivered a lethal tempo and phase rush on its face and only then had its anger dissipated by 1%. If it did not have to use a body to complete its mission, Crow would have hit its head and turned this body into pieces. It once again shouted out the majestic anger in its heart. It already knew that no matter what, it could not get the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Even if its body rushed over from thousands of kilometers away, it would have been too late. It would have no chance to take back the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from the golden disc. Besides being angry, Crow had a heartfelt fear. This was because the Radiance Federation would certainly not ignore such a big change in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift near the royal capital. If the Radiance Federation thoroughly investigated other controlled Class 3 Dimensional Rifts, then Lord 7th Page War's plan of letting Crow not take action first would be completely exposed. When Crow thought of this, the fear deep in its heart became even greater. Then, it no longer hesitated and made a crazy and ruthless decision. Crow now intended to activate the hub that connected to the abyssal world in this Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and break the protective layer outside the hidden source-type item in the hub, allowing this Abyss Dimensional Rift to become a Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Then, it would drip a drop of its suzerain/myth 2 blood from its right eye into the hub. As long as this drop of blood burned quickly, it would be able to expand the Class 3 Abyss Rift's entrance. Chapter 284, The Sad Chanter Crow. This would give a chance for a few more Class 6 demons from the abyssal world to come to this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. When Crow arrived, it could have a glimpse of the possibility of getting back the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. The Class 6 demons from this Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rift that were akin to suzerain phase could also attract the Radiance Federation's attention. This would give Crow the chance to infiltrate the other controlled Class 3 Abyss Rifts in the Radiance Federation and take out the hidden source-type item wrapped in the protective layer. That way, even if Crow failed, it would not botch Lord 7th Page War's plans. It understood that only through this way could it have the possibility of surviving in the hands of Lord 7th Page War. Before Crow could do anything, when it just arrived at the hub connected to the abyssal world, it suddenly sensed a trace of aura from a suzerain fey. Crow manipulated its body into a bloody mist through its exclusive skill with a drop of blood. It sensed its suzerain/myth 2 blood being controlled. This made it lose its sense of this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Its body, which was thousands of kilometers away, opened its eyes, and a monstrous flame of anger emerged from its eyes. When Crow suddenly saw the golden thorn apple that was in full bloom on the table, its entire body was soaked in a cold sweat of fear. It had remembered the trace of a suzerain phase aura firmly in its heart. The mother of bloodbath appeared in mid-air of this controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift in human form. Its red waist-length hair fluttered in the air just like a floating red mist. It frowned with a drop of black blood in its hand. The lore rune that the mother of bloodbath had comprehended to become a myth-breed Fey was the blood lore rune. As it looked at this drop of black blood, it said gently, the blood of a pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 avian Fey. It really stinks. It should be a dark-type crow or vulture that likes to eat carrion. However, the mother of bloodbath looked at the source-type item wrapped in a layer of a protective film of energy in its other hand and frowned. It was glad that it had come to the hub that connected to the abyssal world to check. If it had not come, a big disaster would have occurred. Lin Yuan needed to inform the Moon Express about this suzerain/myth 2 phase black blood in its left hand and this source-type item wrapped with a layer of protection. Lin Yuan wore a cheerful yet somewhat helpless smile on his face behind the mask. At that moment, his hair and clothes were a little messy. These adventurers were simply too enthusiastic. If his mask had not been transformed by genius, it might have dropped because of some adventurers. After this joy, Lin Yuan could empathize with these low-ranking adventurers' survival from the calamity. He could not help but think if he still had not been able to sense the spiritual power, had not gotten the ability of a creation master, and Morbius that he had contracted at the age of 8 with a freak combination of factors had not woken up, he would probably be the same with these low-ranking adventurers. In times of peril, he still would not be able to seize his fate. But after empathizing with their survival after the calamity, he suddenly understood the responsibility of an expert. Such responsibility was not bound. When he had the ability, he could casually help shield people from the storm. Long Tao brought Zhao Xiaochun, Fang Duoduo, and Chen Hongfeng to greet Lin Yuan and then departed. He intended to register Chen Hongfeng as the Dragon Gate Guild Club's tournament team's 5th member as previously planned. Before leaving, Chen Hongfeng particularly greeted Lin Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. If he had treated Black as his opponent before, then after this battle against the demons, he had regarded Black in the same position as Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun. Chen Hongfeng no longer thought of Black as his opponent but a goal that he pursued. Shi Su patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "There are 3 days to go before the tournament starts. I should also go back. I still have to do live streaming on Star Web for 2 days." Speaking of that, Shi Su sighed. The higher the rank of Spirit Chi professionals, the more resources they needed. Even though Shi Su, a Radiance 100 member, had the resources from the Radiance Federation's officials, how could he have enough resources needed to raise his phase grade and quality? When Lin Yuan heard Shi Su sigh, he recalled the conversation between Zhao Xiaochun and Shi Su. Thus, he could not help but ask, "Brother Shi, are there any resources you are short of?" Upon hearing that, Shi Su hurriedly replied, "Stop. Don't call me Brother Shi. Call me Brother Su. Don't you think Brother Shi sounds weird?" Lin Yuan looked at Shi Su in amazement and could not help but think that Shi Su was worthy of being a man who was able to pit against Zhao Xiaochun. Shi Su's brain circuit was simply not something ordinary people could have. "All right, Brother Su." When Shi Su heard that, his face smiled very brightly, but then, he got depressed again. "I'm not short of resources. But there are really too few defense-type thunder element phase that are more suitable for people like me, who take on the traditional defense path." Shi Su thought of the 5 chains of restaurants that had closed down and felt his eyes moisten again. Lin Yuan nodded and did not speak further because he currently did not have any suitable phase for Shi Su. Lin Yuan had noted down how Shi Su had helped him to block that blow, just like how he noted down the defense-type thunder element Fey. Not long after Shi Su left, the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice rang in his ear. Lin Yuan looked down and found that the mother of bloodbath had returned at some point and was lying on the usual emerald green leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box. Upon hearing the mother of bloodbath's discovery at the hub that connected to the abyssal world, Lin Yuan immediately recognized the seriousness of the problem. After leaving the controlled Class 3 abyss dimensional rift with the mother of bloodbath, Lin Yuan immediately contacted his master, the Moon Empress. Chapter 285, Emperor Class and Myth Breed are not qualified yet. It was close to afternoon. The autumn was cold like water, and the cold air was mixed with winter. Even though it was in deep autumn, it was still warm when the charming sunlight shone on the body. The Moon Empress was in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. She was hugging a snow-white rabbit in her arms. It looked just like any ordinary bunny that didn't have any trace of messy hair. The Moon Empress had also given instructions to Cai Cha and Xi Cha to shift the lotus flowers from the lotus pond. The pure white rabbit was crunching the carrot in its embrace and looked to be very content. Among the dozens of lotus flowers that the Moon Empress nurtured meticulously, half of them were in a hibernation state. Once these hibernating lotus flowers awakened, they would be able to comprehend willpower runes and transform into suzerain grade feys. Even though half the lotus flowers were in a hibernation state, the lotus pond still looked the same. It actually looked even more flourishing than before because the rest of the lotus flowers that weren't in hibernation state had remained at Diamond X/Legend. These Diamond X/Legend lotus feys had absorbed the medicinal fluid's energy and looked even more radiant, blooming with brighter flowers. However, these blooming and radiant Diamond X/Legend lotus flowers weren't qualified to remain in the inner palace's lotus pond anymore. From today onwards, they would be shifted to the garden pond that was outside the Radiant Moon Palace. At this moment, the Moon Empress cell phone that wouldn't even ring for a few months suddenly rang. The Moon Empress picked up the cell phone to take a glance and immediately revealed a gentle smile. Soon after picking up the call, the Moon Empress tone might be gentle and had an indescribable concern, but her eyes suddenly shot out a horrifying pressure. The Diamond X/Legend lotus feys were swaying their flower stems, hoping to be able to remain in the lotus pond. However, once they felt the horrifying pressure, they were all so terrified that they shriveled. At the same time, Cai Cha and Xi Cha also revealed appalled expressions. They weren't surprised by the Moon Empress aura, they didn't know why the Moon Empress would be so enraged. After hanging up the call, the Moon Empress walked out of the inner palace. She stood at the alley outside the Radiant Moon Palace and looked at the dazzling afternoon sun. She rubbed the pure white rabbit's head and said, "We have been concealing our edge for so many years that someone actually dares to underestimate the Radiance Federation and have malicious intentions." When the pure white rabbit heard the Moon Empress words, its eyes suddenly appeared with extremely graceful purple color. The dazzling afternoon sun instantly darkened. Many people in the Radiance Federation had a feeling as to why the afternoon had suddenly turned into night with a bright moon in the sky. The pure white rabbit started to slow down its gnawing motions and used its two long ears to rub on the Moon Empress' palm. It seemed to be comforting the Moon Empress, asking her not to be angry. The autumn wind blew across the Moon Empress' moon-colored robes and caused ripples on the clear pond under the alley, while the Moon Empress fringe was blown onto her neck. All of a sudden, a chuckle was mixed into the wind. The wind is blowing and has caused ripples in the summer water. But the Emperor class and myth breed isn't qualified to cause ripples on this pond of summer water yet. After explaining the situation to his master, the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan wasn't worried anymore. He knew that given his current capabilities, he wasn't competent enough to worry about such major things and think too much. Once the phone call was over, Lin Yuan started to check on the rewards he had obtained over the month he had spent in this controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan immediately found a nearby guest house. Once Lin Yuan exited from the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had already taken off Genius Tool Transformation Silver Mask. He had reverted to his Class 2 Creation Master status. Genius had also transformed back into a white kitten with two tails, and it was standing on Lin Yuan's shoulder. While walking, Genius would be using its soft furry face to rub on Lin Yuan's cheeks, showing great intimacy. Lin Yuan immediately carried Genius in his embrace and gently scratched Genius' chin. Genius then looked up at Lin Yuan with its big blue eyes while letting out a comfortable purring sound. Lin Yuan couldn't help think that Genius was truly getting more reliant. An 18-year-old sunshine youth who gave off a natural presence while wearing bluish-white spirit chi clothes was truly pleasant to the eyes. Furthermore, this sunshine youth was hugging a petite and cute little white kitten. Once Lin Yuan checked into the guest house, he was passionately treated by the grandfather and grandmother who opened up this guest house. Lin Yuan was treated with a huge bowl of rice for his lunch, and they even persuaded Lin Yuan to eat 4 pork ribs before allowing Lin Yuan back to the guest house. Such friendly enthusiasm was something that Lin Yuan wouldn't reject, but it was a suffering to Lin Yuan's stomach. He suddenly realized that this meal seemed to be the only meal he had ever overeaten in his life. After returning to the room in the guest house, he started to clean himself up, cleaning off the dirt and dust from the training. During this training, Lin Yuan's hands had been tainted with plenty of blood, but it didn't make Lin Yuan feel he was cruel. During this trip in the world, Lin Yuan understood how to judge a person's heart and how to judge between benevolence and malevolence. He knew when to treat people with kindness and when to treat people with coldness. Everything had been carved into the judgment rod in his heart. In the past, Lin Yuan had this rod, but there weren't any markings on it. But now, there were markings on the rod, and it was the most important reward Lin Yuan had obtained over the month, other than a better control of the source sand. The reward of obtaining a heaven and earth fey was an improvement, but the progress in mentality was called growth. After cleaning up, Lin Yuan logged into the star web and contacted Tian Ningning. Just as he was about to contact Tian Ningning, he realized that she had sent so many messages that his notifications were displayed as 999+. It made Lin Yuan even more apologetic. Tian Ningning had risked everything to become his exclusive reporter. Moreover, she was extremely sincere and immediately signed a contract of 10 years. According to the contents of the contract, within these 10 years, Tian Ningning would need to fulfill her responsibilities flawlessly, while Lin Yuan had the authority to end the contract at any time. This was a display of Tian Ningning's sincerity by betting her career as a star web columnist. However, due to his training, Lin Yuan had actually forgotten about the promise in the contract with Tian Ningning. Chapter 286, Red Thorn in Hibernation Again. Lin Yuan opened up all of the messages sent by Tian Ningning and read them from top to bottom. Afterward, Lin Yuan wrote down everything, from the time he obtained the Star Tower's exclusive achievements to his application to participate in the Radiance 100 sequences selections, and everything he had experienced during the training. Tian Ningning didn't have to ask anything as he had already written down every single detail. As for the time Lin Yuan encountered the flame vortex within the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and the sudden arrival of the Demon Wave, Lin Yuan didn't hide anything. After all, there were plenty of adventurers who were involved too. Therefore, it was impossible to conceal this incident. At present, Lin Yuan could already see related news on the star web, but those reports weren't comprehensive enough. After all, those adventurers who had stayed at the entrance of the valley didn't know what exactly happened. Long Tao, Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo all had their own exclusive reporters. If their exclusive reporters were to ask about the incident, Long Tao, Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo would definitely list out everything that had happened. Tian Ningning was Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, so he naturally didn't want Tian Ningning to lose this first-hand piece of news. Finally, Lin Yuan used the last statement to express his apology. Tian Ningning was currently staring blankly at Black's portrait on the star web while feeling disappointed. During this month, Tian Ningning hadn't had a good time. As Black's exclusive reporter, it was fine if Tian Ningning didn't know that Black had obtained the Celestial Stairway's exclusive achievement. But when the news was announced that Black would be participating in the Radiance 100 selections, Tian Ningning herself didn't know a thing. Furthermore, she had lost contact with Black too. The Star Web officials were giving Tian Ningning extreme pressure. As an exclusive reporter, she couldn't even release an article about her reported person at the same time as the public release. However, Tian Ningning still maintained her contract with Lin Yuan, unlike other exclusive reporters. When other exclusive reporters couldn't contact their reported person, they would report on fake news with no factual content in order to relieve their pressure from the star web. Tian Ningning's originally passionate heart suddenly felt a little bitter for some reason. When she looked at Black's portrait, she had an entire stomach of words to ask, but when she clicked on Black's portrait to open up the conversation box, she didn't know what to ask first. An unfamiliar feeling was revolving around Tian Ningning's passionate heart, but she felt it was a little sour. When Tian Ningning was preparing to conduct the routine questions, she suddenly realized there was a new message notification from Black's portrait that she had been paying special attention to. Tian Ningning clicked on Black's portrait and noticed she had received a long section of information. When Tian Ningning read the whole message, her originally bitter heart was swept away. It was now burning with passion again. This was a very detailed information report, and it explained everything that had happened to Black during this period. The content of the story was tidy and clear, with the occasional humor that could only come from a youth. But when Tian Ningning read about the demon wave, her heart skipped a beat. No matter how detailed the story was, it was still a summary. However, this indifferent summary hid the instance of crisis and also life endangerment. Even after a long time, Tian Ningning still felt the lingering fears in her heart after reading. However, she immediately knew what to write about Black's news, which had been held back all this time. When Tian Ningning saw Black's final apologetic statement, all the bitterness in her heart turned into salty and wet tears. A youth had just repelled a demon wave in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift and added on another glory onto himself. But when this young hero finished repelling the demon wave, he immediately thought of her, the exclusive report. She was just a negligible figure to that silver-masked youth, but she could feel something called respect. There were times when an apology might sound very light, but this simple apology was filled with sincerity. After carefully reading Black's final statement, Tian Ningning's tearing face suddenly revealed a big genuine smile. Tian Ningning looked at the conversation box with Black and let out a bright smile while replying. Tian Ningning, you had a hard time, young hero, keep it up. Subsequently, Tian Ningning added a cute emoticon at the back. Immediately after, Tian Ningning logged off the star web. Different from how she was dispirited, she was now totally energetic. She directly contacted the exclusive reporters for Long Tao, Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo. For such a huge incident with a few important figures, exclusive reporters would work together to do up the report. As exclusive reporters of Radiance 100 sequence members, they wouldn't accept to work with regular exclusive reporters. However, since Black had obtained the rights to participate in the Radiance 100's selections with his Star Tower's exclusive achievement, Tian Ningning was already qualified to work with them. When Lin Yuan saw Tian Ningning's reply, he finally let out a breath of relief. This way, Lin Yuan would be able to justify himself toward his exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning. All relationships built at every juncture of life were a kind of restraint, even if it was with an exclusive reporter who wouldn't be involved with your personal life. Apart from the growth in his mentality, Lin Yuan was currently inside his room, and he was planning to look through the physical rewards that he had obtained in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan summoned Redthorn first. When Redthorn was summoned, it didn't show any intimate interactions with Lin Yuan like usual because it was in hibernation. However, this hibernation state wouldn't persist for too long and would only last for around 1 week. During the demon wave in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, Redthorn had consumed at least half of that massive wave. All this blood and flesh energy from the demon wave was hard for Redthorn to digest at once. Chapter 287, The Wronged Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. When the demon wave had been completely extinguished, Redthorn reluctantly gave up on a portion of Class 4 demon flesh which it couldn't digest for now. These Class 4 demons' flesh and blood, which were equivalent to platinum feys, had withering and scorching effects. Even Redthorn wouldn't be able to endure the consumption process. Back then, Redthorn had merely used the Raymits as storage to store these Class 4 demons' flesh to prevent them from being consumed by Class 3 demons, forming a threat on the battlefield. Redthorn would then accept the Raymits' tributes, allowing it to absorb the flesh and blood energy through the Raymits. When large numbers of Raymits withered, the massive energy would be transferred to Redthorn's Ortet roots from the Raymits. The massive amount of energy placed Redthorn in an immediate hibernation state. At that moment, Lin Yuan could feel Redthorn's mouth of Relinquish releasing a rumbling sound that was like an active furnace. Furthermore, the 12 multiflora flowers surrounding the mouth of Relinquish were channeling the stored digestive fluids. When these acidic digestive fluids flowed into the mouth of Relinquish, it allowed the mouth of Relinquish to digest to the greatest extent. Even though Lin Yuan was standing a distance away from the mouth of Relinquish, he could still feel the mouth of Relinquish constantly emitting boundless blood and flesh energy. Redthorn was rapidly digesting the massive blood and flesh energy within its body, converting them into its strength. Lin Yuan believed that after Redthorn's 1 week of hibernation, it should be reaching the Bronze X/Legend. Afterward, once Redthorn's quality upgraded from Epic to Legend, Lin Yuan would be able to upgrade Redthorn into a fantasy breed. If Redthorn was upgraded to a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan's combat capabilities would have another significant increase. However, Lin Yuan had yet to decide which willpower rune he should use to fuse with Redthorn. Those 2 willpower runes were both very suitable for Redthorn. When a willpower rune was fused with a fey to create a fantasy breed, the fey would go through a thorough transformation. Therefore, different willpower runes would cause the fey's future path to have a drastic difference. As such, one should not be careless with this matter. However, Lin Yuan felt that it was still too early to think of this problem now. After all, it wasn't such an easy thing for Redthorn to upgrade from Epic to Legend quality. It was due to the fact that Redthorn could only rely on the consumption of blood and flesh, using the energy to increase its grade and upgrade its quality. As a result, the path that Redthorn was walking on right now was almost similar to how other spirit chi professionals enhanced their feys. When nurturing Redthorn, Lin Yuan understood how arduous it was for other spirit chi professionals to nurture their feys. Lin Yuan sensed Redthorn's current state and couldn't help letting out a sigh. The massive amounts of blood and flesh energy that had yet to be digested was obviously not enough for Redthorn to upgrade from Epic to Legend quality. Lin Yuan could feel a thick layer of obstruction between Redthorn's Epic and Legend quality. It was totally insufficient to break through this obstruction with the undigested energy. It seemed like Lin Yuan had to think of another method to help upgrade Redthorn from Bronze X/Epic to Bronze X/Legend. Redthorn's quality upgrade was probably the greatest challenge for Lin Yuan when nurturing feys. However, Lin Yuan wouldn't be willing to act like other spirit chi professionals who would waste their phase potential, allowing Red Thorn to evolve to silver first before thinking of how to break through to the legend quality. In Lin Yuan's opinion, since it was something he could achieve, no matter how hard it was, he had to do everything he could and make it the best. When Red Thorn entered the hibernation state, the gold eye/legend acid corrosion queen bee had already been evicted out of the mouth of Relinquish. Therefore, the acid corrosion queen bee could only reside in a giant red multiflora flower corrosive cavity. The acid corrosion queen bee pitifully crawled out of the giant flower's corrosive cavity and landed on Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan saw how the acid corrosion queen bee was trying to gain his favor and realized that it was the same as how the acid corrosion queen bee tried to gain Red Thorn's favor. However, Lin Yuan felt there was an objective. The acid corrosion queen bee had been trying to become Red Thorn's bootlicker, but Red Thorn had always been indifferent toward the acid corrosion queen bee. Red Thorn was extremely reliant on Lin Yuan and treated him as its everything. Therefore, when the acid corrosion queen bee understood this point, it immediately changed its bootlicking tactics and started to cross-lick. It was trying to gain favor with Lin Yuan in order for Red Thorn to have a good impression of it. It was a little like someone pursuing their goddess, but the goddess would be totally indifferent. Therefore, the next method was to gain the goddess parent's favor before obtaining the goddess preference. At that moment, the hibernating Red Thorn seemingly felt something. It extended out the thornless vine and wrapped it around Lin Yuan's wrist. Then, the vine shook and sent the acid corrosion queen bee away from Lin Yuan's palm. The bootlicker, acid corrosion queen bee, never would have expected that its goddess was actually a fatherkin. Lin Yuan stored the acid corrosion queen bee and the hibernating Red Thorn back into the leaf-shaped Fey storage box. He then entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to check on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and twin red pagoda that he had obtained due to unexpected incidents. Once Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he looked at the view and felt that this Spirit Lock spatial zone was rather small, even with its 80 square meter size. That was especially the case when Lin Yuan made full use of the surface area inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The place looked abnormally congested. Lin Yuan had plenty of things to do this time. Since he had been away for over a month, the rare wooden materials that had been placed on the giant platen wooden racks were already jade textured. Therefore, Lin Yuan was going to remove these jade textured pieces of wood and replace them with a new batch. Lin Yuan had meticulously picked all these jade textured pieces of wood. Now that they were completely jade textured due to the spirit key extreme effects, they were all glistening with various colors of halos, making them extremely good looking. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 different kinds of jade textured wood: yellow rosewood, wench, ebony, green elm, or Phoebe Genese. If any piece of jade textured wood were to be placed on the market, it would cause a frenetic competition between those prestigious clans. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's jade textured pieces of wood were massive and had a regular structure. They were all very suitable for making sculptures, furniture, and carvings. Chapter 288, The 2 items on the table. Lin Yuan did not quite appreciate these 5 types of completely jade-textured precious wood. He stored them in the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box that he used as a cufflink. The completely jade-textured precious wood would be the foundation of establishing his faction. He was going to rely on that to exchange for a lot of resources to accumulate for the Sky City's construction on the fantasy breed floating island whale's back. Lin Yuan once again placed a new batch of precious wood on the 2 huge jade-textured platinwood shelves. In another month or so, another large batch of completely jade-textured precious wood would mature. However, he was the most surprised at these 2 completely jade-textured platinwood shelves carved with the phoenix totem. These 2 shelves were currently rose red. This red color was not as transparent as the color of the red crystal, but a kind of red jade with a tinge of white. The phoenix plumes carved on the shelves were glowing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone under the rich, pure spirit chi, allowing the huge platinwood shelves to look very exquisite. After Lin Yuan placed this new batch of precious wood, he checked on the 100 string of pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. In over a month, these string of pearls had metamorphosed into flower brocade pearls thanks to the pure spiritual power in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The string of pearls were like succulent plants formed by leaves that were like emerald green pearls. It had a jelly-like texture, but if one had a wound on the hand and accidentally touched the dewdrops secreted by the string of pearls, they would have to endure the pain of their flesh being cut by a blunt knife. Those green pearls on the string of pearls had completely turned light pink. The flower brocade pearl's appearance and the string of pearls were the same except that only the round granular leaf's color had undergone a wonderful change. The string of pearls' green leaves looked very plain. Now that the string of pearls had metamorphosed into flower brocade pearls, the shades of pink on the leaves combined surprisingly like a fleshly little lotus flower. The true value of these flower brocade pearls did not lie in how nice they had turned out to become. Rather, it laid in the fact that each of these flower brocade pearls was akin to an increase in the chances of successfully concocting the spirit fluid in the hands of creation masters. Lin Yuan intended to hang this batch of matured flower brocade pearls in his purchase with no loss store for the next few days. He stored these 100 flower brocade pearls in the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and replaced them with 100 string of pearls and let them continue to mutate into flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan checked the state of the floating island whale. That 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish were absorbing the huge amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and constantly spat out pure water element and chi element pearls. Each of these elemental pearls had gathered to a certain degree at the side of the crystal egg that nurtured the floating island whale. The crystal egg would absorb the pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone and these pure water element and chi element pearls like a whale. Lin Yuan pressed his palm against the crystal egg. The lonely soul in it instantly sensed his arrival and immediately moved up. He only felt that his palm pressed together with another hand. Upon sensing the floating island whale's affection toward him, Lin Yuan revealed a warm smile on his face. He slid his palm as before and placed it above the crystal egg, using his blood to strengthen the connection with the floating island whale. This was a necessary process when nurturing the island whale. Only after deepening the bloodline connection with a fey like the floating island whale again and again would it then form a contract with the bloodline-connected spirit chi professional when it hatched. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish and pondered slightly. After sensing the floating island whale absorbing spirit chi, he found that the 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish and 2 celestine elemental shellfish were able to fully support the floating island whale's frequency of absorbing the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. If he included another aquamarine elemental shellfish and a celestine elemental shellfish, there would probably be overflowing elemental pearls. Even if the floating island whale absorbed the spiritual power like a whale, the efficiency was limited after all. The huge amount of pure power in the spirit lock spatial zone allowed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish to be able to fully unleash their ability. They were rapidly spitting out the water element and air element pearls, which were hard to find and contained pure elemental energy, like a pipeline in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone. Then, Lin Yuan grabbed the life-form sacrificial fire that was like a burning emerald in mid-air. The life-form sacrificial fire would not grow anymore after it had fully matured. If the red pagoda was a heaven and earth fey, then it had withered when it produced the life-form sacrificial fire. The life-form sacrificial fire was just a spiritual material produced by the red pagoda. Lin Yuan carefully stored the life-form sacrificial fire in a jade-carved brocade box and placed the box in the spirit lock spatial zone on the table where he usually nurtured feys. There were 2 items on the table previously. The first item was the crab stone that the bronze sheer pincers crab had given him after he had healed it back when he had taken part in the Creation Master's test. This crab stone was a very ordinary spiritual material that could be bought for less than 1 radiance dollar. This was the first gift of gratitude from a fey after Lin Yuan had become a Creation Master. He could never forget when the sheer pincers crab had blown bubbles in a silly manner and cut the crab stone that it usually defended with its life to give it to him. This crab stone allowed Lin Yuan to treat feys with a heart that remembered life forms on the path of becoming a creation master. The other item on this table was an ordinary ice mist grass. Lin Yuan had placed it on the table in the spirit lock spatial zone more than 1 month ago. Upon seeing this ice mist grass, it seemed as though he saw the pure eyes of that girl called Little Zhao. It was this ice mist grass that had made him forever remember to cherish other people's gratitude. Chapter 289, Chinese Worries. There was another item on this table now, which was the life-form sacrificial fire Lin Yuan had just placed. It was akin to a one-time redemption of plant phase life for him, as it was equivalent to the second life of plant phase. Lin Yuan did not intend to care about the twin red pagoda's main flower, which was burning with red flame and wrapped around that life-form sacrificial fire, that had yet to mature. He only put it in the corner of the spirit lock spatial zone. The twin red pagoda's main flower had completely recovered thanks to the huge amount of pure spirit chi inside. However, if Lin Yuan wanted to nurture this main flower to produce a life-form sacrificial fire, he would need a huge amount of fire elements. He now had no way to get that huge amount of pure fire element energy. Lin Yuan thought of the elemental shellfish. If he had another one, he could completely induce it to mutate into the scorching elemental shellfish. The scorching elemental shellfish was like the celestine elemental shellfish and aquamarine elemental shellfish, but the elemental's pearl it spat out contained the fire element. It absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi, and the elemental pearls it spat out that contained pure fire elements could help the twin red pagoda's main flower produce the life form sacrificial fire. However, the elemental shellfish was simply too rare. One of the spirit spring lilies had mutated into a yellow spring lily when Lin Yuan enhanced the 3 spirit spring lilies. Also, Gao Feng coincidentally really wanted this bronze/epic yellow spring lily. Lin Yuan might not be able to exchange the bronze/epic yellow spring lily for 4 young elemental shellfish. Therefore, he would need the right opportunity to obtain a rare fey like the elemental shellfish again. The most important among Lin Yuan's harvest this time was the Dark Federation's spatial equipment, the golden metal disc and the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree in it. He first summoned the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from this golden metal disc. Then he filled the golden metal disc with mid-grade energy ores before placing it at the bottom of the spirit pool. He felt relaxed as he saw it being placed at the bottom of the spirit pool. This way, he would no longer need to come to the spirit lock spatial zone every few days for a few hours of hard work, constantly replenishing the energy ores. The golden metal disc equivalent to the area of a platinum phase storage box full of energy ores was enough for nearly a month's consumption. However, his first helper in the spirit lock spatial zone, the wind speed rapid antelope, would be useless. He looked at the wind speed rapid antelope that was running around in joy, constantly touching the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and the huge shelves carved with platinwood in the spirit lock spatial zone. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly had a dangerous thought. The wind speed rapid antelope in the distance seemed to have sensed something and ran toward Lin Yuan. It rubbed his hand with its head, trying to please him. Lin Yuan rubbed its head and sighed. Anyway, he was used to it, so he would just raise it first. This wind speed rapid antelope was also determined. It had gone from elite to flawless. Although its quality was the lowest among Lin Yuan's feys, it was also a good thing for it to bring a touch of life to this spirit lock spatial zone as a butler. Lin Yuan looked at the summoned phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. He noticed that its golden leaves seemed to be emitting a brilliant golden light that circulated in the bird's nest made of branches and leaves. It was as though it was trying to create an indescribable beauty in it. Lin Yuan picked up the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and planted it in the spirit lock spatial zone's pure land of bliss. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's previous owner had come up with all ideas to let it absorb the energy from the twin red pagoda's main flower. In fact, the main purpose was to let it absorb the huge amount of pure spirit chi in the twin red pagoda's main flower. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was a kind of heaven and earth fey with extremely high purity and amount of spiritual power. There was no place more suitable for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's growth than the pure land of bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone. Even though it consumed a lot of spiritual power, he did not need to worry about the consumption of energy ores with the golden metal disc. The fact that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree needed to consume the strange flame to grow made Lin Yuan understand that he might as well exchange the flower brocade pearls for those strange flames from the abyss dimensional rift. Any strange flame was very expensive, but it was also possible to buy some inferior grade strange flames on the market. Some lifestyle class spirit chi professionals treated some better ones, like the mid-grade ones in the class 2 abyss dimensional rift, as treasure. They rarely circulated in the market. However, Lin Yuan believed nothing was a problem. After all, he possessed the flower brocade pearls, which would drive creation masters crazy. The creation masters that wanted to exchange for the flower brocade pearls would certainly find ways to get the strange flame from the hands of the lifestyle class spirit chi professionals who had sought their help. They would then use them to exchange for his purchase with no loss stores flower brocade pearls. As for a strange flame like the life form sacrificial fire, as long as Lin Yuan was in his right mind, he would definitely not feed the life form sacrificial fire to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Even though the life form sacrificial fire was extremely beneficial toward the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, this benefit was something that could be replaced with other strange flames. Lin Yuan turned and found Chimey lying on the platinum celery vine. It was sleeping, with the celery vine leaves in its mouth. It seemed that this lazy bum had fallen asleep while eating. Lin Yuan was a little confused. He had not summoned Chimey out to help in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift battle. How could it have been so tired? He carefully carried Chimey, which was asleep on the celery vine leaves, and placed it in the bird's nest surrounded by branches and leaves of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey, which was sound asleep, immediately chirped a few times comfortably. The golden glow on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's golden leaves slowly gathered toward the bird's nest and landed on Chimey's body, seemingly fusing into its body. It allowed Chimey to look especially delicate and elegant. Lin Yuan really could not understand why Chimey was so tired. Upon seeing there was nothing to tidy up in the spirit lock spatial zone, he exited the place. After he did that, Chimey chirped as though it was dreaming. It found that it had become a human being and held a personal concert surrounded by fans from all over the star web in its dream. However, just as it was singing, Chimey suddenly dreamt that Lin Yuan came on stage and offered it a bouquet of flowers. All of a sudden, Chimey was awakened like a child who was caught by his parents playing with their phone secretly while doing homework. It then found itself sleeping in a warm and soft golden tree nest. Chimey immediately jumped around on the golden tree nest in surprise as it thought, Yuan has bought me a new nest. He's really good to me. Chimey fell in deep thought. Will Yuan get angry if I tell him the truth? It's all Genius' fault for telling me about the reward surprise gift box on Star Web. I have put all the money I earned from the live streaming room in the surprise gift box and rewarded it to Lin Yuan's Star Web store. When he finds out a year later after receiving it, will he blame me? Chapter 290, Plan to Forge an Iron Bucket Sister 3.0. Not only did adolescents have matters on their minds, but also adolescent birds. They had matters on their minds, feeling distraught yet happy. An adolescent bird's worries were like, autumn has chilled the painted screen in silver moonlight, a silken fan is used to catch flitting fireflies. That small silken fan was interesting, but the fireflies were indeed for a short span of February. It was unknown whether the headwind could understand that. Lin Yuan tidied up the resource output in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for the past month and the gains from his adventure. He knew what he should do next. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door. He was a little curious. Who would knock at this hour? After opening the door, he found that it was the mother of Bloodbath in human form standing at the door. Its hair had become black, and it was wearing a vermilion robe outside its red crystal-like leather armor. As a suzerain/myth 2 Fey, the mother of Bloodbath retained the style of a Fey in its human form. The ability to change hair color was not a big deal for suzerain/myth 2 Feys. However, the mother of Bloodbath's eyes were still like red crystals as before. It had to be said that apart from the mother of Bloodbath's eyes looking strange, it looked roughly the same as an ordinary spirit chi professional. After seeing Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath wore a smile on its cold face and handed over a craft paper bag. Lin Yuan opened it and saw 2 peeled roasted sweet potatoes with juices oozing out. The mother of Bloodbath said, "I've booked a room next to you. It's snowing outside. Just now, I went out for a stroll and found that the roasted sweet potatoes are quite delicious." Lin Yuan took the hot roasted sweet potatoes in that craft paper bag and could not help but recall that Chu Ci clearly loved to eat roasted sweet potatoes very much when she was young. But every time he bought it for her, she would pretend not to love to eat it and wanted him to take a bite. The mother of Bloodbath was ready to leave after giving him the roasted sweet potatoes when it said to him, "Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it gets cold." In order to sound more credible, the mother of Bloodbath added, "I've just tried it. It'll lump when it gets cold and won't be nice." Lin Yuan had previously felt that the mother of Bloodbath was cold and was not good with words. Now that the mother of Bloodbath had turned into a human being, it would want to go out for a walk when it saw the snow and was curious to taste the roasted sweet potatoes. Clearly, the mother of Bloodbath truly loved this world and life in its heart. After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath was about to help Lin Yuan close the door when he asked, "Mother of Bloodbath, what do you love to eat? Let me take you to eat human food at night." The mother of Bloodbath was delighted and replied, "I love to eat all birds." Lin Yuan almost choked on his saliva and coughed. He almost forgot that the mother of Bloodbath did not know much about human cuisine before. The mother of Bloodbath also belonged to a bird-catching spider, which usually loved to eat avian feys. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Then we'll have chicken and mushroom stew and stewed goose in an iron pot and buy some fried chicken back at night." The mother of Bloodbath was even more delighted. After closing the door, the mother of Bloodbath was about to go back to its own room, but its ears twitched, and its delight instantly disappeared. As a suzerain/myth 2 Fey, it had an extraordinary hearing. It only heard, "Old man, in a moment call Ernie and tell her that girls must be reserved and not take the initiative to knock on a guy's door." "Got it, dear. Do you have anything else to tell her?" "Of course. Tell her that she should not give herself any aliases. Li Ernie sounds better than Li Duomi. However, we don't have to worry about her. At the very least, she did not give herself a nickname called the Mother of Bloodbath. Young people nowadays are really gaudy." The mother of Bloodbath could not listen to this anymore and closed the door with a bang. However, what it heard next made it feel it was simply going to explode from anger. By the way, old man, tell her to be a little more ladylike in the future. Don't be so rough. She's so happy after a man invited her for a meal as though she has struck 5 million Federation dollars. The mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt that the human brain was somewhat abnormal. Should they not be happy when they hear about chicken and mushroom stew, goose stew in an iron pot, and fried chicken? What kind of weird stuff was going on in the human brain? As Lin Yuan ate the roasted sweet potatoes, he took out his cell phone and called Chu Ci. She answered the call, and he heard it was very noisy on her side. After listening carefully, Chu Ci should be in live combat class right now. Lin Yuan, I've called you several times, but you had no signal. When Chu Ci received Lin Yuan's phone call, she was very happy with a little discontentment. It was his younger sister's pent-up concern for Lin Yuan over the past month. Chu Ci, I went to the dimensional rift this month to train. There's no signal there. I heard it all from Auntie Cold Moon. Auntie Cold Moon? Yes. She's especially good to me. I still have a few months to go before I'm going to participate in the Redbud Hundreds test as a seated participant. Auntie Cold Moon said she'd take me out for a few months of training during the new year to strengthen me. Lin Yuan was naturally very relieved that Cold Moon would take Chu Ci out for training. At the thought that Chu Ci would go out for training in the new year, and they would not be together during that time, he was slightly lost in thoughts. In the past decade, it seemed that this year would be his first time not spending it together with Chu Ci. It was the best time to improve her strength at her age. As Chu Ci's biological brother, Lin Yuan naturally hoped that she could become stronger and stronger. Although Lin Yuan was confident in becoming Chu Ci's haven, the firmness of the haven and Chu Ci's progress did not conflict. Brother, I can't spend New Year's with you this time. But we have to drink the big head carp's head soup. When Lin Yuan heard that, his heart felt warm. The dishes on the table always changed every New Year except for this dish. Lin Yuan hung up and suddenly had a feeling that his younger sister had grown up and was no longer dependent on him. As a brother that was like a father, the more his sister wanted to venture outside, the more he had plans for her. At that moment, his plan of forging an iron bucket sister was updated from 2.0 to 3.0. Chapter 291, Blind Trade. Lin Yuan stood at the window in the guest house's room while watching the falling snow outside. The frequency of snow in the royal capital wasn't high. Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, so he wasn't sure if this was the first snow in the royal capital for this year. But as a child that grew up in the Redbud City's Xia region, it had been an entire lifetime since he had last seen snow. Lin Yuan opened the window and stretched out his hand. The initial snow wasn't cold. When the snow landed on his palm, Lin Yuan merely felt a slight chill before it vanished. After the phone call with Chu Ci, Lin Yuan felt that he hadn't made proper arrangements. It was impossible for Lin Yuan not to feel sad that he couldn't celebrate the new year with Chu Ci. But when Lin Yuan recalled the time he told his master, the Moon Empress, that he was going for a training trip, he had never thought of the fact that he was a junior and should have a reunion dinner with his master. There was just around a month before the new year. During his training at the Abyss Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan felt that he already had enough gains for this trip. Therefore, Lin Yuan planned to return to the royal capital before the new year. He would return to the Radiant Moon Palace to celebrate with his master. During the past few days, Lin Yuan had been sorting things in the guest house. At the same time, he had placed the flower brocade pearls on sale in his purchase with no loss store. These flower brocade pearls that would make creation masters go insane weren't immediately sold. Only 10 pots were put in the store for display. Lin Yuan understood that if he wanted to use these 10 pots of flower brocade pearls to obtain greater benefits, he would need to attract the eyes of more creation masters. Lin Yuan spent quite a bit of effort to transact these 10 pots of flower brocade pearls. He chose to transact all 10 pots by trading. As for the things to trade with, Lin Yuan picked all the rare flames that were produced in the Abyss Dimensional Rifts. This time, Lin Yuan didn't choose the trade partner. Instead, he used the Star Web's blind trade method. Any buyer who wanted to purchase the flower brocade pearls could prepare their own rare flame as a bargaining chip to conduct a blind auction. After a certain period of time, the top 10 buyers who offered the rarest flames would each obtain one of the flower brocade pearls. This blind trade method was one of the most grueling trade methods. Because no one would know what was the price the other buyers would offer. Therefore, they could only desperately push up their offer price. However, if they desperately pushed up the price and obtained the flower brocade pearls, they might be offering too much and end up with a loss. But for the blind trade of the flower brocade pearls, Lin Yuan didn't just put up one stock. He put up 10 stocks. It meant that the top 10 buyers of the blind trade would be able to obtain one stock of the flower brocade pearls no matter what price they offered. Since Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store used the Star Web's official channel to conduct the blind trade, it meant that it was absolutely fair. When Lin Yuan decided to use this method of trade, he already knew that the 10 stocks of flower brocade pearls would definitely be able to trade for plenty of rare flames. After all, it was extremely rare for the flower brocade pearls to appear on the market. The customers for flower brocade pearls were creation masters, a small group of people in the world with the most wealth and resources. Of course, Lin Yuan did think about using flower brocade pearls to exchange for elemental shellfish, but flower brocade pearls' price couldn't be compared with elemental shellfish. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only dismiss the idea. If he was to issue such trade information, even if his Star Web store could bring out a massive quantity of flower brocade pearls, his store would still become a joke, and people would say that his ambition is just like how a snake wishes to swallow an elephant. According to the price, 20 stocks of flower brocade pearls would be equivalent to 1 elemental shellfish, but the trade of feys would never be measured with quantity over value. Take, for example, a person who had plenty of glass that was of the same value as a jade. Naturally, no one would be willing to use a superior jade to exchange for a bunch of shattered glass. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to think of other ideas to trade for the elemental shellfish. As the flower brocade pearls had been displayed on Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store for a few days, it had attracted attention from a large number of creation masters. Among them were a few Class 4 creation masters. The flower brocade pearls might be rare, but when at the level of a Class 4 creation master, it wasn't difficult to obtain the flower brocade pearls. However, the flower brocade pearls were truly rare resources. Even if a Class 4 creation master possessed them, they would still wish to stock up more. The usefulness of a flower brocade pearls to a creation master was the dew pearls that were secreted by the flower brocade pearls leaves. However, each of the flower brocade pearls could only produce a limited amount of dew pearls. If a Class 4 creation master had more flower brocade pearls, they wouldn't need to think of saving or distributing the dew pearls when they were concocting a spirit fluid. When Lin Yuan put up the 10 stocks of flower brocade pearls on his purchase with no loss store, the Star Web experienced a commotion that was almost like a small-scaled auction at the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Lin Yuan hadn't upgraded his purchase with no loss store, so it was still a Class 1 store. But the surface area of a Class 1 store was already sufficient for Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was walking on a path of premium merchandise instead of general merchandise. Lin Yuan had only opened the purchase with no loss store for a few months, but the reputation and points that the store had accumulated were enough for it to upgrade to a Class 3 store. It was only one step away from becoming a Class 4 store. If Lin Yuan didn't limit the supply of elite spirit siphon goldfish and silver usnias, the purchase with no loss store would have been able to upgrade to a Class 4 store. Lin Yuan had only been operating the store for a few months, so he hadn't really put much thought into the store. It was needless to talk about the reputation as it was already catching up to Zhou Jiaxin's store, which she had been running for close to 10 years with all her efforts. Previously, when Lin Yuan's Class 1 store had announced that source-type items and day and night spirit silver could be used to exchange for any bronze/epic phase, the fame of the store was already through the roof. Now with the display of the 10 stocks of flower brocade pearls, Lin Yuan's Class 1 store might still be small, but it was already a premium store that had the most attention on Star Web. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting. If he was in his previous world, his Star Web store should be considered a celebrity store. Chapter 292, Brown Bone Flame. During the past few days, Lin Yuan had already scanned through almost all of the non-auction items in the Rare Life Form Pavilion and was only able to buy 2 of the inferior class Strange Flames. Following the Abyss Dimensional Rifts class system, the Strange Flames would be graded to inferior class, medial class, and superior class. As for Strange Flames produced from Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts, they would be considered Ultra Class. As for Ultra Class Flames, Lin Yuan had never heard of any appearing on the market before. After all, Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts contained Class 6 demons. As for Ultra Class Flames produced in Class 4 Abyss Dimensional Rifts, only Emperor Class experts were qualified to obtain them. In order to become a King Class expert, the Spirit Chi professional would need to be at A rank and possess a fantasy breed Fey. As such, in order to become an Emperor Class expert, the spirit chi professional would need to be at S rank and possess a myth breed fey. The life form sacrificial fire that Lin Yuan had obtained might be obtained from a class 3 abyss dimensional rift, but the effects were overwhelming. It was able to give a plant species fey a second life. This effect allowed the life form sacrificial fire to jump out of the standard for strange flames, allowing it to be ranked 7th among fire attribute spiritual ingredients. The two inferior class flames that Lin Yuan bought from the star web were brown bone flames. They came from class 1 abyss dimensional rifts. As long as there was a huge quantity of demons dying together, after a long period of time and with the fire element's nourishment in the abyss dimensional rift, the brown bone flame would be produced from the pile of demon corpses. The brown bone flame was the most unpopular among the inferior class flames because of the slightly toxic nature. Therefore, many of the lifestyle spirit chi professionals were unable to use the brown bone flame for production. It was also why Lin Yuan was able to purchase them from the non-auction items in the rare life form pavilion. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree wasn't picky toward the type of strange flames. Therefore, these two brown bone flames were suitable for consumption. Each of these brown bone flames cost Lin Yuan nearly 400,000 radiance dollars. However, after spending 800,000 radiance dollars to purchase two brown bone flames for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, Lin Yuan finally understood the huge demand for flames that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had. Lin Yuan shook his head gently. It seems like my search for strange flames will be a very long one. But even if that was the case, Lin Yuan was still very willing. With the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, Lin Yuan didn't have to worry about how to upgrade Chinese quality as a fantasy breed fey. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan's phone rang. From the message display, Lin Yuan felt that he might have a chance to obtain elemental shellfish. The person who called him was none other than Gao Feng. When Lin Yuan answered the phone call, he heard Gao Feng's bright and boot-licking voice, which sounded rather despicable. "Brother, previously you said you have plenty of jade-textured wood. I wonder if you can sell me some?" Hee. When Gao Feng spoke, he was actually a little embarrassed. If someone was willing to sell you complete jade-textured wood, it was already a kind of favor. After all, jade-textured wood would always cause a huge frenzy whenever it appeared on the market. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's question, he already knew of Gao Feng's objective. It seems like Gao Feng still remembers that I mentioned those completely jade-textured pieces of wood when we last traded. Back then, the trade between Lin Yuan and Gao Feng had happened before Lin Yuan left for his training. It was the time when Lin Yuan had a messy collection of jade-textured wood. It might be a messy collection, but there was plenty of variety. Before becoming jade-textured, the variety of wood materials looked the same. But they had a completely different luster and texture after becoming jade-textured. However, Lin Yuan had already left behind all those jade-textured pieces of wood for Hu Quan. Firstly, it was due to Hu Quan's urgent demand. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted Hu Quan to sculpt as he pleased and to decorate the manor with all sorts of jade-textured wood. It would enhance the interior environment. The manor might have already been almost decorated, but it was still lacking in some details. Therefore, the jade-textured wood on Lin Yuan's hand now was just obtained a few days ago. It consisted of those 5 rare wood materials that he had just unloaded from the platinwood rack in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan might not have had a lesser variety of jade-textured wood, but he now had a more exquisite collection of jade-textured wood. At the same time, the quantity had increased. When normal wood went through the jade-textured transformation, its weight would increase by 5 times. In order to differentiate the degree of jade texture in a wood, one would need to find an expert with experience. Apart from that, the simplest method was to get a normal and jade-textured wood of the same size and shape. The comparison between these two pieces of wood would make things clear. The heavier the jade-textured wood was, proved that the transformation of jade-textured wood was better. If the jade-textured wood's weight was 5 times more than the normal wood, it would mean that the wood was now completely jade-textured. Completely jade-textured wood was truly too rare. Therefore, the market and major clans would consider wood with 4.5 times more weight as completely jade-textured. However, completely jade-textured wood that truly had 5 times the weight would be considered the most premium goods and would be pursued fanatically. The ordinary rare pieces of wood in Lin Yuan's Spirit Lock spatial zone had been turning denser and purer after over a month of Spirit Qi influence. They were all 5 times heavier than before. Each piece of rare wood that Lin Yuan placed in the platinwood rack would be 100 caddies in weight. Each platinwood rack would be able to fit 10 pieces of wood. Therefore, whenever Lin Yuan loaded a new batch of wood in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, they would be around 2,000 caddies. With this calculation, after over a month, the Spirit Lock spatial zone would produce completely jade-textured wood that would be 10,000 caddies. Rare items like the jade-textured wood were normally traded in grams. I do have some, but I don't have as much variety as before. When Gao Feng heard the response was yes, his face was immediately filled with delight. When Gao Feng heard that the variety was lacking, he asked carefully, "Brother, then can you tell me about the species of jade-textured wood you have? Do you have any more of the red sandalwood that you used for your fish tank?" Chapter 293, The Choice of Members. The completely jade-textured wood, a kind of luxury item that represented the level of wealth, often had more of a symbolic significance than actual significance. Although each kind of them was very popular on the market, the price varied greatly. The beauty of each variety of this completely jade-textured wood laid in the eyes of the beholder. However, the rarer ordinary wood would be more highly sought after by the affluent families after being completely jade-textured. Take Gao Feng as an example. The best wood he had seen in Lin Yuan's mansion was the completely jade-textured red sandalwood and agar wood. As compared to the agar wood, which was more brittle, the completely jade-textured red sandalwood was an excellent choice for both carving and making decorations and furniture pieces. Lin Yuan replied, "I don't have any completely jade-textured red sandalwood, but the wood I have is not worse than that." In order to maximize the gathering of resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, apart from choosing agar wood, which he liked, he had chosen 5 kinds of rare wood. They were the most expensive and most highly sought after by wealthy people. When Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately became interested. Since Lin Yuan had said that these 5 types of completely jade-textured rare wood would not be worse than the red sandalwood, then it must be so. However, less than 15 kinds of rare woods were no worse than the completely jade-textured red sandalwood. Gao Feng could not help but get excited and think about whether there would be the one that he wanted to get his hands on. When Gao Feng had seen so many completely jade-textured furniture in Lin Yuan's mansion, it had made him feel as though he had entered a golden mine. Furthermore, the furniture had not been carved yet. This made Gao Feng understand what was called low-key luxury. After Gao Feng returned to the Gao family's residence in Wind Mist City and saw the furniture made from completely jade-textured wood and designed by Class 5 spirit craftsmen, he suddenly felt they were a little rustic. "Brother, can you tell me what completely jade-textured rare wood you have there?" Lin Yuan replied at the other end of the phone, "I only have the yellow rosewood, wench, ebony, green elm, and Phoebe Genese." Lin Yuan was straightforward regarding the completely jade-textured wood he had. If he wanted to trade these rare pieces of wood, there was no more suitable power than an affluent family like the Gao family. Only such an affluent family had an extreme desire for the completely jade-textured rare wood, as well as a lot of good stuff. Lin Yuan could exchange these completely jade-textured rare pieces of wood for the resources he wanted and was in short supply from the Gao family. Gao Feng slapped his thighs in excitement on the other end of the phone. A large part of why Gao Feng came to Lin Yuan to buy the completely jade-textured wood was that he wanted to give his grandfather a present during New Year's. When Gao Feng had visited Lin Yuan's mansion the other time, he could not distinguish whether the completely jade-textured wood was top quality. Although he could distinguish whether the wood had become jade-textured, he was not proficient in this area. However, after Gao Feng had returned home and studied the piece of completely jade-textured agar wood that Lin Yuan had given him, he discovered it was actually some top-quality goods that were 5 times heavier. Gao Feng had slapped his thighs in happiness just now after hearing Lin Yuan's words because his grandfather loved the green elm the most among the completely jade-textured wood. Even his grandfather, the Gao family's old master, had never found a few larger pieces of completely jade-textured green elm. The price of completely jade-textured wood depended on how jade-textured it was and its size. The bigger the wood, the bigger the object it could be made into, and the rarer it would be. The reason Gao Feng's grandfather had not found large pieces of completely jade-textured green elm was not only because it was too rare. The more important reason was that when the green elm became jade-textured, it would easily break with an uneven concentration of spirit qi. Gao Feng remembered the largest piece of completely jade-textured green elm his grandfather had received had been carved into a picture of thousands of mountains and hidden peaks. He had a deep impression of that. Back when he was young, he had once not eaten properly and touched it with his spoon. His father had beaten him up for that. When his grandfather had seen his father beating him, he had given his father 2 slaps on the neck. Gao Feng still remembered the scene of his grandfather picking him up and coaxing him not to cry. Upon learning of what Gao Feng had done, his grandfather had been so heartbroken that he went to check whether this completely jade-textured green elm carved into thousands of mountains with hidden peaks had any marks on it. He knew that his grandfather was extremely good to him and always spoiled him. Therefore, after hearing Lin Yuan had the completely jade-textured green elm, Gao Feng wanted to buy it no matter what. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng's excited voice, the corners of his mouth raised. The more Gao Feng liked something, the more good stuff he could get in exchange. "Brother, where are you? I'll find you in person." Lin Yuan raised his brows and answered, "You are quite idle." Upon hearing that, Gao Feng's happy and excited expression turned bitter. "That's not true. I'm idle to death. Everyone else has gone to participate in the tournament, but nobody wants me yet. I watch live streams on Star Web every day at home. I'm bored to death." Lin Yuan replied, "I'm not at home right now. I'll send you the address after I hang up." After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Since Gao Feng wanted to come over, he must also want to take a look at the quality of those completely jade-textured wood he had. Thus, Lin Yuan was in a hurry to tell him what he wanted in exchange. It would not be too late to do so when Gao Feng came over. Lin Yuan's heart thumped when he heard Gao Feng mention the Guild Alliance's tournament. Before he took part in the Radiance 100 Sequences selection, it would happen to be the end of the tournament. Every year, 3 months after the end of the Guild Alliance's tournament, it would be the time for the application of new guild clubs. Hence, it was time for Lin Yuan to prepare for his guild club. If he missed these 3 months, he would have to wait until next year to apply for a guild club. It was easy to apply for a guild club in the Radiance Federation. One could apply as long as they had money. Many guild clubs would apply for registration in the Guild Alliance. However, only a very small number of them were qualified to take part in the tournament. This was because most of the guild clubs did not even have the chance to get through the elimination round and be qualified. They could only rely on the strength of their team to fight for the chance to take part. Lin Yuan could not help but think about the problem of choosing the members of the main team after he set up his guild club. At present, there was only one suitable teammate, Lu Ji. Chapter 294, The Bone Crusher, Mother of Bloodbath. However, Lin Yuan still had to ask Lu Ji whether he would join his guild club. He had always treated Lu Ji as his partner and a friend, not just a retainer. Hence, he had to respect Lu Ji's decision and would not dictate his life. Even if Lu Ji joined his guild club, both Lin Yuan and Lu Ji only added up to 2 people. If a guild club wanted to register to take part in the tournament held by the Radiance Federation's Guild Alliance, the most basic condition was to be able to gather 5 members for the main team. Otherwise, they would not even have the qualification to register for the tournament's elimination round. Therefore, his guild club was still at least 3 members short of the main team. A guild club that intended to take part in the tournament could not only have one main team. It needed a reserve team as well. These were all problems that Lin Yuan had to face. He still had to plan everything in the long run. He would not choose his teammates based on their strength because the teammates in a team needed to have affection toward each other and become partners that could trust each other in a battle. Therefore, Lin Yuan would not be careless with his teammates' choice, neither would he go looking for unqualified teammates to gather 5 members. Windmist City was also a big city near the royal capital, so it was not far away from it. Although Windmist City's distance was farther than the nearest city to royal capital, Ascending Dragon City, 2 days was enough time for Gao Feng to get there. Lin Yuan just left his room and called the Mother of Bloodbath to go out to eat together. The Mother of Bloodbath had been interacting with him in human form in the past few days. He found that even though the Mother of Bloodbath looked cold, it was actually a glutton. Every time it ate delicious food, it would show a leap of joy on its cold face. It was very obvious when it was eating fried chicken wings. Lin Yuan had gone to the restaurant with the Mother of Bloodbath and sat in the hall. However, he would certainly book a private room when he brought it to eat in public again. That was because the Mother of Bloodbath was like a super bone crusher when eating the chicken wings. Instead of spitting out the bones, it chewed them. It had to be known that some chicken feys bones were very hard. Even if it was not necessarily able to be compared to silver metal's hardness, it was more than enough to be compared to some of the less hard bronze metals. Apart from the fact that the Mother of Bloodbath did not spit out bones when eating the chicken wings, when it was calmly chewing the bones, almost everyone in the hall looked over with amazed eyes. An old lady even came over to ask if Mother of Bloodbath's teeth were real or fake. If it were dentures, she said that she would like to make one of the same as well. The Mother of Bloodbath felt nothing, but Lin Yuan saw the old lady's bewildered and expecting gaze. He felt that the Mother of Bloodbath had doused the ultimate dream of an elderly. During these days, Lin Yuan had customized a diamond fey storage box in the shape of a red crystal cluster from Star Web's Ostrich Logistics. After asking the Mother of Bloodbath's opinion, it chose the fey storage box as a single ear stud-shaped earring. After the customization, it would at least be 20 days later before receiving it based on the efficiency that the Ostrich Logistics customized the diamond fey storage box. Then, he gave the Mother of Bloodbath a cell phone. He actually wanted it to apply for a Star Web card, but it was not interested in it, so it was left as it was. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was very interested in the cell phone and was extremely talented in fiddling with one. In just a day or two, the Mother of Bloodbath was able to use her cell phone to browse some small forums outside Star Web better than Lin Yuan. It had even joined a lot of groups related to food and even asked whether chicken wings were better with wasabi and honey or sweet and sour sauce. While Lin Yuan was waiting for the Mother of Bloodbath, he opened the forum he had been browsing previously. After clicking on the forum that he had not been on for a long time, he found that his silly online friend, who had said she had been bitten by a ghost shadow bristled spider, had sent him another message. He looked at the latest one. "What's your favorite fey?" He replied without hesitation, "Ghost shadow bristled spider." Then, he saw the Mother of Bloodbath appear and closed the forum. After this meal, Lin Yuan realized that he could not take the Mother of Bloodbath to eat chicken for the time being. Apart from the fact that the Mother of Bloodbath did not spit out the bones after eating the chicken wings, it was now eating the chicken claws without doing so as well. When the Mother of Bloodbath started to crush the bones in the private room, even though the Spirit Food Pavilion staff would generally not easily disturb the dining customers, the staff had knocked on the door 3 times in just 10 minutes to check whether the diners inside were demolishing the place. Lin Yuan settled the bill under the strange gazes of the staff and diners. When heading back, the Mother of Bloodbath gave Lin Yuan 2 items. He took a look and found that one of them should be a source-type item, while the other was a small bottle with a drop of black liquid. "These 2 are for you. I really don't know why there's such an odd source-type item in this world. This power that wants to take the source-type item and cause trouble is really stingy as well." Lin Yuan was prepared to use Morbius True Data to check the odd source-type item. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath said, "The other bottle contains the essence blood of a pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 avian fey. It's a pure dark type." Then, the Mother of Bloodbath seemed to have seen some interesting food introduction and lowered its head to scroll through the cell phone again. The Mother of Bloodbath had now really attained the level of not being able to do anything without its cell phone. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Would a cell phone really make people addicted? He looked at the pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 phase essence blood in this small bottle. He could feel pure dark energy rising through the bottle and seeping through. Among Lin Yuan's spiritual materials, this drop of pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 phase essence blood could be ranked after the life form sacrificial fire in terms of rarity. This essence blood was enough to change the fates of dark type phase. Chapter 295, The Cocoon of Evolution. The chance for Lu Ji's metamorphosis. Even pinnacle class 4 creation masters could not easily get such pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 phase essence blood. Essence blood and blood had different meanings. Blood referred to the blood flowing inside the fey, while essence blood was the blood essence condensed from the energy in the body of a suzerain fey. The essence blood of a suzerain/myth breed fey was undoubtedly rarer than the elemental shellfish. If Lin Yuan was willing to take out this drop of essence blood to exchange for 10 elemental shellfish, those powers that could take out 10 elemental shellfish would probably be rushing to exchange with him. However, Lin Yuan would not easily exchange the blood essence of a pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 fey if he was in his right mind. If there was a word to describe such a spiritual material, it would be foundation. Only when he accumulated such things that could represent foundation could his faction seem more unfathomable to the other factions in the future development. Lin Yuan carefully observed this drop of dark-type essence blood and found its smell similar to that of the faint trace on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree that was constantly becoming fainter and fainter. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and rapidly grown in the past few days. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was either this pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 phase item or had devoured the essence blood of a pinnacle myth 2 dark type phase similar to this drop of blood. Lin Yuan checked and stored the blood in the bottle into the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. He might have a use for this drop of essence blood in the future or could use it to exchange for some spiritual materials or phase of the same value. Lin Yuan then looked at the source type item that the Mother of Bloodbath called odd and useless. Thanks to True Data, his eyes narrowed. This source type item was quite interesting. The Mother of Bloodbath was actually playing with the cell phone and saw him looking at the source type item it had just given him. It said in despise, this source type item is for insect species phase, but no normal insect species phase would be willing to use such a source type item to transform themselves. After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath took the bag of fried chicken in Lin Yuan's hand and returned to the room, ready to go for another round of bone crushing. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the mother of Bloodbath was right. This source type item was indeed rather odd. Not only would it be useless to normal insect species phase, but it would instead affect their evolution. However, this source type item that was harmful to insect species phase or source type life forms was suitable for Lu Ji. It could be said that this source type item was simply made for Lu Ji's contracted insect queen, which was a kind of very special source type life form. Lu Ji no longer had any spiritual energy left to contract other phase or source type life forms. The insect queen was certainly powerful, but other spirit chi professionals contracted more phase and their combat styles were constantly diversifying as its grade raised. However, Lu Ji could only use one insect queen to face the battles. After it reached platinum, it would have 5 abilities that were akin to a lot of 5 species of phase. Moreover, Lu Ji's insect queen's platinum ability copied a main control life form like the hurricane owlet moth. However, it was a very ordinary source type life form with impressive output but a very simple genetic model. No matter how powerful the insect queen was, Lu Ji could only contract an insect queen. As he became stronger in the future, this limitation would also become bigger. However, this invaluable and odd source type life form had become a treasure for Lu Ji to become more powerful. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it really confirmed the saying that there was no useless source type item, only whether it met the right person and was used by the right person. Thanks to true data, he found this source type item's name was Cocoon of Evolution. Just like its name, it was a kind of source type item that could be used by insect species phase and promote their evolution. However, the Cocoon of Evolution did not promote the evolution of the insect species phase body but their genetic fragments. It was indeed a good thing that the Cocoon of Evolution could evolve the genetic fragments in the insect species phase bodies, but the genetic model in normal insect species phase bodies were all one. Even if insect species phase could break up the genetic model in them with external force and use the Cocoon of Evolution to evolve, the genetic model would then always be separated from the parent body. In each evolutionary process, it was actually akin to the insect species phase genetic model being perfected. Every time a piece of genetic model was broken off, it became genetic fragments independent of the insect species phase body, which was equivalent to hurting its roots. Therefore, breaking off part of the genetic model was actually a fatal danger to insect species phase. The broken off genetic model would not evolve since it had been separated from the main model when the insect species phase were evolving. The genetic fragments would only remain in the previous state. The Cocoon of Evolution could only evolve an independent gene fragment once. Thus, it was clearly beneficial for insect species phase evolution. Nonetheless, this only included normal insect species phase and source type life forms, but not Lu Ji's insect queen. On the contrary, the Cocoon of Evolution could simply allow the insect queen's abilities to undergo an all-round improvement. The reason was that the insect species phase genetic model that each ability took in were genetic fragments that existed outside the body. The source type Cocoon of Evolution could allow localized optimization of the genetic model without changing the genetic model's degree of complexity. This was equivalent to improving the overall strength of Lu Ji's contracted source type insect queen. Chapter 296, Gains from the Blind Trade. In fact, if this source type Cocoon of Evolution could not only be used by insect species phase, it would be rather useful for Lin Yuan's source sand. This was because it could enhance the heart-penetrating iron line that it had assimilated with its gravel spirit acceptance. It would reorganize the heart-penetrating iron line, an alien insect with a very homogeneous genetic model, and increase its head's sharpness and hardness. Undoubtedly, it could make the heart-penetrating iron line stronger without changing the original complexity of its genetic model. Unfortunately, the source type Cocoon of Evolution could only be used by insect species phase. Furthermore, even if Lin Yuan's source type source sand could use the Cocoon of Evolution, he would still leave the Cocoon of Evolution for Lu Ji to use. This was because it would be akin to a transformation of Lu Ji's strength. Although the Cocoon of Evolution sounded like a spiritual material to enhance phase, it was not that case in reality. The Cocoon of Evolution was a kind of fungus species source type life form. It seemed like a piece of small dragon's beard candy, but it was actually formed by fine mycelium. The Cocoon of Evolution was actually somewhat similar to the source type acid corrosion queen bee. They both parasitized on other phase or source type life forms. However, the acid corrosion queen bee's contract conditions were clearly more demanding than that of the Cocoon of Evolution. The cocoon of evolution did not parasitize like the acid corrosion queen bee. Not only would it fail to hatch when it encountered an unsuitable host, but it would also harm the host's life. The cocoon of evolution parasitized in a simpler way. It only needed to attach to the body of insect species phase or insect species source type life forms. When the cocoon of evolution parasitized on the target, it was akin to completing a contract. After that, every time the source type cocoon of evolution's grade increased, a dissociated gene fragment from the insect species phase that the cocoon of evolution contracted could be strengthened. In other words, with every grade raised, one of Lu Ji's insect queen's abilities could metamorphose once. Lin Yuan carefully stored the source type cocoon of evolution in the diamond phase storage box. He planned to wait until he returned to the royal capital before giving it to Lu Ji to contract. After Lin Yuan returned to the room in the guest house and closed his eyes to rest for a while, he immediately logged onto Star Web with his Creation Master identity. It was the time for Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store to conduct the blind trade of the 10 flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan could not help but look forward to what kind of strange flames he could exchange the 10 flower brocade pearls for. He believed in the purchasing power of those Creation Masters. Even if he did not trust anyone, he was aware of how much Creation Masters desired phase that they needed and could raise concocting spirit fluid's success rate. Besides the need to get more strange flames, Lin Yuan also wanted to take this chance to tap into Creation Masters' network through his purchase with no loss store's flower brocade pearls blind trade. After these Creation Masters participated in the flower brocade pearls blind trade, they would realize that not long after, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store would put up 10 new flower brocade pearls with the blind trade system. The Creation Masters that had obtained the flower brocade pearls through the blind trade would certainly join his store's fan club and observe and keep a watch out for goods. This was the same as Lin Yuan gathering a batch of Creation Master resources. After he put up the 100 flower brocade pearls 10 times, the amount that could be accumulated would definitely not be low. Lin Yuan did not gather these resources to let these Creation Masters help evolve the phase, raise the phase quality, or heal their damaged roots. Rather, his biggest purpose was to get the spiritual materials and phase he needed from these Creation Masters in the future. No high-class Creation Masters was an exception. They were all targets that the major factions wanted to rope in. Therefore, each one of them was akin to a hub of a large or small network. Many of these networks were based on the Creation Masters as the core, pulling out spider web-like chains of resources in all directions. Thus, there might be something that Lin Yuan needed in the resources in these high-class Creation Masters' hands that he could not get from Star Web or other factions. If Lin Yuan wanted to develop his faction, weaving his own network was a necessary step. However, he would not directly interact with these high-class Creation Masters or the affluent families. He would develop his faction like a layer of fog in their eyes. Sometimes, mysteriousness was the most deterrent power of a faction. Lin Yuan could always create some things that high-class Creation Masters and affluent families found hard to find with the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Hence, he had this capital. Lin Yuan did not know how the Creation Masters that wanted to exchange for the flower brocade pearls tonight would set the blind trade's price. However, he knew that the people noticing his purchase with no loss store had been rising by several times. This was all because of the attention that those 10 flower brocade pearls had attracted in the past few days. Lin Yuan looked at the time and realized it was 9 o'clock at night. He checked what he had obtained from 10 flower brocade pearls blind trade. He could not help but wonder if those 10 Creation Masters had discussed beforehand. Lin Yuan found that each flower brocade pearl had been exchanged for exactly 10 mid-grade strange flames. This also meant that the 10 flower brocade pearls had been exchanged for 100 mid-grade strange flames through the blind trade. It had to be known that the high-grade strange flames from the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts were those that Class 4 and Class 5 Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals were used to. Although other Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals were not as rare and respected as Creation Masters, the purchasing power of high-class Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals should not be underestimated. Therefore, the high-grade strange flames had always been scarce and rare. The mid-grade strange flames from these Class 2 dimensional rifts were already almost equal in value to the flower brocade pearls. The reason was that even a Class 2 Abyss dimensional rift might not be able to produce a mid-grade strange flame. Chapter 297, Lin Yuan arguing with himself. But no matter what, Lin Yuan had to sigh at the purchasing power of these Creation Masters. These Creation Masters had actually bought the flower brocade pearls, which had a value similar to the mid-grade strange flames, with nearly 10 times the difference in price through a blind trade. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the blind trade this time. These 100 mid-grade strange flames were enough for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to absorb for a period of time. In addition to absorbing the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and these 100 strange flames to evolve, it could also provide the energy for Chinese bloodline evolution and raise its quality, allowing it to evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Lin Yuan did not think his previous guess was really right. After exchanging these 10 flower brocade pearls, the 10 buyers who had gotten them had entered his purchase with no loss stores fan club. They were really all creation masters. Lin Yuan had never posted anything in the fan club and still chose to lurk as before. Ever since Lin Yuan had this purchase with no loss stores fan club, he had never posted anything. In fact, the Braised Egghead had created this fan club after purchasing the Elite X/Epic Web Spraying Spiders and had gotten the exclusive skill, Transparent Spider Web. After these 10 creation masters entered Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores fan club, it immediately blew up. Even after adding these 10 creation masters, his fan club only had over 40 people. It could be said that there was almost no other Star Web Stores fan club that had more creation masters than his. Moreover, the lowest class of these 10 creation masters was also class 3. Among them, there were also 2 class 4 creation masters. In fact, this was a little deviation from his initial thoughts. Lin Yuan secretly thought that he had underestimated the resources accumulated by those class 4 creation masters. Many class 4 creation masters, especially pinnacle class 4 ones, probably should have hoarded a lot of flower brocade pearls or feys of the same species better than those. Therefore, they did not have such a strong desire to purchase the flower brocade pearls. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with such a situation. Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores popularity on Star Web could be said to have blown up. There were discussions on a few Star Web forums about Lin Yuan's 1-star small store. As long as someone mentioned it in someone's official sub-forum or forum, people would start to discuss it. However, when it was 10 o'clock at night, Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss stores popularity and the popularity of the Radiance Federation's tournament elimination rounds had been suppressed by a piece of news. After Tian Ningning had gone to find Long Tao, Shi Su, Zhao Xiaochun, Fang Duoduo's exclusive reporters to discuss and draft a document, they decided to open a 5-party press conference together. Except for Long Tao and Shi Su, they were all considered low-profile Radiance 100 sequence members. Most matters regarding Zhao Xiaochun and Fang Duoduo had been published on Star Web in the form of a press release. A press conference like this was a rare occurrence. Moreover, there was also Black, a hot topic on Star Web, among them. However, he had never released a single press release, just like a miraculous rise of a young talent. The 5-party press conference was held with all the Radiance 100's former members and new young talent, Black, which almost attracted the entire Star Web's attention. This press conference seemed a little strange. Rather than saying it was a press conference, it looked more like exclusive reporters of the Radiance 100 building publicity for Black. Lin Yuan wondered how Tian Ningning had negotiated. Or maybe, this was simply what the 4 Radiance 100 sequence members Long Tao, Shi Su, Fang Duoduo and Zhao Xiaochun signified. After this 5-party press conference ended, even though Lin Yuan had not become a Radiance 100 sequence member as Black, in terms of prestige and fervor, he had vaguely gone beyond those Radiance 100 sequence members at the bottom. However, someone had mentioned many times on Black's official forum about the purchase with no loss store that Lin Yuan had opened as a creation master. The person also revealed that the owner of this popular 1-star store on Star Web was a very young talented creation master. This discussion was nothing much at first, but somehow, people compared the purchase with no loss store's owner with Black. This immediately got out of hand and caused a heated argument between the fans of the purchase with no loss store and Black. Lu Lang, aka Ancestor Peace Berserker, stepped in to calm the storm. Lin Yuan did not know about these. He only learned about this when he received Zhang Xiaobai's call. After Zhang Xiaobai laughed like Donald Duck, Lin Yuan then found out about it from his stammering words. This rendered Lin Yuan speechless. What was going on? People were comparing him and had caused a storm. This kind of feeling was really hard to explain. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan's Star Web account as a creation master had received many private messages. Many of them were asking whether he still had any flower brocade pearls and wanted to buy them at a high price. Most of the people that sent these messages were high-class creation masters. However, Lin Yuan ignored them because the flower brocade pearls next batch would be put up when they should be. At the same time, Lin Yuan then realized that the more mysterious and indifferent he behaved, the more people would notice him. For example, since Lin Yuan had never spoken in the fan club, these 10 new creation masters would look at the fan club in order to wait for his goods. Slowly, they were led into becoming one with the fan club, and they became the largest group of people who sent messages to multiple people. Lin Yuan found that after clearing the messages on his purchase with No Loss Stores fan club, he had another 999 plus messages only after a few minutes without looking. He could not help but sigh. Ordinary people really could not compare to them. In fact, Lin Yuan did not know that these 8 Class 3 Creation Masters and the 2 Class 4 Creation Masters had done it with the intent to cozy up to him. Chapter 298, Lin Yuan's Network of Connections. When Lin Yuan's purchase with No Loss Store had released the news that they could exchange any bronze/epic phase for source-type items or gold medals, it had proven that at least a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master was behind this store. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to do that. These 2 Class 4 Creation Masters that had entered Lin Yuan's purchase with No Loss Store's fan club were elementary Class 4 ones. After becoming a Class 4 Creation Master, there were 4 small stages: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. The difference between each small stage was thousands of miles apart. Therefore, many Class 3 and elementary and intermediate Class 4 Creation Masters wanted to have the chance to interact with this purchase with No Loss Store's owner. These Creation Masters had used 10 strange flames to exchange for the flower brocade pearls in order to get a chance to interact with the purchase with No Loss Store's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. However, Lin Yuan was unaware of all these, nor was it his business. Just as Lin Yuan was indifferent, the purchase with No Loss Store's fan club had become a place where some Class 3 Creation Masters and elementary and intermediate Class 4 Creation Masters would want to rack their brains to get in. His store's network was slowly spreading. Although it was still only a prototype, its outline had been huge and unimaginable. Most importantly, even if this network's prototype was huge, there were not many people in it. If one were to describe each person in the network as a chain of resources, then Lin Yuan's purchase with No Loss Store's network would be a silk web formed from a top-notch chain of resources. Furthermore, this network's prototype had slowly spread mainly because since those who wanted to join it had not been able to purchase Lin Yuan's purchase with No Loss Store's goods, they had no way to enter the fan club. When Lin Yuan was about to log off Star Web, he suddenly realized that Listen, who had been very active, did not seem to speak anymore. In the past few days, when Lin Yuan had been looking through the fan club occasionally, he had not found Listen, nor did he know what Listen was busy with. He thought little about this, however. Soon, Gao Feng arrived at the agreed location with Lin Yuan and found him. When Lin Yuan received Gao Feng's call, he knew that Gao Feng had arrived and put on an outer coat before leaving the guest house. He then realized that Gao Feng was like a fool, looking around at the guest house's side, with a huge box. Lin Yuan shouted and waved his hands at Gao Feng. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Gao Feng's eyes lit up, and he greeted him. He shoved the box in his hands to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother, these are the specialties of Wind Mist City. They're all special fine and soft pastries. There are ginger hibiscus cakes, juju peach pastries, and soybean crab paste. They're all very suitable for this season." Lin Yuan took it and found that the box was actually not light. The box of pastries weighed at least 7.5 kilograms. There was only one old store that produced these special soft pastries in Wind Mist City. He wondered if Gao Feng had robbed that store to get so many of them. Lin Yuan remembered that the mother of Bloodbath had heard of the long-established store's soft pastries a few days ago and had been talking about it. Not only were the soft pastries limited, but one also had to come down personally to buy them. Clearly, even if the mother of Bloodbath was a glutton, as long as it was not full, it could not have gone to Wind Mist City and line up to buy these pastries. After Gao Feng came, the mother of Bloodbath's gluttonous heart was satisfied. Lin Yuan stored the box of pastries into that amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and said, "You've brought me Wind Mist City's specialties. In return, I'll treat you to a meal as a courtesy." Upon hearing that, Gao Feng smiled brightly and naturally put his hands on Lin Yuan's shoulder like a brother. The two of them walked to the Spirit Food Pavilion branch not far away. As they walked, they talked and laughed, full of youthful spirit. After Gao Feng interacted with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan had the capital to make friends with him. He also had the thought to make friends with him. In the subsequent transactions, Gao Feng also felt that Lin Yuan was very thorough and detailed. After interacting with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng also felt that their temperament was very compatible. Although they did not know each other for a long time, Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as one of the few good friends he recognized. Lin Yuan did not ask the mother of Bloodbath to join them at the Spirit Food Pavilion for a meal. The reason was also very simple. The mother of Bloodbath was not in the guest house at this moment. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had joined the gourmet group, it had gotten to know many online friends. The mother of Bloodbath had been busy tasting nice food with the nearby online friends and attending a food club these days. Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little helpless. If those online people who attended the food club with the mother of Bloodbath knew that the person sitting and eating food with them was actually a suzerain/myth 2 fey, they would probably faint from the shock. Lin Yuan had the red crystal spider the mother of Bloodbath had condensed. As long as he crushed it, the mother of Bloodbath would sense it and immediately rush over. At the same time, this crystal spider also contained the power of the mother of Bloodbath's full strength and protection. When they arrived at the Spirit Food Pavilion, Lin Yuan immediately booked a private room and handed the menu to Gao Feng. Soon, the two of them ordered a table of good food. After that, Lin Yuan saw that Gao Feng looked like he wanted to say something but did not. He immediately knew that Gao Feng wanted to see the completely jade-textured green elm that he had mentioned before over the phone. Lin Yuan was very understanding and summoned the completely jade-textured green elm. He had a full 250 kilograms piece of 5 cm thick squarish green elm in his hands, warm and unusual. When Lin Yuan summoned this completely jade-textured green elm, Gao Feng only felt that a piece of beautiful navy blue jade had appeared before him. It exuded the unique fragrance of a green elm and had strand-like wood grains on it. Gao Feng immediately knew this was completely jade-textured green elm, which made him very alarmed. Figuring out Lin Yuan's identity became more and more difficult. Chapter 299, Scorching Elemental Shellfish Settled. This completely jade-textured green elm was much bigger than the jade-textured green elm that Gao Feng's grandfather had used to carve the picture of thousands of mountains and hidden peaks. Gao Feng realized that Lin Yuan would always be able to bring out such a precious item so indifferently and calmly. Lin Yuan used his hand to knock on this completely jade-textured green elm before he asked Gao Feng, "What do you think of the quality of this completely jade-textured green elm that weighs 250 kg?" Gao Feng was startled at first before he started to look at this completely jade-textured green elm with eyes of disbelief. Since Lin Yuan said it was 250 kilograms, it meant that it wouldn't be less than that. How could this huge piece of completely jade-textured green elm not be the best quality of goods? As Gao Feng carefully observed, he took a tool out of his flower petal-shaped fey storage box. This tool was specifically used to measure if the wood was completely jade-textured. Gao Feng felt that this world was simply too insane. However, it still put a smile on his face. Gao Feng instantly felt that if he could purchase this completely jade-textured green elm and gave it as a gift to his grandfather as a New Year's gift, his grandfather would certainly be overjoyed. Gao Feng might be the only direct line descendant of Wind Mist City's prestigious Gao family, but he still felt that this was rather troublesome. This superior jade-textured green elm wasn't something that could be traded with regular items. Gao Feng might be able to use the Gao family's resources as he desired since he was the direct line descendant, but he didn't wish to use the Gao family's shared resources to purchase a New Year's gift for his grandfather. Therefore, even if Gao Feng could use the Gao family's resources, he still wanted to pay for this jade-textured green elm from his own little vault. As a direct line descendant of a prestigious family, since a young age, be it Gao Feng's birthday or New Year's, the seniors would always shower him with plenty of great gifts. Therefore, Gao Feng's little vault was rather ample. In Gao Feng's opinion, if he used the family's shared resources to trade for this completely jade-textured green elm, he would be lacking in filial piety. Gao Feng asked carefully, "Brother, I wonder what are you planning to trade this completely jade-textured green elm for?" Lin Yuan responded with a sunshine smile. Lin Yuan enjoyed dealing with people like Gao Feng, who wouldn't try to beat around the bush. Therefore, Lin Yuan went straight to the point and spoke of his plan. "I wish to have a scorching elemental shellfish." Once Lin Yuan said his terms, Gao Feng's expression immediately turned bitter. "Brother, the price of a scorching elemental shellfish isn't as low as an infant elemental shellfish. Even if you have 3 pieces of the same quality jade-textured green elm, you will never be able to trade for one scorching elemental shellfish. Elemental shellfish's mutations required pure spirit chi to nourish. In order to obtain that trace of very pure spirit chi to mutate an elemental shellfish, even Class 4 creation masters would need to use plenty of spiritual ingredients and other costs to do so. Therefore, any mutated elemental shellfish had a price that was incomparable with infant elemental shellfish. Previously, when Gao Feng had used 4 infant elemental shellfish from the Gao family to trade for the bronze/epic fey, it had already attracted attention from plenty of people in the family. As for elemental shellfish, even though the Gao family was prestigious and wealthy enough, it still wasn't something that anyone could make use of so easily. However, when the Gao family saw that Gao Feng had traded for a bronze/epic yellow spring lily, no one else had said anything. Nonetheless, to use a scorching elemental shellfish to trade for this completely jade-textured green elm was something that Gao Feng couldn't decide on his own, even if he treated Lin Yuan as a friend, and also considering friendship and value. After hearing Gao Feng's response, Lin Yuan roughly knew of Gao Feng's bottom line. He immediately said, "I can use 3 pieces of the same quality, jade-textured green elm to trade with 1 infant elemental shellfish." When Lin Yuan gave the proposal, Gao Feng, who was going to refuse, was now in a dilemma again. The price just happened to be in between Gao Feng's gray area where he could accept or refuse. In Gao Feng's opinion, this was a price that he could choose to trade or not. However, Gao Feng didn't have any infant elemental shellfish right now. Also, if he wanted to obtain one, he would need to use some favors and connections. Finally, Gao Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother, you have been trading for infant elemental shellfish. Do you need a single attribute elemental shellfish to nurture phase?" For such deals where it was in between the gray area, a descendant of a prestigious family like Gao Feng would normally refuse. After all, if there was no profit or too little profit, it was the same as working hard for nothing. But it was different if Gao Feng treated Lin Yuan as a friend. Gao Feng always had one principle: always offer help to people he defined as friends. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and nodded. "That's right. I really need the elemental shellfish to nurture phase." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Gao Feng immediately said, "Brother, our Gao family doesn't have any more infant elemental shellfish, but I should be able to obtain one. Once I obtain an infant elemental shellfish, I will inform you. By then, we can make the trade." Gao Feng was very sincere, and Lin Yuan nodded in response. It seemed like when Gao Feng said that the Gao family was only left with 4 infant elemental shellfish, it wasn't just an excuse. They were really left with only 4 infant elemental shellfish. However, if Gao Feng, the only direct line descendant of the Gao family, used his connections, it wouldn't be impossible to obtain an infant elemental shellfish. This was something that Lin Yuan was incomparable with Gao Feng. Although Lin Yuan's resource chain had yet to be fully established, Gao Feng was now also considered part of Lin Yuan's resource chain. Earlier on, when Lin Yuan had asked to trade for a scorching elemental shellfish, he wanted to test out Gao Feng's bottom line. If Gao Feng was really willing to use the scorching elemental shellfish to trade with Lin Yuan by asking for more resources, Lin Yuan wouldn't have agreed. The purer the spirit chi used when mutating the elemental shellfish, the purer the pearls the scorching elemental shellfish would be able to produce. For a fey like the scorching elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan was willing to personally mutate an infant elemental shellfish. After all, the purity of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone wasn't something that creation masters could produce even with the concoction of spirit fluid. Not even the class 5 creation master, Bamboo Monarch, would be able to achieve the same results. Therefore, only when Lin Yuan mutated the scorching elemental shellfish himself would allow for the best pearls. Chapter 300, Red Thorn's Fated Opportunity to Upgrade into a Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan's Diamond Fey storage box had a total of 4 completely jade-textured green elm wood blocks. When Lin Yuan stored precious wood inside the spirit lock spatial zone, he would put in 4 blocks for each of the precious woods. He had already evenly allocated space on the 2 giant platen wood racks. With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, the 3 remaining jade-textured green elm were taken out of the Diamond Fey storage box. Apart from the 3 agreed blocks, I still have 1 more block of jade-textured green elm. All 4 of these green elm blocks can be used to create beds, couches, dining tables, and other big items. When Gao Feng saw Lin Yuan bringing out 3 more of the completely jade-textured green elm, the joy on his face had already leaked out. The jade-textured green elm had a very strong function to nurture vitality. If they could be used to create beds and couches, it would be simply too suitable for his grandfather. Gao Feng would never dare to imagine using the completely jade-textured green elm to create beds and couches in the past. At the same time, Gao Feng was rather touched because Lin Yuan's action now was to return the favor. Gao Feng viewed friends with great importance, and he would definitely help people who he defined as friends. However, when making a friend, the most terrifying thing was when he made contributions, but the other party ignored it. Gao Feng never expected that when he was merely helping out Lin Yuan with a small favor, just like a stalk of weed, Lin Yuan would actually turn back to give him an entire elm tree. In fact, on Lin Yuan's side, he also had his own principles. With his 2 lifetimes of experiences, Lin Yuan understood many logics. In this world, apart from family emotions, all other emotions were mutual. Therefore, when receiving kindness from others, Lin Yuan would never accept without reciprocating. Gao Feng looked at the 4 blocks of completely jade-textured green elm that were emitting green jade-like luster. He felt rather touched and said, "Brother, just tell me, what do you wish to trade with the 4th block of jade-textured green elm?" In Gao Feng's opinion, having an additional block of jade-textured green elm to create a bed or couch for his grandfather as a gift was simply great news. "If you wish to trade for this 4th block, then just provide me a mid-grade strange flame." This huge block of completely jade-textured green elm was fundamentally more precious than the flower brocade pearls. Therefore, when Lin Yuan asked to have a mid-grade strange flame, he was actually returning the favor to Gao Feng. After all, Gao Feng only decided to trade with Lin Yuan because the latter really needed the elemental shellfish. On the other hand, Lin Yuan also wanted to obtain more mid-grade strange flames. He would then feed all these mid-grade strange flames to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and see if Chinese quality could upgrade from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Gao Feng only had one feeling right now. He felt that Lin Yuan was truly a brother. If Gao Feng wasn't afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't be willing, he would have already pulled Lin Yuan to become sworn brothers. During the meal, Gao Feng and Lin Yuan decided to trade the 4 blocks of jade-textured green elm with 30 bundles of mid-grade strange flames. After the meal, Gao Feng impatiently returned to Wind Mist City. Originally, Gao Feng planned to stay for another 2 days, but since the trade had been settled, Gao Feng wanted to use his capability to obtain an infant elemental shellfish. After returning from the restaurant, Lin Yuan went to the Mother of Bloodbath's room to look for it. He then handed over the soft pastries to the Mother of Bloodbath. As a foodie, after the Mother of Bloodbath was given a recommendation, it had been yearning for the pastries in Wind Mist City. It currently had this pleasantly surprised feeling when Lin Yuan suddenly brought some for her. When the Mother of Bloodbath received the pastry box, it shook it a little to measure the weight, and its eyes lit up. From the weight and the size of the box, there must be plenty of food inside, and it would probably last a while. However, the Mother of Bloodbath was most intrigued by the beautiful appearances of these soft pastries from Wind Mist City. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that Red Thorn, which had been hibernating in the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, had awakened. He then immediately summoned Red Thorn. When Red Thorn was summoned, it immediately extended out that thornless vine and wrapped it around Lin Yuan's hand. He took a red ribbon out of his diamond Fey storage box and tied a butterfly knot on the thornless vine. Red Thorn had constantly been evolving, and its intelligence was also constantly getting better. Previously, Red Thorn had a 1 or 2-year-old toddler's intelligence and could only express simple emotions. Now, Red Thorn's intelligence was close to that of a 4-year-old child. Red Thorn already wanted to beautify itself. Therefore, every time Lin Yuan summoned Red Thorn, he would help to tie a red ribbon on the thornless vine. In the beginning, the red ribbon would always be torn by other thorny vines. But soon enough, as long as Red Thorn didn't get involved in combat, the red ribbon wouldn't be destroyed. It also subtly stated that Red Thorn's control of its vines was constantly getting stronger. Now that Red Thorn was awake, the acid corrosion queen bee, which had a sad expression previously, was now happily flying and dancing around Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. It seemed like the saying was true indeed. A bootlicker never knows how to feel tired. Because it is now a habit. Every time the Mother of Bloodbath saw Red Thorn, it would be surprised. It could see that Red Thorn was now at Bronze X/Epic. The Mother of Bloodbath noticed that Lin Yuan had some worries as he looked at Red Thorn. Thus, it asked, "Are you fretting about how to upgrade the quality?" Lin Yuan nodded in response. The Mother of Bloodbath muttered for a moment and said, "Since your source-type life form is a plant, then you might be able to find a fated opportunity in the depths of endless forest." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Do you mean a fated opportunity to upgrade Red Thorn's quality?" Lin Yuan might be asking, but he already had an answer in his heart. If it wasn't the case, the Mother of Bloodbath wouldn't have asked why he was fretting and would give such a response. Therefore, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement. The Mother of Bloodbath saw the excitement. Its normally cold expression had a delighted smile as it said, "That's right, but I cannot guarantee if it will succeed."